Diary of Helen Mar Kimball Whitney. In the year of our Lord 1886. Friday, January 1st, 1886. Spent a quiet New Year's Day. No one called here but W.M. Kimball. He desired me to write to Seoul about some matters pertaining to the family graveyard on the hill. Charlie brought some theater tickets, sent 2 for matinee to his cousins Jean and Violet Kimball. No one wanted the 2 for this evening. I invited Helen V. Kimball to go with me. The weather is now cold enough to satisfy anyone. A little snow fell yesterday, and last night. Lily is feeling better spirits today. She requested me to administer to her after we went to bed. Saturday 2nd. Spent sewing. Bro Crocron called and left me the book, which I'd asked him for. He told of 2 predictions made by my father concerning the trials that would befall the saints after they had built up Salt Lake City, it then being little else than a barren waste. He said they would be brought into so tight a place that to the natural eye there'd be no escape from being wiped from the earth, but the pure in heart would be delivered, etc. And said the city would be perfectly surrounded by armies of the United States, and I've no doubt but that will soon be fulfilled. Sunday 3d. I attended meeting at Tabernacle. Orson preached. Point 2 ed. Talbot sat with me. The house was cold that, and being out in the evening having gone to see Vi Kimball, gave me a finishing cold. My Charlie, Flawed, and Henry went to meeting, afternoon and evening, which was gratifying to me. Jen went though having a cold and took an additional one. I soaked her feet before retiring. Monday 4th. The coldest night of the winter. Jen sick in bed today, and I'm nearly so, have coughed till my lungs and throat are painful and sharp pain through my left shoulder blade. Made a mustard poultice for it and another for my chest. Also stuff for my cough. Worked most of the day sewing. Had a visit from Golden Kimball. At evening Ed Talbot came, and finding Jen sick, went and got some lemons and made her a hot sling. I took some, after getting her to bed, which relieved my lungs. This evening a gentleman knocked at the front door and inquired for B.P. Whitney, said he was a stranger. Flawed directed him, and soon after he'd left Orson and Zine came down to see me about boarding the same man, whom, it seems, was not expected till Tuesday. I told Orson I'd have to wait to see how Jen was in the morning before deciding. Tuesday 5th. I spent a sick night. My head so painful though I coughed less, felt terrible. Jenny lots better than I am. Flawed washing. Orson called this morning to inform me that the stranger wished to board at some quiet place. They would come at 6 o'clock and spend a while. They came, and after a little time had to leave. We invited Mr. Hall to stop the evening, which he appeared pleased to accept. Took supper with us and remained talking upon Mormonism, etc. till late. Seems a fine man and an honest seeker after truth. He takes up his abode here tomorrow. His age is 27, is in poor health. Mormonism has haunted him for a long time, and he has been a subscriber for the news for quite a time. Said he had felt benefited by the reading of it, and it had made him a better man in every way. He feels what a terrible blow it would be to his loving parents, and a disgrace in their eyes, as well as all of his friends. But if he found Mormonism to be the truth, nothing should stand in the way of his making the sacrifice. I feel for him and believe him honest. Wednesday 6th. I felt badly all night. Mr. Hall has come with his traps. This is Bud's birthday, and we've been invited to go to his house to a surprise, but I dare not go out. Mr. Hall and Jen have gone. Orson met them at the gate. Was after Hall to take him there. Snowing tonight. From what we've seen, we all like our boarder. Thursday 7th. Fasted today. Sat late after breakfast was over and talked with Mr. Hall, who forgot fast meeting till I reminded him of its being nearly 11 o'clock. He'd expressed himself as desiring to go, Orson inviting him, and he started and run as fast as he could. Enjoyed the meeting, the honesty and humility that he witnessed, and feels that no one could doubt the sincerity of those men and witness he saw and heard. Said he could not refrain from shedding tears, to think how unjustly this people were accused by people outside. He looked favorably upon all whom he met, and was delighted with the pretty women and babies who met his wandering gaze at Bud's last evening. All were Whitneys. He laughs at the reported ignorance and degradation of the Mormons, if the ones he has seen are a fair sample. He has appeared amazed at the falsity of many things, which he's found to be without the least foundation. He inquired the first evening if we knew Helen Mar Whitney, who writes sometimes for the news. seemed greatly delighted that he had met her. He greatly admires Orson and wife and Racy. Also Mary W., whom he escorted home from Bud's. Friday 8th. We all sat up late conversing, listening to Mr. Hall playing on the organ, which sounded grand. He never played an organ before, but piano. I felt terribly from the cold in head and face, which gets worse. More music and some singing today from Mr. Hall, who begins to seem like a member of the church as well as the family. He has the faculty of drawing folks to him and is determined that we shall look upon him as one of the family. Is not going to allow us to treat him as a stranger and take extra trouble in any way. I told him yesterday, as he was not feeling well and rather homesick, to consider himself among friends, and who, if he should happen to be sick, as he appeared fearful that he might rest satisfied, that he should have just as good care as though at home. He puts on a cheerful face. He accompanied Jen and 2 or 3 girls to choir practice, and after he returned we sat up late. Flawed and Henry have gone to a party. Saturday 9th. I feel worse today from my cold. Mr. Hall has not slept scarcely any since he came, and today feels terribly in mind and body. He said he felt as though he could not endure his feelings much longer. He has gone and took Tootle and Faye and Racy to the matinee. Zena came down this morning with the children, and Helen in the afternoon with her babe, and George came in the evening, and we had some singing. Sunday 10th. Mr. Hall attended meeting both afternoon and evening, with Charlie. He likes Charlie and finally everyone he has met, and all he has heard of Mormonism. We sat up late conversing upon these principles. Monday 11th. My cold is some better, but I get too little sleep. Mr. Hall has said the same of himself. Last night he enjoyed a peaceful night because he had made up his mind to be baptized. Orson came here to dinner and stopped and talked with Hall, who told him of his desire to enter this church. He says he can be nothing but miserable if he does not, as he is satisfied that it is true. Tuesday 12th. Orson called for Mr. Hall to go and be baptized in the warm spring water. Return to dinner. Mr. Hall feels better in mind and body. Point 4. Saturday 16th. Have done some sewing, some writing, and considerable visiting during the past week. Bro, Hall has appeared to enjoy himself and to feel grateful for finding the true religion. Has told me some of his past experience, all of which was interesting to me. He plays the organ splendidly and sings. My cough still troublesome. Sunday 17th. Was taken last night with my old affliction, had deathly spells all night, and feel them sorely terrible to have them again after being rid of them for so long a time. Mr. Hall and Jen went by invitation to a party at Sister Waring's. He took cold, sitting by a door, and has been sick with neuralgia through the latter part of the night and all day. Jen and Flawed Hen and Charlie attended meeting at Tabernacle. Monday 18th. I've had a better day than I expected. Found Hall up and all right. I came out to breakfast. I've had but few bad spells today, thank the Lord. Made an apron for myself. Shall not try to go to Amanda's this evening, as I'm not able to walk, and fearful of taking cold. Wednesday 20th. I have got through the worst of those deathly spells. They, with my cough, have weakened me down, and saddened my spirits, as they usually do. Thursday 21st. Juliet Croxall here making Florence a dress. I went, by invitation, to the dedication of Relief Society Hall in 13th Ward. Had an enjoyable time, only in my having to speak in public. I was brought home at evening by Nels MP.5. Friday 22nd. Mr. Hall observed this morning that I looked very much better for going out yesterday. I felt quite a different person and sewed all day on Flawed's dress. Juliet also here. Zine and children came down. Phoebe Kimball also. They spent the evening, and Mary and some of the girls played cards with Mr. Hall after supper. Orson came too, and told me some stories that he'd heard, which were started by mischief makers out of spite, trying to injure Flawed and Henry. I called Henry into my room and told him and Flawed what I'd heard. He said his uncle's wife was one of the liars. He intended to trace it out. I told him I wanted he should and not let it rest. He related to me the sum and substance of the whole matter. As for his uncle's wife, he, nor his father, would speak to her when they met because of the falsehoods she told about his father, as well as himself, that she was a mean, contemptible person, etc., and the stuff that Orson had heard could be traced, he thought, to that neighborhood. Flaw took it so hard that she gave up the party that she was dressing for. I was so worked up in my feelings that I could not hold my peace. Orson said he felt to resent the slander of his sister and wanted us to know the stuff that's being told. I believe what Henry has told me to be true and that he is as good as some other persons who make much ado about nothing and slander their neighbors. Bro. Morris called to see if I wanted to take a boarder, man whom he'd sent to Denver for to run the big grist mill. I agreed to take him as he recommended him to be a gentleman. He called with him afterwards, and he's to come. Next Sunday. Sunday 24th. Mild weather, but rainy. My new boarder, Mr. Hutchison, came today, is sick with quinsy. I felt sorry for him, boiled some fruit dishes, and helped him to place them over the cloth to steam his neck. He wishes himself with his family at Denver. Mr. Hall grows stronger in the faith daily. He went with me yesterday to our meeting in 14th Ward, was perfectly delighted with the meeting and the sisters. Some took him for a spy, while their Dr. Barney invited me and a number of sisters to spend the evening at her house, as the 3 sister Frees were there. I was so tired, gave it up, but they sent a carriage for me, so I went. We had a lovely meeting, all women but B.P. Atwood. After we'd all spoken, he spoke to us. The meeting was dismissed about 11 o'clock. I invited Sister Mary Frees and her mother, Dr. Pratt, Sister Horn, Bathsheba Smith, and 2 or 3 others, to come next Tuesday to my house. Mr. Hall says he's to start home Tuesday, but this, I thought, would keep him. Monday 25th. Rained all day. I went to co-op T.O. and X off. Also called to Dr. Ships off. To invite her to my house tomorrow. Jen washing and Flawed working in kitchen. I went to Hardy's towards evening to get some stuff for window curtains. Tuesday 26th. Have had a splendid time. The girls cooked a beautiful supper. Zine came at evening and Orson after a little. Mr. Hall was most delighted with the company and thought the girls had excelled in cooking and preparing the table, etc. He escorted Sister B. Smith home. Wednesday 27th. Did a little writing to prepare an article for X. Wrote a note to Sister Howe and sent it by Jen to ask if it would be out of the way for me to invite Mr. Hall to accompany me to the meeting of young ladies to be held at her house tomorrow. She sent me word that he'd be welcome. Raining still. Thursday 28th. Pleasant overhead and mud overfoot. Mr. Hall and I attended the meeting at Sister Howe's and partook of a repast after, as the members had brought a picnic. Mr. Hall desired that he should not be required to speak, so I made it known to Sister Howe. She asked me to open the meeting by prayer, and I obeyed, though it was a cross. I tried to excuse myself from speaking, but yielded to the pressure. We had a pleasant time throughout, and Hall was again delighted. Friday 29th. I sewed and also finished an article on the signs of the times for Exponent. Just as I had finished it, Lua Wells came to get it. She read it, by my request, and pronounced it very good. Quite a relief to get it off my hands and have it give satisfaction. Mr. Hall appears smitten with May Williams, and she, I hear, is engaged to him. He has talked a good deal to me about getting him a wife, but was very particular that she should be a faithful saint and one that would stand by him and assist him in carrying out the principles of this religion in every sense of the word. If he should ever desire to enter into the plural wife order, that his wife should be to him a pillar, etc., etc. He thought something of May when first seeing her, had asked me about her, if she was of good parentage, honorable, etc. I told him I thought her a good girl, but had better not be in haste, but wait till he'd made a better acquaintance, and seen more of the Mormon girls, that I felt an interest in his welfare, and would not like to see him disappointed, etc. He thanked me for my counsel, and seemed to give up the thought of marrying for the present, and prepared, for a few days, to be sick of her and treat her very coolly, but the flame has been kindled up again. He has been very careful to keep it from me. I should think he would, after all he said to me about the matter. Saturday 30th, spent sewing and mending. Teachers Brother Peyton and Dolph came at eve. Sunday 31st, warm day, attended meeting at Tabernacle with Mr. Hall. Met Sister Howard on the way home and invited her home with us. Monday, February 1st came in raining, cleared off afternoon. Worked at my black skirt. Mr. Hall read In the Fall of the Great Republic from 11 o'clock till dinner. Golden and Joseph Kimball came towards night, and I kept them to supper. I received a letter from Sol today. His body is covered with boils, he tells me, and that his health is improving by this process, pets, he calls them. I dreamed the other night of seeing a large number of tall objects, and to which it appeared were bag serpents. The heads were shaped like fishes' tails, and each stood like tall stakes dead and powerless inside of the bags, made of canvas, which were sewed up and made secure about them, and they stood like statues. Tuesday, 2D. Still mild weather though threatening. Made a flannel undershirt for Charlie. Hired a woman to do the washing today, and Flawed and Lil helped her. Mr. Hall has commenced to pack his trunk to go in the morning. Has opened his heart to me concerning himself, and may there is no engagement between them now. The matter has been dropped, and he thinks himself fortunate. There has been mischief made through her, between him and the Ramptons, and the blame thrown onto Flawed, the whole of it growing out of a joke which Henry Dinwiddie cracked a mountain made out of a molehill. Seeking to injure Flawed, to spite her, is poor revenge. Unkindness and slander brings its own punishment, I tell her, and if she does right, no one can hurt her. Already they have lost grounds in that quarter. I understand, which I am sorry to learn, for their own sake, as I would do much to keep good feelings, or to restore peace and friendship among the members of the family at least. Wednesday, 3D. We arose early to see Mr. Hall off. He hated to leave, and we hated to have him, as his stay has been a very pleasant one. I commenced another historical article for the X today. Orson came here towards night and talked over the matter that had transpired in his neighborhood, and laughed when we told him what the story was founded on and the farce that had been enacted. He offered to exchange $5 in silver for an order on tea, which I'm glad to accept. Thursday, 4th. Tried to write today, but accomplished little. We all miss Mr. Hall's company, who seemed like a member of the family. Charlie is cleaning up things around the house, has set out several nice shade trees on the east side of the house and lawn. Friday, 5th. Had a call from Mrs. Dr. Barney, have read The Fall of the Great Republic. Think we can afford to endure what our foes are suffered to do to us when their time is so short and our deliverance so near. Saturday, 6th. I went towards night to Exponent off. To get papers. Orson has an article on the first page headed Will the Light Go Out, and mine commences on the 3D column under the heading The Signs of the Times. Another article on the 3D page is Thoughts on the Times, showing that the same spirit is moving upon the hearts of different ones to write. I called it T.O. and paid $3 cash to BP's clerk in tithing from the money received from boarders. Exchanged $10. Order on T.O. For that amount on Teasdale's store. I forgot to mention receiving the likeness of Sister Charlotte Bond, of Kirtland, who died not long since. Sent by Mary Bond. This evening I received a letter from Cousin Rosalia Clough, informing me of the death of her daughter Care's husband, the first letter we've had from her for a great while. Sunday, 7th. Attended meeting at Tabernacle. Monday, 8th. Brother came with his hack and took Mary, her mother and myself to vote for city officers. Voted for People's Ticket. Point 10. Considerable excitement in the midst of the Devil's crew, who were hunting down their would-be victims. A sum offered for the of George Q. Cannon. The deputies raided the Gardo House, Lion House, and offices, as if the lion was crouched in some of their crevices, but had their trouble for nothing. Point 12. Tuesday, 9th. Spent part of the day in writing for Exponent scenes at Winter Quarters. Jenny washed, she and Flawed gone to Careless to practice. Wed 12th. I attended Relief Society meeting, also Mary and her mother. Came home by the news off. Called and got some paper for myself. BR's Lambert and Taylor gave me 5 large books of scratch paper. Worked at my article this evening in my room. Wednesday, 10th. Jen and Flawed have got some thin stuff for dresses to wear on the stage on George Washington's birthday when the opera comes off. I done up some papers to send away. Thursday, 11th. Ella came and nearly made Jen's dress hentai, and baby came up this afternoon. I finished my copy and took it to X off. Found no one there, left it with George Lambert to give M in the morning. I called at Sister Wells, first visited a little and came home. Girls gone to rehearsal. Friday, 12th. Laid awake so much, had to get up and get me a piece of bread. Feel the affects of laying awake. Charlie gone to Park City to play with the Home Dramatic Company. Returns Sunday evening. Saturday 13th, commenced a historical article for the next exponent, Flawed, suffering from a cold, and I helped her by sweeping the dining room, etc., till I was tired out. Lily also helping, and Jen cleaned the other rooms. Sunday 14th. The Herald tells us that G.Q. Cannon has been arrested at Winnemucca, Nevada. My Jen said she felt as badly as though it was Pa Flawed, so enraged she couldn't contain herself, thought these interferences and devilish doings of the Gentiles would make her a strong polygamist, etc. I wrote a long letter to Bro. Soul today too cold to go to meeting. Charlie returned this evening, enjoyed himself greatly. Sightseeing, etc. Flawed feels quite sick, rheumatism and sore throat. Gave her hot foot bath and pills. Monday 15th. Juliet here making Flawed's dress. I assisted, also Flawed, who is better, spent the afternoon at Mary's visiting with Louis Young Thatcher and Fanny. Violet Young and others had a pleasant time. Orson called and took dinner here. Read us a letter received from Mr. Hall, who is homesick to return to friends in Salt Lake, misses their genial and warm handshake and agreeable society, etc. Cannot live where he is, but must return to the Saints as soon as possible, just as we told him it would be. The report of Bro. Cannon's arrest proves to be true, and we take it that the Lord has suffered it for the fulfillment of a purpose, to the forwarding of the good work, and we should feel willing to submit all things to him. For all these things will speed the day of our triumph over those who are seeking the downfall of the Mormons. Tuesday 16th. Had a good night's sleep. Jen got neuralgia and Flawed still suffering from colds. Weather quite cold. This afternoon Jen's face so bad, decided it to be from a decayed tooth. I told her to go and have it drawn. She wished me to go with her, so I went, and she has not a speck of pain since her tooth was out. I left my teeth to be fixed, 3 being gone. Young Ellerbeck being there instead of Dunford, I got the job done, and he'll take half on tea, office and half cash to accommodate me. This was the second walk down street that I've taken today. Went this forenoon to drugstore to get quinine for Jen and back plasters for Flawed. There was a terrible excitement in the streets over the various reports concerning G.Q. Cannon, whom it is said, tried to make his escape from the car by jumping off, and was rescued by friends at the promontory. And so many stories, no one knows what to believe. Hutchison, our boarder, said he would have done it. If he could make his escape from enemies, he'd not care what they thought. I felt the same till I learned that George Q. had pledged his honor to come to Salt Lake with the officers. I called it T.O. and borrowed $5 order of Joseph Kingsbury on Davis, he trusting me till the 1st of March, when I am to pay him in T.O. order, wed 17th. I have been blessed with strength to sew and accomplished considerable sewing lately. Am working for Jen and Flawed. Sent by Flawed for my teeth today. Wrote a line to Kingsbury, asking him to trust me to an order of $2.50 to pay dentist. I bought flannel yesterday for Jenna garment, am making it for her. Flawed sent for eucalyptus today to break up her cold. Thursday 18th. Worked till tired, then called on Sister Clayton, who is sick at her daughter's Liddy Thatcher's, called on her daughter Margaret's Helen, and baby came up this afternoon. We hear that G.Q. Cannon is worse today, and his wife Martha also sick from overexcitement before the grand jury, where she had to answer indecent and impertinent questions, being induced to do so by the instructions of her husband, but which prostrated her after her return home. Devils incarnate, they are running up a heavy debt for themselves, which they will have to pay with interest. Sister Peyton washed for us today. Flawed is nearly well from taking the eucalyptus, got for that purpose. Friday 19th. Have sewed all day. Juliet is here finishing Flawed's dress, it's a lovely thing. Saturday 20th. Was sick all night from a cold. Went to R.S. meeting this afternoon at 14th Ward, called at X off. And got the papers, then to T.O. got an order of Joseph K. $5 on the meat market. I got a roast. Sunday 21st. Attended meeting, had an excellent sermon from Apostle Taylor, the best I ever heard him preach. Flawed gone this evening to a family gathering at Dinwiddie's, a farewell party to Bro D before going to the pen. Sat up late trying to get my copy ready for exponent, but could not get it to suit me. Monday 22nd. Washington's birthday. Felt poorish through the night, coughed considerable, and my headaches. Jen, Flawed, and Charlie gone to matinee. They have given Mr. Hutchison Lily, and myself tickets for this evening. Sister Tate from Tulai called and wants me and one more sister to attend ladies' conference at that place the second Saturday in March. Mrs. Dr. Pratt called to inform me of a meeting that is to be held at Sarah Kimball's Wednesday. At 11 o'clock, a mass meeting. The subject to be discussed is the Edmunds Bill to deprive us of the right to vote that we've enjoyed for 15 years. Tuesday, 23D. Went with Lily and Mr. Hutchison to the opera, the tickets being given us by my children. We enjoyed it very much indeed. They all did their part remarkably well and looked it, with the exception of Louis Wells. She was too young and pretty for the character. Had to fix my dress over. Today is warm and lovely as spring. Did up 4 packages of papers to send to Gentiles. Awful affair transpired. President Cannon's son, aged 16, committed the rash act of striking the man Dixon, who insulted his mother in court by asking indecent questions. I'm sorry that he did so, as it will give the devils a better excuse to pounce upon the Mormons, and that is just what they've been longing for. 19. Wednesday, 24th. Took cold yesterday, slept poorly, head aches this morning. I've been to meeting to the Society Hall in 15th Ward, where a few of the sisters met to consider and talk over matters concerning our having a mass meeting to protest against the course being taken by our enemies to deprive us of our right to vote, etc. We had a good time, each one expressing their views and some their indignation. Some were in favor of a mass meeting, others felt indifferent. I'd thought but little about it, but am in favor of the step. Presidents Angus Taylor, Cannon, and other brethren are in favor of it. We meet again Saturday at 2 o'clock. I was invited by Sarah Kimball to go tomorrow to Provo to attend ladies' conference Friday, but I preferred she should get someone else. I told her that could do better. Still, I'd go if it was my duty. I decided not to accept it. I have so much work to do. Called at T.O. and got some streetcar tickets as I went down. Also an order from Joseph Kingsbury, $1.50 on Teesdale. Called at D. News off to leave 4 packages of papers to mail and ask bro George Lambert for a pencil number 36, and he gave me 2. Met Helen and baby coming home to spend the day. Thursday, 25th. I felt very bad this morning, cold in head and throat. Juliet came to work at Lily's dress. I went up to see Charlie K. He was downtown, but came before I left. We had a confab, as usual, over our religious views. He thinks our men crazy to allow themselves to be sent to the pen and everything to go out of their hands into those of their enemies. I told him my opinion, also where he was standing, and that he was on dangerous ground. I admitted that we were all sinners from the presidency down, but he must remember that it was not for us to rebel against those in authority, or against the priesthood. He said he did not intend to, but believed this people would have to give up polygamy, and they might as well do it before suffering so much as afterwards. I told him when he thought they had given it up, or the old ones had, he'd find there were more in the practice of it than there had ever been. And as for our suffering, we were being scourged for our sins. The Lord had foretold these things, and the saints were looking for them, etc. He didn't like my calling him an apostate. I told him I was glad if I had touched him in a tender place, and he might rest assured that he would be if he did not cease finding fault with the servants of God, and leave the Lord to chasten them in his own way, as he would do and everyone who were out of the way. And it was for each person to look into their own hearts and rid themselves of sin, etc. He thought we were both of one mind after all, only I didn't like to admit it. I did not like the way he commenced, I told him. He said that was necessary to stir me up and bring me out. We parted. We bid each other an affectionate goodbye as he returns tomorrow to Butte. I fear and tremble for him as he now stands. Friday, 26th, spent sewing on Lil's dress, and afternoon did a little job for the mill brought by Mr. Hutchison. Sister Frink called to see us. Orson called to get a lunch, late afternoon. We talked of things past, present, and future state of the church and individuals. Saturday, 27th, snow on the ground, but clear overhead. My heart heavy over the prospects that lay before this people, believing that we shall be robbed and brought under the heel of our oppressors till we shall have nothing to cling to but the Lord God our deliverer. We have never seen a day like this, and but few are aware of our real condition. Walk to the 15th Ward R.S. Hall again to a meeting to talk over the subject of having a mass meeting to protest against the outrages committed upon the Mormon women and insults heaped upon them in district courts, etc., who are the subjects of abuse from United States officials and their sneaks, thieves, etc., and taking from the women the right of franchise that they may more easily accomplish their robbing scheme. I was one of those appointed to write a speech. I've had a good time, but I shrank from the task of writing up anything like this, feeling incompetent to do it. Sister Horn told me I should feel the spirit of it when I commenced. There's no getting out of it, or I would quickly. Walked home, and was tired out. Cold weather. Sunday 28th commenced composing my speech, made poor progress so far. Monday, March 1st, worked to get something together, in the shape of a speech. Never did anything of the kind before, and it is wanted Tuesday when they again meet. Tuesday. 2nd. Orson came to dinner, was glad to see him read part of what I'd written, he thought it good. I asked him if he'd take it and criticize it when I'd finished it. He said he would. Amanda Kimball called with an invitation to go to All Ice Kimball's tomorrow to a rugby. Wednesday 3D. I finished my article last night, and Orson coming to breakfast took it with him. I worked the forenoon at the Bolt, brought by Mr. Hutchison, for the mill, and found myself tired out from mental labor. Went to Elisa's afternoon, as I'd never been into her house and felt that I must go, was caught in a snowstorm, and not finding the house walked a block farther beyond, and was so exhausted had to go to bed when I got home. But after resting an hour, sewed a ball and a half before coming home. Had a pleasant visit with the company and walked home in company with Ruth K. and Sarah Reese. Tired up again. Dark overhead and muddy underfoot. Thursday 4th, fast day, and forgot it, worked hard at another Bolt. Got Jen to copy my speech. I took it to Orson towards night to City Hall to look over. While waiting, Hiram Clausen came in, had not heard that he was out of the pen. He told Orson that the prisoners, Mormons, liked to hear Orson preach much better than Gentiles, also the Mormon choir sing, and hoped they'd go on Sunday, as Orson is to preach there. Bought me some black kid gloves at the co-op, called at Dr. Ship's, and, not finding her at home, left my address and a note requesting her to send it to the ladies appointed to read at the mass meeting, being too tired to walk farther. Called on Brother Bassett and T. Oh, and got my monthly allowance. Friday 5th, visited at Christine Kimball's with several other sisters. Heard 2 visions read which pictured out the terrible destruction that is coming upon the works and the trials, etc., of the Latter-day Saints. A lump is swollen up on my right hand, inflammatory rheumatism, writing so much and using eraser, I suppose, pains me to move it. Saturday 6th. My hand painful through the night. Took a bath before breakfast, felt rather poorly having laid awake. Charlie's hurt his back and sides lifting heavy sacks and had to stay at home today to recruit. Just as I got this far, Charlie comes saying he's got a situation to work at Dinwiddie's. Through the recommend of Merchant Davis and several of the boys of his acquaintance Hen Dinwiddie, among them, we are rejoiced, as the work at T.O. is too hard for him. The mass meeting is over. Theater was crowded, speeches splendid. Some were applauded over and over. The music by the 16th Ward Band and Bro. Beasley, with choir, were highly appreciated. My address was left out because I failed to sign my name to it. But there were many more that were left out, and those some were so lengthy that there was not time to read all, but they're to be printed in book form. I was asked by Sister Horn to make a verbal speech, but I refused. The day is lovely. Sunday 7th, attended meeting. Bro B. H. Roberts preached a historical sermon. It was lengthy but very interesting. My right hand is bad. Monday 8th, received a good letter from Mr. Hall. He is homesick to return to Utah to see the folks. Tuesday 9th, spent going over my speech, adding to it as it was cut down to suit the mass meeting. I have gained by not having it read there. Wednesday 10th, Jen did the washing. The snow has been falling last night and all day, the first time this winter that it has snowed all day with no cessation. Orson and Racy came this evening from Provo. They are going to the theater. Orson says he has been engaged by the sisters to prepare the speeches and minutes of our mass meeting. Charlie commenced to work Monday at Dinwiddie's, a blessed change for him. Thursday 11th, found Orson and Race here to breakfast when I came out of my room. Gave Orson my improved copy. He leaves racy with us days, till he can take him back to Provo. I went to get a half-fare ticket for myself and another, to go to Tooele Saturday. Called at Dinwiddie's to see Charlie. Bought Lil a pair of rubbers at Dunford's 50 CTS. Got some things at Hardee's. Called at Tithing Off. And paid Joseph Kingsbury $9 that I'd borrowed. Paid $1.50 cash tithing, and took 55 CTS sent by Charlie. Called at News Off. For stamps George Lambert gave me some. Orson came home to dinner and brought me word that Sister Presendike was not likely to go to Tooele. Though tired out, I was obliged to go hunting for another. Walked in vain for an hour, and was just upon the point of taking streetcar to go for Sister Sarah Kimball, when I met her daughter, who informed me that she had sprained her ankle. I turned round and called at Dr. Ship's to ask her to go. She wanted to but could not leave so long. But a Sister Lyman being there, who wanted to go for me to the legislature, as Sister Zena Young was there, and Dr. Ship thought she'd go. I was so tired out, was glad to set and rest. Sister Lyman brought word from Joseph Kimball that his mother or Aunt Zena would go with me sure. So I felt better in mind, but worn out in body. On the way home called at the off. At the temple gate and bought a bottle of consecrated oil. 70 CTS. Friday 12th. Worked hard fixing my black dress over to wear to Tooele. Hurried to get ready to go to stay at Helen's near Depot, though tired out. Went to take streetcar, stopped and bought stockings, and then went to Dinwiddie's, where Charlie works, and waited for car. Bid Charlie goodbye, and when I got to going found the car to be the wrong one, so had to walk a block and a half. My back was so used up that I could hardly get to bed. I hurried to get there to inform Helen and all. I called her that they could go to theater the same evening as the tickets had been reserved. Saturday 13th. My back was so bad in the night could hardly turn over, felt dubious about taking the trip, but prayed that I might be able if it was the Lord's will. I got an early start and was able to straighten after a few minutes. Sister Presendike and myself arrived at Tooele, finding Brother Tate with team to take us to conference, which had commenced. We were warmly greeted and had a good meeting. 3 meetings were held. R.S. Primary and young ladies presently did not attend this evening, and I was left to do the talking, but felt little satisfaction with myself. I had taken the 2 visions with me which Sister Finch let me have, and they were both read in the forenoon and in the afternoon, also in the evening, which seemed to have a good effect upon the congregations old and young. We stopped at Sister Warburton's tonight. I never met with a warmer reception than here. Sunday 14th. Spoke at 3 meetings. Sunday school in the morning and afternoon. R.S. closed their conference. Went by invitation with Presendie to take dinner at Sister Lyman's. And after the afternoon meeting went back there and stayed till evening meeting, which was the meeting of high priests. After a couple of brethren had spoken, they called me to the stand to speak. Only Sister Emily Warburton went with me, all the seats being filled with men. I asked for their prayers and faith, and felt that the Lord was with me more than the previous times. The 2 visions were read again this evening. Monday 15th, spent visiting at Sister W. Sister G. and husband Lysander spent the afternoon. At evening attended meeting of Relief Society presidents, held at Sister Lyman's. Had a good time, all the sisters speaking first, by my request, after Presendie had spoken. Sister Bowen spoke of things that I had said, which showed deep thought and intelligence, etc., etc. After they'd all spoken, I addressed them a few minutes and again admonished them to wake up to their duty. Felt a goodly portion of the Holy Spirit while doing so. Also related 2 or 3 incidents in my experience in this, the work of God. Tuesday 16th. We went by invitation to Lake Viewabro, came from there to take us to hold A.R.S. meeting, and the weather, though threatening, was very mild. We enjoyed the ride as well as the ride. Wednesday 17th, visited with Sister Warburton, and we went in the afternoon to Sister Clara Lyman's. Bro and Sister G were there, and a few others. Sister G has raised 21 children of his and her own, and 3 more grandchildren of Bro G's. She has taken as their mother. Bro G's daughter by a former wife has died. She is one of the faithful and true mothers in Israel. Sister Presendie came back with us to sleep here. Martha's child, little Katie Warburton, loves to wait upon us. Thursday 18th. We visited with a number of sisters at Sister Tate's. After returning, Sister Martha Warburton made the usual bowl of oatmeal porridge for us before retiring. They can't seem to do enough. Little Katie thinks it a privilege to unbutton and button up my shoes or anything else. Friday 19th. Slept too little, but am enjoying myself. Felt to fast that my faith might prevail with the Lord, to make me adequate to fill my mission, that I might speak this afternoon to the sisters by the power of the Holy Spirit. The folks would not allow me to fast, but I took only a little, believing that I would have a greater flow of the Spirit. I felt well repaid, as my prayer was answered, to which the testimony of others bore witness. This meeting was truly a refreshing one, all appearing to feel warmed up by the Holy Spirit and things that were said. Sister Warburton took me to call on her father and aunt. Had a pleasant but short interview. The latter put $1 in my hand. Sister Warburton read the 2 visions to them, which they enjoyed greatly. We were invited to take tea with Sister DeLamar, where a number of sisters had come. One, a daughter of Eli B. Kelsey, who was suffering from dropsy and grievous affection, and 2 other young women who were there, sure to be washed and anointed tomorrow morning. The latter our second wives, one Bro Lyman's, the other Bro Lee's, both being pregnant and their husbands taken away by wicked men in the time of their great trial. We spent a pleasant evening, and I, not having slept much for 2 nights, felt anxious to retire. Returned to Sister Warburton's, where my usual bowl of gruel was brought to me to take. Then the evening prayers were attended. They never eat breakfast nor retire without family prayers. Saturday 20th. We arose early to go to attend to the washing and anointing of those sisters. Presently stayed to Sister DeLamar's, where we found a room full of sisters. After the 3 were attended to, I asked for Sister Emily Warburton to be blessed. Sister Martha had been blessed at their home, also her babe. After Emily and all were blessed, I asked to be administered to. Presently anointed me and blessed me, asking the Lord to assist me and heal me of all my allesh, and that my right arm and hand might be healed and made strong, which had become lame and painful from much writing, etc., and that my mind, brain, and all my powers might be renewed, that I could perform all my duties and labors with ease. And many things were pronounced upon my head, being at the same time anointed with oil. Sister W's and myself returned to their house to dinner when it was time to start. Sister Emily and Sister Tate accompanied us to the train. Met John and Ed Talbot on the car. Sister Warburton had given me $5 to divide between Presently and myself to make up for what we'd spent in coming. Presently told me that she'd require $2.75 as she'd taken a hack and would have to hire a ride home, so I gave it to her, leaving $2.25 for myself. I walked from the depot to Helen's to get some things I left there. She was ready to walk uptown, so we came together. The primary conference had just dismissed as we came to the temple gate, where Sisters Taylor and Howe were standing. The former began reproving me for my non-attendance, but as I informed her that I'd just come from Tooele, she turned the tune and made numbers of inquiries concerning the sisters there and how they were feeling, etc. Found my family well, and none seemed more pleased to see me than Mr. Hutchison. There had been considerable excitement over the G.Q. Canon affair, his non-appearance at court, etc., etc. I fear the place of Governor Murray and other officers that will likely be invited down and out will be filled with a more hungry swarm of officials and make things still worse for us. But I don't care, so the purposes of God are hastened, and I hope to live to see the outcome and take part in its fulfillment, if it is pleasing in His sight that I should do so. This has been a lovely day. Sunday 21st. Attended church. Bro Nicholson preached a gospel sermon, and the choir sung a beautiful hymn corresponding with the sermon. A great many strangers were there who came in on the Eastern train last evening. I hear that Sister Miranda Hyde is dying. Sister Dinwiddie is at rest. I commenced to answer Mr. Hall's letter. Florence had a beautiful dream last night. President Young paid her me a visit, and she thought that he represented the Lord. He told her he would visit her. He had come to see me the day before, and she asked me why he didn't come and see her. She thought our rooms joined each other and were down in the ground. I told her maybe he would come the next day to see her. She told me she feared she'd be frightened to see him, as he was dead. She thought he came unto her room the next evening while she was on her knees praying for something. She turned and sat on the bed and talked to him, and he said, "The oftener you pray, the oftener I'll come, and the easier your prayers will be answered." and told her that he represented the Lord. She said it made her perfectly happy. The spirit of it is manifest in her talk and appearance today. She told me that that same peaceful spirit came over her a number of times while I was gone to Tooele, and she felt so happy under its influence, which was a striking proof to me that my prayers were being heard and answered upon her head. Monday, 22nd. I've taken more cold on my lungs and coughed considerable. Sat up late writing, and feel the affects of it. Dreamed of being in the midst of deep water, on a small bit of land, which was very uneven, being round hills and hollows. It was growing smaller, being fast covered with the water that was rising, and many persons besides myself were on it, and we were seeking to keep on dry land. But where things began to look dubious, I thought there were some that had been conveyed to the other shore in canoes, and there were but few left, and we were trying to keep above the water till we could be rescued. Significant dream to look at things naturally. We are in a like dilemma. Our numbers are likely to be lessened, as we are being swallowed up to all earthly appearance. I forgot to mention a long letter which I received from E.B. Wells on my return from Tooele. She'd been through our house at Nauvoo, which with other things made up an interesting letter. I took it to Louis this morning. Went to Coop and to Hardy's, then home. Mr. Hutchison brought me another job to do for the mill. My cough has been awful all day, and to cap the climax, have got rheumatism in the thumb of my left hand, is red with inflammation. Tuesday, 23d. Attended a rugby at my brother Jerry Kimball's this afternoon. Helen and all ice with children came up to spend the day. I finished a letter to Mr. Hall and mailed it this morning. Wednesday, 24th. Fasted this forenoon, that I may gain faith, and be able to keep the commandments, and control my family, or lead them to the Lord, that the word of wisdom may not be lost on us. I took no stimulants today, and my head has been nearly distracted with pain, till I hardly know what course to take. I prayed the Lord that my head might get better if I was doing my duty, or if I was not required to leave off my cup of coffee for breakfast, that he would give me a testimony of the same, that I might act wisely this time, and not bring bodily suffering upon myself, as I did 2 years ago, by going without tea or coffee for 5 or 6 weeks, which came very near ending my life. The Lord knows my heart. Thursday, 25th. I have taken coffee for breakfast after praying and struggling to be able to leave it off. I could not get any testimony, only that my body could not be sustained without this little stimulus. I have felt sad all day over this and the thoughts that crowd themselves upon me concerning my children and the necessity of living up to the principles of the gospel. The teacher bro, Peyton, came last evening to teach us and prayed before leaving by my inviting him to. Friday, 26th. Phoebe Kimball called and left a letter from Cad Kimball for me to take her address. She is to move to Safford, Grom Company, Arizona. I have not felt so well today. Orson came down and got ready for Sister Hyde's funeral. I went with him, was feeling so sick that I could hardly sit there, was fearful that I might have to go out, but got better of it, and was much refreshed after Orson got up to speak, as he had more of the Holy Spirit than anyone who had previously spoken. He would not eat any dinner, which left room for the Spirit to work. While there it began snowing, and as I came along with Sister Preston on my way home, she pressed me to go into her house till the storm was over. I did so, and was about to come home, after which George Piper coming in, I stayed till the snow began again falling and blowing till I stayed till night, when it subsided and I started. Sister Preston insisted upon my wearing her cloak and rubbers, and tried to persuade me to stop all night, made me promise to come again as they are lonesome, since BP Preston has gone away. Saturday, 27. Finished a letter, begun yesterday, to Caddy Kimball. Have done up 8 parcels of papers to send to the States. Charlie gave me $5 in silver out of his wages this week. Mr. Hutchison paid me $2 for mending 2 or 3 of the bolts to the mill. My throat has been more or less sore from the first job that I did of this kind, and nothing seemed to help it till I began taking consecrated oil a couple of nights ago and praying in faith to the Lord, and the soreness and dryness that has afflicted me is all gone. A son of Sister Stukey of Clover Creek in Rush Valley called this afternoon to borrow the visions that I took to Tooele to copy them for his mother. I informed him that only one of them was mine, and the lady who had let me take them had requested me to send the one back which she'd lent me, as another person wanted to copy it. This, I told Mr. Stuckey, was the only thing that stood in the way of his taking it, and so he kindly offered to copy it for me as well as for his mother, which I told him I should be grateful for, as I had so much writing to do that I was weary of it. Sunday 28th, attended meeting at Tabernacle. Orson preached the best sermon I ever heard from him, and I heard a number of others say the same. I prayed for him, knowing that he'd fasted as he always does when he expects to preach. And on the way home he waited at the corner of the D. News till I came along and said he was going home with me to get dinner, and I told him I thought he looked as if he needed some. I was tempted to give up going to meeting after getting my things out, but thought if I did I'd be sorry, so I went and was richly rewarded. Monday 29th, Orson came to breakfast, gave me $1 in cash for his board, he said. I wish he could continue to come home as often as he has since his family went down to Provo. Finished and mailed my letter to Sol, and fixed over my brown dress skirt. Flawed had got paint all over her best dress skirt, and I cleaned it with stuff got for that purpose. Tuesday 30th. Another sunshiny morning, and Orson came again to breakfast. I told him what Mr. Hutchison told me last night, that the clerk or bookkeeper up to the mill told him that Bishop Whitney preached the best sermon on Sunday that he had ever heard in Salt Lake. Hutchison was sorry that he didn't go to meeting. I dreamed this morning that I had built on a kitchen to a part of my house to rent to 2 women refugees from St. George. Wives of one man. The first one had a babe, and was the oldest of the 2. The workmen had plastered it, and when they'd gone I found they had not quite finished, but to my dismay they had used beautiful fresh butter to plaster it with, which belonged to these women, though I previously cleaned off one of the painted cross pieces with my hand which had been painted, and thought they did not know how to plaster a house. But when it turned to be butter, I told those women they'd be troubled to get such butter in this place, and would want it badly. They had brought some colors and other articles to the Relief Society, and I had one of them on. I told them, at the same time and shedding tears, being filled with sympathy for them, that I would pay the society, and they would give them the cash and pay. After the kitchen was finished, Father came into the front room, and I took his arm and said, "Come and see my new addition. I've inherited your skill as a house builder," and he looked pleased as we walked into the room, which was larger than I had at first thought it to be. And I felt quite proud of it. I was thinking so strongly about fixing a shanty for Helen and George to come and take my rooms this summer that I dreamed about it. I went to the market for steak, to the ex-office for papers, to Hardee's for tea and codfish. Worked at sewing most of the day. Wednesday 31st, Juliet came to make Jen a dress, and I had to lay aside lilies to help. Hentai and George came up to spend the day and he did dinner. They partly agreed to take my parlor and bedroom if I'd have a shanty built on. Helen wants to bad enough if George will. The only advantage it will be to me will be that Helen will be gratified, and we will have her at home again and can be of some use to her in taking burdens off from her, caring for little Helen, and so on, to give the girl a chance to enjoy herself while she can. I felt unwell today and overdone. Thursday, April 1st, fast day. But have had to work hard to get Jen's dress done. Juliet here also. My thoughts and desires are not on the world and their Babylonish passions, which are encouraged in our midst. They are a blot upon the name of Latter-day Saints, and I know that the Lord is displeased with these things. I am therefore indignant when a person stands and contradicts me in the presence of my daughters, and at the same time professing to love this gospel above everything else. Friday 2nd. Went to BP's clerk for $25 due me. When passing the gate in front of T.O. to the meat market, I saw Joseph Kingsbury outside with a gentleman, but passed on when I heard him calling, but never thought it to be me till the 3rd time I turned round, and this man was walking behind him, he being acquainted with all the old settlers of Kirtland. And being introduced, he told me the names of many with whom I was familiar in childhood, some having joined this church and gathered from York State when my parents did, but dropped off and remained back in Kirtland. I invited him to call on me. His name is Denham, a relative of Jen. Denham of Missouri history, who headed an army that came against the Saints in Missouri. This man's home is in Chicago. He had been to see Orson, but did not find him at City Hall, said he heard him preach on Sunday last, and had sent the news, containing his sermon, to Uncle Sam Whitney, whom by the by he calls Frank Whitney. This morning Orson took breakfast here, and he told me that he and Louis Wells were reading yesterday the copy of my speech written for the mass meeting, and pronounced it the best, as the earnestness of it bespoke the spirit and eloquence which nothing else could give. I felt to give the Lord the praise, it being only by his assistance that I write, and it makes me feel very humble to be praised. I took my work and went to buy Kimball's and spent the afternoon. She was lonesome and glad to see me. Saturday 3D. Attended R.S. in 14th Ward and enjoyed the meeting. Was called to open it by prayer after numbers of sisters had spoken. I was asked to speak, gave a short report of the ladies' conference at Tooele and the other meetings held at that place and at Lakeview. Having the visions with me, one of them I gave to Sister Taylor to read. The meeting was lengthy but very good. Sister Sarah M. Kimball invited me home with her, where I stayed till dusk, then walked home, weather quite cold. Sunday 4th, feel poorly, taken cold and threatened with chills, took some hot composition, and went to meeting Mary Helen Neely and their mother accompanied me. On the way from there, as we came to the south gate, there stood Mr. Denham with 2 or 3 gentlemen. He shook hands with me, and I again invited him to call on me. He thought he would Monday. I inquired if he'd seen V.P. Whitney. He replied, yes, they were watching the multitude of people passing out from the tabernacle. After coming home, I had 2 or 3 light chills and felt badly. George and Helen and baby called on us. Mr. Hutchison has been in search of a house and found one furnished, which he engaged if his wife comes. Monday 5th. I was sick with a fever all night and feel poorly today, unable to do any work. Bought a glass for beating eggs, cream, and making ice cream, etc. Paid $1.75 CTS. Tuesday 6th. Feel better today. Juliet came and cut and fitted me a thing for my shoulders. This is the 56th annual conference of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and is held at Provo. Wednesday 7th. I dreamed after daylight of being with a house full of our sisters E.R. Snow and quite a circle, all sitting around on seats against the walls, and I went into another room where there were 3 or 4 others, and President Brigham Young came in, and coming up to me put his right ear to my shoulder, or between my shoulder blades, I thought, to listen to the beating of my heart. He then said that he thought he could help me. He was acting as a physician. I, at first, held my breath, then bethought myself that I must not do that, so I drew a natural breath, when he ceased and spoke as above mentioned. Orson and family came from Provo this evening. Thursday, 8th. Snowed last night. Orson and family came to breakfast accompanied by Bro. Donaldson. They found us rather unprepared, as far as eatables, but were glad to see them, and had a good time after breakfast conversing upon the spiritual and prevailing topics of the day, and coming events, which are casting their shadows before. Orson read the 2 visions to Bro. Donaldson. Before they left, Orson told me to make a fire in my room and Bro. D. would give me a blessing when they came back. A lady correspondent, Miss Mary Fitzgerald, came to see me to inquire all about the Mormons. She's from Washington and was directed to me by Miss Lou Wells. She wanted to hear our history related instead of reading it. Helen Neely and Zena, being in the room, helped to answer her questions. I gave her my first and second pamphlet when she left, hoping that she'd gain a little information thereby, so that I'd have less to tell her when she comes again, which she assured me she should like to do if I was agreeable. Wanted to know if I would be at home. I told her yes, unless I went out on a mission. Orson and Bro. Donaldson were here waiting before she left. We again conversed upon the things of the kingdom, and then they laid their hands upon my head. Orson proposed to first offer a prayer in my behalf, when Bro D. gave me a blessing and revealed such great and marvelous things to me concerning myself, and made such promises and predictions of things present and things to come, and what I should accomplish in this life, that I felt that the Lord had heard my petitions. For I'd been praying and weeping over the things that were weighing me down, the slackness of my girls in living for anything but the present, and yearning for the spiritual gifts and blessings necessary to make me adequate to accomplish my mission, that with my bodily allesh caused me to pray more fervently than usual last evening and the evening before, that I might be able to do my part, and that my house might become a fit place for holy angels to dwell, instead of the opposite. And when we were sitting talking this morning, I thought of my prayer, and that with all the glorious things spoken to me overwhelmed me with gratitude to the giver of all that is good and exalting. I was told that I would have trials and some things to meet that would trouble me caused by a spirit of jealousy in certain one's quarters, but that I would overcome them. He told me there was one thing that he saw that he was not at liberty to tell me now, concerning myself, but he would tell me when he came again. Orson read to him my father's blessing, and pointed to certain things in it that agreed with what this bro had pronounced or revealed in the blessing which he gave me. Friday 9th. Did a number of jobs today and partly made a garment and at eve. Commenced a letter to Mr. Russell of Allah. Did up 24 of my pamphlets and 7/8 or so of fine factory to give Helen Neely, who is down from Brigham City on a visit to Mary's. Henriette Simmons called on me finding I'd not written yet, in her album, left it with the hope of my doing so. Saturday 10th. Helen Neely spent the most of the afternoon with me. I finished my garment, and towards night went to Hardy's and Young's, and bought me some shoes, paid $4.75 CDS. Have had a sore throat last night, and is getting worse, in spite of all I have done. Sunday 11th. Did not venture out to meeting feeling sick from cold in head and throat. Afternoon. Orson called to ask me to go up to his house. Zena had a fall in the morning, and word came to him at meeting that she was worse. He wanted me to come up as brothers D. and C. Stainer and Sister S. were coming there at evening. I did not let my own condition stand in the way. Was getting ready when Heber Wells and wife stopped to see if Orson was here, to tell him about Zena. When I asked him if he'd take me up there, he said he could. If his wife, who had a little babe, could stop here, went out and told his wife she could come in. And I felt very grateful for this chance to ride up. When I arrived, Zena was in a critical way. She thought she was going to die, but she was administered by Orson and 3 or 4 brethren bros, Nicholson, Richards, and Donaldson and Stainer, then twice again in the evening, and was relieved each time. But when trying to move, brought back the pain in her head, shoulders, and back. Her fall was caused by her hanging on to a wire clothesline as she was talking to Sister Ramkin, which gave way at one end, and she fell with such violence on the hard ground that she was badly injured. Orson had administered to her, and she was not very bad when he left her to go to meeting. During the evening I was also blessed under the hands of Bro Don Olson, Orson, and Bro Stainer, the latter being mouth. There were great and glorious promises made me, very similar to what had previously been, by Bro Don Olson, and Bro S. did not know this till I told him of it. Although I felt sick, I was rewarded richly in spiritual things, both in blessings and conversation upon the work of the Almighty, and the speedy coming of our Savior, etc. Monday 12th. Zena rested but little, and I am still suffering, but there being no body but a little, slow, puttering nurse girl, I had to do what she could not, and dress the children and see to the dinner. Bro Don Olson came with Orson to dinner and lunch. I had to go to bed in the forenoon and afternoon, being troubled with chills and fever. Requested them to anoint my head and administer to me, which they did. After undressing baby, prepared some gruel and lemonade for Zena and also a hot lemon sling for self, went to take her back plaster to her, and then fixed her bed. I commenced to feel faint, so had to go and sit down, or I should have dropped on the floor. It was the most deathly sensation, and I could not stand up to undress, but laid on the bed while unfastening part of my clothes. Dropped to sleep pretty quick after touching the bed, but awoke in the night and laid awake thirsty, longing for some lemonade, and, as I could not find even water, as I reached for it, thoughtlessness had forgotten it and had to go without. And in the morning there was a tumbler a hand's length from where I felt for it. Tuesday 13th was better in my head this forenoon, only the chills hanging round me. Zena much better. Afternoon a chill came on, and I was obliged to give up and go to bed. Raging fever which hung on till away in the night, and distress through my breast with the sickening sensations. Zena so much better, she sat up part of the afternoon and late in the evening. I could not eat any dinner and was distressed from wind. I had taken quinine Monday and again on Tuesday, but went out in the cold and a chill followed, and the same pressure through my breast that made it hard for me to breath. The fever never left me till midnight, this being my sickest night. And when I arose to dress, Wednesday morning 14th, had to lay down a few minutes. When I did go out, found Orson and Zena up, and she was getting breakfast. I staggered as I walked to the kitchen door, and my eyes began to swell with tears as she looked as though she thought me unfeeling to not get up sooner to help get breakfast. But then, she was not aware of the half that I had suffered, as I'd tried to hide my feelings all I could from her and Orson, their own trouble being enough without adding mine. I had been so highly blessed and comforted thereby that I wiped my eyes and said nothing, only to the Lord who sustained me. I took baby out of her chair and dressed her and talked to her. Then Orson kissed me when he left, and I knew that he saw how badly I felt. I asked him to send a bus to take me home, and he said he'd get a buggy, which he did, of Carl Jung, and after dinner brought me home. I had to go from the door to the buggy in the deep slush, without rubbers, and took more cold. Left Zena feeling in better spirits than I found her in the morning. I forgot to mention May Williams coming there Tuesday and trying to do the work and being taken sick again, had to go home. I pitied her and also wondered what I would do, feeling as badly as I did. Still, believed we'd get along some way. Towards night, after returning home, I began to suffer from my lungs, and obliged to lay down. When Mr. Hutchison came to supper, he pronounced it congestion of my lungs, which explained the whole cause of my chills, etc., and I had not the least idea of my true condition till then. I had some mustard poultices applied to my chest and between my shoulders by the advice of Helen Neely. Then soaked my feet in a mustard bath, took and retired. All this time I had suffered from sore throat and pleurisy all around my left arm and in other places, so when my poultices had burned as long as thought necessary, I put them around my shoulder and under. And in the morning, Thursday the 15th, I was almost free from pain, but unable to sit up. Continued taking quinine, but afternoon fever, rose throat, and head pained me all night, into Friday 16 till towards night, when I was relieved and had a sweet night's sleep, for the first time since I was taken sick. Helen Neely had made a liniment and rubbed me with it, which did me good. Saturday 17, I was so much better, thought I could dress, but had to lie down. Tried again near noon, but with the same result, till in the afternoon, when I got up and sat over an hour talking with Helen Neely, feeling comfortable. When after she'd gone I happened to think of the R.S. held that afternoon in the 14th Ward, and felt comfortable. Flattered myself that I had been remembered in prayer, having sent word by Juliet Croxall that I was too sick to be with them. I sent them the other vision to be read. Sunday 18th, did not rest as good last night, my throat being still bad and a tight cough, with inward fever and poor appetite. Mr. Hutchison paid $5 yesterday and went to meet his wife from Denver. Called today and says he'll have to take his dinner here as their house is so far away. The weather is stormy and sun shining at intervals. George Bourne and Helen and baby came to see me. Helen said she started yesterday to come up, but the rain poured down and wet her, so she turned back. They have settled upon living here, and George has had a man up here to see where he wants a kitchen built on, and Helen is delighted over it. Monday 19th, gaining in strength somewhat. Mr. Hutchison says his wife is lonesome, and he told her the way up here if she wanted to come. Mrs. H. came and spent the afternoon, was perfectly smitten with my grassy lawn and everything around here, and would give anything to find a place to live in this neighborhood. I had Lily bring in some cake and glasses and treat her to some of the Dixie wine that I had just bought. Sister Dr. Ship called in to see me, and after my describing my sickness, she said I'd had a pretty narrow escape of pneumonia. Forgot to mention Louis Wells calling last Friday to see if I had written anything for X, not knowing that I was sick. Tuesday, 20th, Mary had a rag bee, thought it would do me good to go down, but though I'm lots better, I told her I dared not go. Neither could I stand to be in the midst of talking. I felt the best today, and sat up till late in the afternoon. Number of my friends sewing at Mary's called in to see me. Zena called today with children, also Helen and baby and George. I sat up to read the Eve News before retiring. Wednesday 21st. When I dressed, had to lay down and have been very much worse all day, having to lie down most of the time to pay for being so smart yesterday. Mrs. Hutchison called and stopped till her husband was done work. They took supper by my urging them. The lumber came today for Helen's kitchen. Orson called, was going to preach a funeral sermon. Thursday 22nd. Felt worse than yesterday and could not finish my coffee before I had to lay down. Tried to sit up numbers of times before I made it out. Had palpitation of the heart. Received a letter from Lucy W. Kimball, who is working for the dead in Logan Temple. My throat has been well for 2 days, thank the Lord, but there are threatening pains, occasionally, around my lungs, and I had chilly feelings all day yesterday, but am feeling better this afternoon. And finished a letter commenced the 7th to Mrs. Russell. Has rained all day and still continues pouring. Friday, 23d. Am better today. Zine and children came down and spent the day. Mary Ellen came and stayed a while. Read a letter from Brother Abe, whose health is not improving. A brother called with a paper or petition for all to sign our names. Helen came up and stayed a while. My throat is sore again and am threatened with pleurisy through my left shoulder again. Saturday, 24. The carpenters were at work before I was up. My head and throat painful all night, and I feel sick all over. 3 ladies from Iowa called to interview me, wanted to learn about the feelings of Mormon women, had heard the story of and Eliza Young, but had never heard the other side. Their curiosity being excited on the question of polygamy and how we viewed it and matters and things as we stood before the world. They appeared to appreciate the few moment talk we had. Were obliged to leave the city today. Hope they had not wearied me. Sunday, 25th, able to be up all day. Monday, 26th, commenced a letter to my cousin Libby Walling. My east room and parlor emptied by Jen, and the east room painted over today. Tuesday, 27th, slept poorly, and with making my bed and sweeping my room was unable to sit up all the afternoon. Mrs. Hutchison came and spent the day. Charlie brought paper yesterday to paper the 2 east rooms. The big room papered this afternoon looks beautiful. George's kitchen finished and they move here this week. Wednesday, 28th. Still feel very poorly. Mason came to plaster part of my little bedroom before the walls can be papered. Thursday, 29th. Still feeble and have had to lay abed much of the time. Jen put down the carpets in the sitting room and Sister Patton assisted. I went and helped cut and fix it around the hearth and drove some of the tacks. Got a little more cold. My head bad with neuralgia. At night, Charlie varnished some furniture and Henry D. put a coat of white paint on my bedroom. Miss Hutchison came here from Denver. The driver asked where her folk lived, could not tell him, so told him to tell their daughter to come in and stop all night. She did so and slept with me. Was awfully disappointed not to see her mother. They had not received her letter most likely. Orson sent me a letter written him by Mrs. Dr. Norton now Benson, and his reply for me to read. Her course, it seems, has been on the downhill road, and she is in trouble, her husband having heard of her past life. And she lays all her disasters at Salt Lake and Provo to me, and thinks it is all caused by my influence. Per thing she lays it to me, who is the best friend she had in Salt Lake. She is exactly where I predicted that she would take herself if she did not seek first for the kingdom of heaven as commanded. Instead of that, she sought for money and position and lied as though she had no conscience nor fear of the consequences, and kept it up till now, and thinks that Orson, because he baptized her into the church, ought to assist her out of her present trouble and give her a good name. Most preposterous, she said. The blessing that Orson gave her when he confirmed her a member of this church had not as yet been verified, proof enough that she has not lived for it. She wrote that I, being an old Mormon, my name was sufficient to ruin anyone I chose to. News to me, that flattering surely, were it true. Orson wrote her that I considered that she had not treated me right, but as for my doing as she accused me, I had told him that I forgave her, etc., and that he knew I tried to my principles, and the life I lived was above anything that she accused me of, or something to that effect. The girls objected to my taking any notice of the letter, but I told them I'd abide Orson's counsel. Friday, 30th. Did up my head and neck in wet cloths and flannel. Did me good. Felt better today than for a number previous, but fixed the lace curtains on the cornice and up all my strength. Went to bed to pay for it. Last night Jen discovered water oozing out of the ground over the pipe or canal by the house, and Charlie this morning took word by the mayor, but no one came, and in this evening Charlie stepped down into the hole that the water had made and wet his foot and ankle. George Bourne came after dark and went in both legs. There having no one come this morning to see to it, we sent again to Orson, who soon came with the mayor and watermaster. They examined, and went and stopped the canal, but it having no effect concluded it to be the water pipe. Orson took word to the tinners. James' men soon came and dug to find the pipe outside the gate, but not finding it closed it up George after falling and got some boards and covered the hole up. This afternoon Miss Julia Sudbury came with horse and carriage to take me a ride. I was on the bed being tired out, but thought it would help me, but I was too weary to enjoy it, and the wind being cool took a little cold. We called at a number of places for me. One went a sister Horns, then to Siraki's to get me some cough drops, then home to get my veil, then called to Major Talbot's, and he and wife came out to see me. From there went east, and up on the hill. Called at Orson's. His advice was for me to write to Mrs. Benson and Denny the things that she has accused me of, but not to retaliate. He is of the same opinion as myself about her character. Saturday. This is the first day of May. When I went to bed, I had one of those awful spells, had a number before morning the 1st since the 20th of January, nearly over 3 months ago. Felt very bad. Jen took up all the things out of my room and took up the carpet and the one in the hall and cleaned them, and my closet I had the grate put in and a fire made in the east room, where I had to lay down much of the day. Those deathly spells continuing, I mailed my letter to Cousin Libby and some papers. In spite of my sick feelings, Mr. James sent men in the morning and dug down again and found the pipe had sprung a leak, they think from the frost, and that it had been leaking for some time. They thought there was a flaw, probably in the pipe. Said they'd make it better than ever. George's sent up one load of furniture and his cousin, Harry Bourne, to put down the carpet in the parlor. Helen and baby came in the afternoon. The girls were all tired out, having had an awful hard week. Forgot to mention Brother Harvey, who came and prepared my bedroom and finished painting it, which was commenced by Henry D. and Charlie. Sunday 2nd, slept in the west parlor where Jen had put my mattress. Felt better this morning till a faint spell came on while washing me. Had numbers through the day and also last night, but had slept them off somewhat. All gone to meeting but Lil and self. Terribly prostrated and hard work to eat. Monday. 3D, more feeble than ever, palpitation of the heart till I had to wait a while before I could eat breakfast. George moving his goods and chattels early. Hentai came with baby and bag and baggage. Jen put down my bedroom carpet and up the room for me. I had only 1 or 2 death-like spells in the night, but they came on this morning. Received a good letter from Sol and Zula. He will not start for Salt Lake till June. Says his health is better, and he has been appointed president of the second quorum of 70s at that place by Seymour Young, who organized a 70s quorum, making 90 quorums all told towards night. Felt better and went to picking up and setting things to rights in the east room. Tuesday 4th, had deathly spells in the night and increased through the day from my trying to do a few trifling things. Jenny offered to go to drugstore to get some tonic for me, was advised to take as the best to strengthen me. Father Judd dead. Wednesday 5th was no better. An invitation came from the mayor for me to go to Ogden at 4:15 with other ladies and gentlemen who are invited to accompany the city council to meet Governor West. Jen insisted upon my going, but as much as I would have liked it, I told the messenger I was too poorly. I was worse all the afternoon and had to retire before dark. Mary Kimball called in to see me. Also Vic, Father Judd's funeral held yesterday at Phoebe's. I had to retire before dark. Exhaust. Thursday 6th, so sick, kept my bed most of the day. Had death-like spells every few minutes, numbered 40 and over before night. Friday 7th, spent mostly in bed, no let up yet. 1 week since these spells began. Mrs. Talbot came to see me and brought me 2 cans, one of currant jelly and one of oysters. Was so worried about me she could not rest till she come to see me. My nerves so weak that everything affected me, so I was glad to be alone, though I appreciated her kind remembrance of me. A friend in need is a friend indeed. The grand ball, in honor of Governor West, came off the same evening. Flawed, attended with Henry Orson and Zine. Also he was one of the committee on _________. Saturday 8th, much better. There were so many things to do, tired myself out. Got Mrs. Peyton to work here today, paid her up for all she's done for me, amounting to $3. Jen cleaned the big room upstairs, beat carpet, put everything to rights yesterday, and is nearly sick from this week's work, which has worried me very much. Mary Kimball sent me some nice dinner today, consisting of a dish of corn, blancmange, and pie plant cobbler. I ate the corn and a little of the dessert. Mary has a good heart, and, for her own sake, I wish she could see where she stands before the Lord and repent. Orson and wife called towards night. He said to tell me that they were coming to stop longer. We're on their way home from Warm Springs. Sister Stookie from Cloverville and Cash called to see me and spent a little while. Sunday night awoke before 5, and having laid till 6, arose and built me a fire, tired me out, waited till 7 o'clock, and being faint for breakfast, called Florence. Jen went to Maggie Sloane's and stayed all night. Lily stays nights with Sister Peyton as she is alone, and Lonesome Henry came and took Flawed to up north, but I told them last night that I did not approve of it unless they went to meeting, as that was what the Sabbath day was for, and not for pleasure-seeking. I told them the same today, and that our only safety was in being obedient to the commandments of the Most High, and oh, how my heart aches to see these things, and know, as I do, the danger of disobedience. May He have mercy and hear the petitions of their mother in their behalf, that they may come to an understanding. Mary Kimball took the trouble to come in to ask me if I could eat some asparagus for dinner. I told her yes, but was sorry that she'd taken so much trouble. She handed it over the wall to Lily and a piece of cake. I ate a good breakfast prepared by Flawed, and Helen brought me a piece of nice steak, so I was not much hungry and laid it away till I was Jen. And Maggie came down and have gone to meeting. Orson called, on his way from meeting, expecting Zine to be here, but she had called and said she started for here, but Hebe Wells' wife insisted on her stopping there as she was lonesome, which happened all right, as the girls were all gone away. Dear Sister Howard called on me, having heard that I was sick. I gave her the vision to read that was had by a brother in 1877 and lent it her to copy by her request. She hoped to see me at Sister Horn's tomorrow evening, where I was invited by her daughter, Clara James, who called yesterday. The party being in honor of her father and mother's 50th wedding day. Sister Howard inquired if I'd heard from Mr. Hall, and I read her his letter to me, which she thought very good. Monday 01th took a bath, after which I put up a few cards to fasten to the wall. Jen cleaning clothes press and bathroom. I felt very feeble and hesitated about the propriety of dressing to go to Sister Horn's, but finally decided to do so. Was after 8 before they came for me, and I'd about concluded to retire, but went, and, though I suffered from weakness and weariness during most of the time, I had faith that I would be benefited by the out. This was Bro and Sister Horn's golden wedding. Their numerous posterity who were living in the territory had come together and had a feast and made presents to their aged parents, and made another party for their friends. A gold thimble with her name engraved on it was presented by several of her sisters, myself being of the number. Other gifts were presented, and kind letters congratulation from President John Taylor and Angus Cannon, and a telegram from E.B. Wells in Washington were read. Choice refreshments were passed round, and as soon as I began to partake of them, lemonade, ice cream, strawberries, etc., I revived, and felt better for a while, but I would have given anything to have been home in bed. 3 or 4 hours before it broke up there was speeches made by Sister Horn, Bro Horn and a couple of brethren, and 2 or 3 sisters. It was after 12 when I got home. The ride rested me. Tuesday 11th a.m. stronger than yesterday, and done some fixing of things in bedroom and parlor. Sister Kravith and daughters Helen and Laura spent part of the afternoon here, and the visions of Washington Stephen M. Farnsworth Newman Bulkley, and one more that was had by a man, his name unknown, in 1877 were read. Sister Peyton helping Jen. Putting down dining room carpet, etc. Flawed gave me her tithing to give the BP 40 CTS out of her week's wages, which she began a fortnight ago by my counsel. A terrible tornado passed over Missouri and Kansas and other places today, laying waste towns, razing houses, and dashing them in pieces and destroying lives and property, which is frightful to reflect upon, and knowing as we do that these things have only just begun, we have more sorrow over them than over our present troubles. Wednesday 12th and Thursday 13. Have done considerable work fixing up pictures, etc., and finished my letter to Cousin Rose today. Mrs. Peyton washed for us today, and the girls still hard at work. This morning I dreamed that a terrible noise was heard from a distance, and after a little, news came that this noise procked from the States the destruction of some city, or cities was the cause, either by storm or earthquake. It sounded like the clash of thunder, and was terrific in the extreme. When informed of the facts, it was viewed as the fulfillment of the words of the prophets concerning the awful judgments upon the wicked in the last days. I had been reading the news and the account of tornadoes in Missouri, Kansas, and other portions of the states which caused such suffering. We shall soon hear of greater ones. Helen invited me to eat some strawberries this evening, and when Jenny came home, she brought me a box of them, knowing that I have little appetite without fruit or something tasty. Flawed brought Lily's hat, and she pays for doing it up and for the trimming. Jen brought me some strawberries because I loathed my dinner. Helen invited me to eat some in her room for supper, so I served the others for breakfast. George came in and hung my looking glass for me. Friday, 14th. I cleaned up our parlor, dusting and making a good job. Tired me out, but I got rested after noon, and having sent Tootle over to the president's off with a note to Bro Musser for some of the books, women's protest, etc., and stamps. He forwarded stamps and books, 20 of the latter, with the epistle of the first presidency. I prepared over half of them for mailing. Bro Musser wrote me a reply to my note. I did up 3 packages of news and exponents to send to Mr. Beard, Mr. Russell. Mrs. Wiley and Cousin Rose. Saturday 15th, got up early and built the fire in the dining room. Cleaned my bedroom and swept part of the parlor and cleaned some parts. Felt tired out, went to bed, and after dinner went to work straightening up things in the bathroom, dusted and put the books and papers in the lower part of the secretary. Jen had fixed the upper part yesterday. Then I washed the table and put it in its place, and straightened up the dining room. So awfully tired I must to bed early. Little Helen put in bed to stay with me as her ma and pa and Jen have gone to a tin wedding, my bro Kimball's wedding day. Sunday 16th, arose early and made a fire in the parlor and shanty, and called Flawed to get breakfast, after which she went with Hen to Hot Springs. I did up the remaining 7 pamphlets to send to the States towards night. Hen came and took me a ride, went down where his mother lives to the Grove and up round the east part of the city and home. My throat was sore in the night and continued sore all day. Otherwise, I am all right. Monday 17th, tired myself out fixing a plank and driving stakes to hold it up to prevent folks from walking across my lawn. Received a letter from Henry M. Wilbraham and in it 8 CTS in stamps. Planted some flower seeds again this morning. Went to work preparing an article for Exponent, the first since before the ladies' mass meeting. Wednesday 19th, have spent the most of the time writing 2 articles for X. I received a letter from Helen Violet Kimball today. Another burst in the pipe and water coming up. Men came from the tinner and fixed it. My head aches fearfully and my right shoulder from writing. Thursday 20th, went to X office this afternoon, had a visit with Emmeline who returned from Washington Monday. She told me some interesting incidents of her mission. This walk is the first I'd taken since my sickness and was a hard one. I called it D. News to get a few, as I learned that my name among others of Joseph Smith's wives were published in W.M. Clayton's testimony. Bro Nicholson gave me a dozen copies, though I only asked for half that number. I told him that I seemed to have a friend there, meaning that when he was in prison George Lambert took his place, and now their places were reversed and I had him again. He replied that I would always find a friend in him. When I got home I was used up and went to bed a while before night. Friday 21st, felt the effects of my walk somewhat. Florence came home, said Mr. Simons had insulted her and 2 other girls clerks, blaming them for some concert tickets being lost, and as much as accusing them of taking them. When Flawed said she saw some in the showcase, but never thought of their being good for anything. When he said he thought they were fools to not know what a ticket was. She told him if she did not know that she knew enough to take an insult when it was meant given. She went at evening and told him she had quit for good, as I and Henry told her he might take her leaving as proof that she'd have guilt. He made every apology and said he was in a passion and did not blame her, that the place would be open whenever she would return. She told him she didn't care to. Orson came expecting to find Zena. We had taken dinner and he ate with George and Helen. Afterwards he told me some things, in which I was deeply interested, mailed 7 more books to relatives in the East, and 4 packages of papers. Saturday 22nd. Tried to do some knitting on socks for Charlie, not able to do much, trimmed off an old mat, blistered fingers the result. Sunday 23d. I fasted and prayed that my children might come to feel as I do concerning things pertaining to the gospel and the necessity of doing as commanded. Florence gone to Jennings' farm with Hen and mother and others of the two families Jennings and Dinwoody's. I opposed it last night and this morning and told them I washed my hands of it and could not give my consent to her going contrary from what we were commanded, that I was grieved to think my words were treated so lightly when I'd spoken so plainly about such things. She said she would not do so again, but had promised the folks, etc. Before leaving, she came back to my room stating that Henry told her they would go to meeting to Farmington, a mile and a half from the farm, also promised she'd read and do nothing to break the Sabbath. I have fasted, prayed, read the Bible, and wept with a broken heart before the Lord that we might find favor in His eyes, and grace to enable us to keep the word of wisdom in its true meaning. Monday 24th, commenced a letter to Mrs. Bentley by O's counsel. Friday 28th. I have spent most of my time writing knit some poorly and body. Charlie brought me some cherries Tuesday. Helen gave me a little jar of currants to help my appetite. Major Talbot and wife spent this day with us. Zine was here yesterday and brought down the children. Racy slept with me. Girls went to ball at the university, all but Helen and George. This afternoon was interviewed by two Gentile ladies, Mrs. L. W. Hoyt from Madison, Wisconsin, and Mrs. May Fitzgerald from Washington. The latter called to see me in April and said she'd like to call again. Says she'd stayed away because she was told that I was sick. Mrs. Hoyt came to this city yesterday from the West and leaves tomorrow. They were deeply interested in the history of the Mormons, thought it a wonderful thing, this Mormonism. I was asked numerous questions, among them whether there was such a thing as blood atonement, destroying angels, etc., and about the massacre. I answered them all and explained the meaning of blood atonement, also some of our religious principles, which I was asked about. Mrs. Hoyt said they were precisely like those of the church she belonged to. They both paid me a high compliment for the manner in which I explained things, etc., a things so foreign for my thoughts that it surprised me. I told them I had a very poor delivery, and there were many of my sisters far more competent. Mrs. Fitzgerald astonished me still more when she said she had met no one since she came here, and she puts up at the Spencer house that she had received so much satisfaction from, as she did the first time she was at my house. I judged she had seen very few saints. She had so little respect for Claudius Spencer that she said she would not believe anything he said, and therefore would not ask him any questions. And if she asked Mrs. Spencer, she would refer her right to her husband. I handed them the D. News to read the testimony of Joseph F. Smith and W. M. Clayton to the prophets receiving and practicing plural marriage. I gave each the book, Women's Protest, and the Epistle of the Presidency, and also my pamphlet on plural marriage. They gave me their address, and I gave them mine. There was a warm feeling in my heart towards Mrs. Hoyt, and she had manifested the same towards me. We kissed at parting, and I told her I believed we were kindred spirits before we came on this planet, and that we might not meet again in this life, but soon. There would be no other place in the outside world that they could find peace, that this would be a refuge for the honest who desired to dwell in peace. They apologized for troubling me, and a number of times for asking what I might think impertinent questions, but I told them they need not. I was pleased to answer them, and was in my element when talking of my religion, this being my theme. Saturday 29th, a gentleman, Dr. F. G. Weed, from Leavenworth, Kansas, called this afternoon. He was formerly from Mendon, N.Y., where he remembered my father, W.M., and myself, and had always felt that if he come west he should search out the Kimballs. His age, he said, was 59. He thought father's picture natural. The first thing he said was to ask if I remembered a family in Mendon by the name of Weed. I told him no, but I remembered of my mother's talking of Thurlow Weed, who was boarding with a cousin of hers, who kept a hotel in Albany. He said he was a relative of his. He had been living in the West, he said, for years. We talked about the places in Mendon, the Woods Graveyard, father's home, Potter Shop, Thompson's Tavern, and the Red Schoolhouse. He said his father's house was between that and the tavern. We remembered going to school there, and a few reminiscences were told of those times which he seemed to enjoy equally with myself. He is very anxious to see WM thinks he will remember some things that I don't. Sunday 30th had quite a shower of dust and rain yesterday. Too little of the latter. Joshua Whitney took Lily and Jen a ride to the graveyard and back. Then took Sister Kravith and me a ride. I requested him to call at WM Kimball's house to see if he was in town. Found him and Martha gone to the ranch. Left word with Minnie of Dr. Weed's desire to see her father. We rode down and around Liberty Park, then back home. I forgot to mention calling into Mary Kay's this forenoon, which I've not done before. For nearly a year she called on me, and was very kind when she heard I was sick. I naturally like her when she is agreeable. Monday 31st, Decoration Day. Josh spent a while here this afternoon. I gave him 2 of the press epistles and 1 of the Woman's Protest, and read to him 2 visions. Dinwiddie offered to get me a ticket for the theater tonight. I accepted. Am going with George and Helen. Tuesday, June 1st. My mother's birthday and Heber's, also President B. Young's and his daughter Violet's, named for my mother, and a reunion of his family connections. And many friends are holding a festival this afternoon at the theater. I was surprised this morning to learn that the family of Brother Wells and great many are invited, and myself I am left out, and my father's whole family I presume, as I've heard nothing of the. I went to X off to get my papers, where I learned of its being held in the theater. I went into the news off. And bro, Nicholson gave me 8 numbers of May 26th containing the response of the Mormon prisoners, which I've sent away with X to the Gentiles. I called it to get my allowance, paid $5 tithing out of this, and last month's, and $3.70 cash tithing for myself, $1.20 tithing for Florence out of 3 weeks' wages at Simon's. Charlie gave me $5 of his pay for playing last night, so we are not without means. I had paid every bit of cash there was in the house for tithing, not knowing where we'd get any to go on this week till he handed me this. I bought a smoked shoulder at the market, cost 90 CTS. I forgot to mention going to theater. We were early, so George took Helen and me to Godby's and treated us to a glass of lemonade. I feel stronger today for going out. The girls washed and all over by dinner time. Jen gone to Talbot's and Flawed making herself a chamois. Have been up the hill since writing the above. Called to see Vi, and learning that Hiram Kimball had come to town, being anxious to see him, went to the house of Roan K. Hiram is still afflicted with dumb ague, which took hold on him a few months after going on his mission to the southern states. The evening is quite cool. Wednesday 2nd. Cut and fitted Lily a calico dress, made the upper part, and Jen the skirt. I used myself up completely by not stopping in season, as I always do. Charlie gave me $5 of the money earned by playing on the stage. Thursday 3D. Another cool night. Am poorly from overdoing, and have had rheumatism in my neck and shoulders taken from sleeping with wind blowing on me, as my room is small, and I can't do without air. Finished Lily's dress and helped on Jen's this afternoon. Received a letter from Adelia Kimball in Kanosh saying that Abe was on the improve, and she had forwarded some money, less that $5 to me by Heber J. Grant, for my books sold by her at Kanosh. It will come in a good time, though the debts and taxes will still stare us in the face, as our present wants consume more than all of it can cover. Charlie says he has nearly paid for our house being papered and painted. Friday 4th. Commenced an article for Exponent. Mary Kimball came this afternoon, asked if I would like some mush and milk, as she'd made it for supper. I told her I would, so she handed it over the fence with a piece of apple pie. I gave her some of my roses this morning, as I was picking some for myself. Saturday 5th. Began another article for the news, inspired by reading of Judge Zane's new interpretation of cohabitation. This afternoon Sister Leitner came and will stop with me a day or 2. She told me some very interesting dreams, and related some incidents of her life. She is a woman of sorrow and acquainted with grief. I bought 4 quarts of strawberries for 90 CTS. Sunday 6th. Orson called and sat a while talking with Sister Leitner, ate strawberries with us, and then went to prayer meeting. Sister L., General Helen, and myself went to meeting and heard a splendid discourse from Orson. Miss Alice Merrill sang a solo, "Oh, for the Wings of a Dove," accompanied on the organ by Miss Hallie Crouch Bailey. Sister Leitner and I sat up late visiting or talking of our faith and various scenes of the past. Monday 7th. Orson came to breakfast. Zine and children gone down to Cottonwood. I told him to come to dinner if he could, which he did. We had another chat upon the favorite themes, the gospel truths. She related to him some of her experience and wonderful dreams, which impressed Orson very deeply. I bought some strawberries for dinner. Sister L. went to stop tonight with Miss Zena Hyde. Said she had enjoyed the visit with me more than any since she came to the city. I made her very welcome and told her to come back when she'd filled her engagement, as I enjoyed her being here. I went to writing and sat up till 11 o'clock. Tuesday 8th. Bought 4 quarts of strawberries, wrote history, went towards night to Phoebe K.S. Had strawberries and cream, and bread and butter with Margaret Clausen, who was there, and eating cherries when I went, which were shared with me. Phoebe informed me that her Parley was to be married tomorrow. I went over to see if I found her feeling better than I expected. Wednesday 9th. Wrote some Sister Leitner came had been to the governor, but all in vain. Said he'd be glad to release her son if he had the power, but it rested with Judge Borman, and she says he is bought over by the party who got her boy into prison being millionaires, and there is no mercy to be expected for him because he is poor, and the son of a Mormon, though he is not a member of any church. My heart aches for her, as she is heartbroken over it. She came clear from Minersville with full hopes that he would go back with her, as he was as an innocent and inoffensive young man. Thursday 10th. I sat up till after 12 o'clock last eve. Visiting with Hiram Kimball, lately returned from his mission south. I went this afternoon to see Emmeline about going to Grantsville to ladies' conference, which she called last evening for to ask if I would go. Sister Howard is to be my companion. Got myself a pair of cotton hose at Hardy's, tired and melted down with heat. Friday 11th. Was taken by Joshua Whitney to depot, was an hour and a half too early, waited there for Sister Howard. Weather quite cold from the rain in the mountains. We were met at the halfway house by B.P. Hunter's daughter and sister with buggies. I rode with the former, which was very refreshing. Stayed at the B.P.'s the rest of the day, and all night. Sister Hunter had a beautiful dinner prepared for us, and my relish was equal to the repast. Saturday 12th. Rode to conference, but few sister present. We took dinner at Sister Eastmon's and stayed there all night. Attended primary conference in the afternoon, and young ladies at evening. Very few present. I was afflicted with sleepiness, but spoke at each meeting. Sunday 13th. Cold weather and we had rain last evening. Had a good house today. Sunday school in the morning, and Sister Howard and myself had thought ourselves secure for this time to sit with the audience, but were called up to the stand, and after the sacrament and reading of some articles written for the occasion, or contributions from the young, we both spoke. Afternoon we again spoke, and with more spirit, and she said they listened to me as if spellbound, that I astonished her. I had prayed, and she had prayed for ourselves and each other, and before I arose my heart beat till it fairly choked me. She asked me to speak upon plural marriage or my experience, but I commenced on other subjects and ran into that, and after relating some facts, bore a strong testimony to its truth and godliness. After Sister H. sat down, I asked to have a verse sung, as the beautiful singing inspired us to speak. They had a splendid choir and organ. We took dinner at Bro. Hales had an invitation to dine with Bro. Rydalk, but were engaged when I spoke of my books that I brought to sell. After last evening's meeting, he kindly came to me and said if I'd leave them with him he would see that I had the money. He gave it me this afternoon. We bid the folks goodbye and went to a house nearby to administer to a sister from Cloverville. She was in very poor health. She gave me a private letter, after asking if I'd take it to the off of President Taylor. We rode back to B.P. Hunter's, where our pleasantest hours have been spent while resting ourselves from labor and anxiety over the same. This is the first time that I ever put up here when in Grantsville, this being my 3rd visit as a missionary to this place. Monday 14th. Sister Howard not very well this morning. She tried to keep the word of wisdom to set an example, and a bowel complaint is the result. We were taken to the halfway house by the same ones who met us on going out. Sister Hunter prepared a lunch, which we ate, and then the sisters returned. We waited some time for the train. The weather so cool we were glad to sit in the sun to warm us. What was our surprise when the train stopped to find Bro. Warburton and his 2 wives and Georgie with 3 other brethren and some wives and sisters in charge of Depp. Scott, 13 persons in all, subpoenaed for polygamy. I called at X. office on my return to the city, and M. invited me to go with her to the 16th Ward R.S. Hall to a meeting. Orson came in while I was there. When I got home, found Sister Leitner at my house. Felt so well, did some sewing. Tuesday 15th, went with Sisters L and M to the 16th Ward this afternoon, had a splendid time at the meeting and a temporal feast afterwards, rode there in streetcar and walked home. Sister Priscinda K. resigned her off as SEC. Sister Leitner spoke and was filled with the Holy Spirit, bore a powerful testimony to the truth of this work and especially celestial marriage. Wednesday 16th, called on Sisters E. R. Snow and Zena Young with Sister Leitner E. R. I had not seen since before she went to Brigham City. She looks brighter than I'd anticipated, and Zena was dressed today for the first time since her illness. We had a pleasant visit with both and went from there to X off. And then home. Thursday 17th. The girls have prepared a picnic. They go to Calder's farm this evening. Florence and I have worked all day, made 2 chimies, and she made herself a petticoat. Sister Leitner is with me, has more hope for her son's release, as she has W.M. Godby, Henry Lawrence, and Hiram Clausen and others working for it. Friday 18th. Did some mending and prepared a number of packages of papers to send to the States and visited with Sister Leitner. At evening, Henry Dinwiddie Jr. invited me to go to the pen tomorrow morning. Hiram Clausen called and told Sister L. that the papers would be ready in the morning to release her son, and he'd be here at 9 o'clock to take her to the pen. She is very much excited over it. Little Helen was real sick last evening, but better today. Charlie gave me $7 in cash. Saturday 19th, went with Henry to prison, leaving Sister L. for Hiram Clausen to bring. We had a refreshing breeze and enjoyed the ride, had an agreeable interview with Bro. Dinwiddie, a relative of his, and Bro. Lee. Went on the wall, where I stayed quite a time gazing at the brethren, and a number returned my gaze through opera glasses. Among them were Lorenzo Snow, brothers McMurrin, George Lambert, and Abram Cannon. The latter went into a house and sat by the window and looked at me. I smiled at the brethren, a strong smile that they might see I recognized them. Saw and talked with Mr. Leitner, who was in citizen's dress, having been informed of his release through the telephone. I was taken into the rooms where our women were imprisoned, Bro. Lee being my escort. His patient, Bro. of Tooele, was there, looked terrible, has had rheumatism and came very near dying. Those rooms are not fit for dwelling places. They stunk so, felt to pity those who have to stop in them. We waited some time for Hiram C. and Sister L. and when we got back home found her here, and dinner being served. Hiram had waited till nearly noon for the papers, and she had sat waiting for him with her things on ever since I left. He had been and told her, and came after dinner and took her. The guard who had charge of Dinwiddie was greatly pleased to learn that her son was to go free, saying that he was a good young man and ought not to be there. I was agreeably surprised at finding things pleasanter than I'd anticipated, except in the rooms where the sisters had been confined. I had not the privilege of seeing the inside of the prison where the majority of them sleep. I invited Hen to stop and eat dinner at my house and then take me to meeting at the 14th Ward Hall, supposing this to be the day, but being half an hour too soon, got out at Jane Ferguson's gate and Hen went home. Jane not being in, I went back and called into the house of Angus Cannon, where I'd never been before, to wait till meeting began. When Sister Cannon came in, she was the first wife, but not the one that I'd been introduced to, but I said nothing about that. When I went to the hall, found a man going into it to clean up, and was informed that the meeting was not till next Saturday. I was never more provoked at myself, my feet and ankles swollen, and corns on my little toes, sore as boils, from the little walking done out to Grantsville, and I walked like a cripple, and could not help groaning as I trudged back, stopped into Dinwiddie's to rest a few minutes, got me a feather duster. Hen told me to wait his flow had the buggy, and if she brought it he'd take me home. She came without it, and I walked on home, feeling sick and out of sorts, vowing that I'd stay there till my feet were well, meetings or no meetings, unless there was some way for me to ride. Sunday 20th, spent at home, wrote a short letter to Eunice Billings to let her know that Helen wanted her for a nurse, if she would come in September. Orson brought little Emily and left her with me while he and Zena attended the funeral of Sister Wells, who died Friday evening. He and Zena called here for her and race and lunched with us. Orson told me that Dolph had spoken to him concerning his mother's wanting assistance from the poor fund. Orson hates it, and hardly has a face to call for any more than I am drawing. Said he hardly knew what to do. Spoke of my giving up half of my portion, and I told him how distressed I felt at being in debt and not able to get out or to pay taxes, and how needy I was in the matter of clothes, etc., but wouldn't indulge. He thought we ought to have economized more. As quick as he spoke, my heart began to palpitate, as I felt distressed enough before, and this caps the climax. Monday, 21st. I was taken before daylight with deathly spells increasing for half the day or more, when they grew lighter, only a little over a month since I had them, and it has been a great while since they were so bad and affected me so terribly. Hiram Kimball came to see me, and while here I was talking with him when I was taken with a spell so terrible, different from any others, that I felt myself going, and reached my hand for Hiram to take. I'd had that sensation once in the forenoon, and Flawed took my hand, but that was nothing compared with this other. I soon revived, but Hiram was frightened. He thought I ought not to be alone, and went to call one of the girls, when the next one took me, but it soon went off. I was prostrated and too sick to eat dinner, depended on drinking buttermilk to stay faintness, had considerable fever part of the day, and differently affected, every way from what I generally am, a burning inward heat, instead of cold, attending most of the spells. Before retiring I had the girls come to prayers, and with the rest, but had no sooner began than I felt one coming on, so had to cut my prayer short. I had one for quite a while previous. Flawed stayed with me by my request, fearing I might have similar spells to the one that frightened Hiram, so had a good night and no attack till late Tuesday morning, when one came on. Still I'd felt very bad from the effects of yesterday's experience and no relish for eatables. Last eve, the man, of whom we've bought the most strawberries, came to bring me a box of them to make up for the ones that were bad in those that I took Saturday eve, which I'd mentioned when he called in the morning. I told him I wanted some more if he had them, and I expected to pay him for them when they came, but he said he didn't charge for these, for the reason above mentioned. I told him he should have my custom after this. These were the last strawberries he had this morning. A man called with some large nice ones, and I took $1 worth to can. Received a few lines from Sol, saying he expected to be with us the latter part of this month if nothing happens to prevent. Sister Leitner and son called this afternoon, and she bade us goodbye, as she returns, starts home tomorrow. He is going to stay here to work. I wrote a few lines to Sister T.K. Wiley in answer to a letter received yesterday. Today had only one spasm, that one near night. Wednesday, 23d. Felt worse this morning, had palpitation of the heart, am weaker than I was yesterday, have had 2 faint spells. Sister Crowther came to see me and brought me a nice bouquet gathered from her own yard. She is quite feeble, but a very smart woman of her age, 84 years old. I received an answer to my letter, written Sunday, to Eunice Billings Warner, saying she knew nothing but what she could wait on Helen in September. Paid the milk boy today $1.50. This is the hottest day of the season. Thursday, 24th. Last night, the warmest of the season. I am still feeble, nervous, and sadly deranged throughout my whole system. Received a kind letter this morning from Cousin Libby Walling. Called on by Laura Pack after lying down to rest, read in the Acts and Paul's epistle to the Romans. Towards night the wind blew clouds of dust and thunder and lightning with no rain, as usual, but cooled the atmosphere. Friday, 24th, 25. Much better today, but not able to go to ladies' conference. Quite a disappointment to me. Deathly spells hanging to me, but lighter form. Sisters Harvey and McKay came here between meetings, the former for the pay for her husband's whitewashing. I paid her $2 order on T.O. and $2 in cash. I invited them to lay off their things and take dinner, as they were a long way from home and were going to afternoon conference. I was not acquainted with them, though Sister Harvey remembered me at a surprise party some years ago to Sister Pratt's. I sent word by her to Sister Horn why I was absent from conference. Felt worse in the afternoon. My system is so wrecked, can't bear anything before I'm overdone. Laura Pack came and sat a while and bade us goodbye. Grandma Kravitz goes home with her in the morning. Saturday, 25-26. Stronger than yesterday, Though still afflicted with those spasms, went to work and cleaned my bedroom, etc. During the day, polished most of my furniture, which I had not been able to do this spring, and it quite overdone me. But glad to have it done with. Bought 6 quarts of strawberries and Jen canned them. Sunday, 26th, 27th. Not so well as yesterday. Joshua came in and we invited him to stay to dinner. Jen went to meeting and returned accompanied by Bro, Sol, who arrived here from Mesa. By the 12 o'clock train went to the warm spring to bathe, and from there to church. We're glad to meet again, being 9 years this next month since he left for Arizona. He looked splendid and enjoyed the trip amazingly. Just before he came, Sister Freeze came and arrived here yesterday from Logan, and said she'd come to invite me to go up there and stop a while, making my home with her. I could not help feeling that she had been sent by Providence as an angel of mercy, she said. Lucy W. Kimball read my letter to her, and she had made up her mind to invite me up there when she came down. Sol and I went up to see Vi, and they, not knowing of his coming, were all taken by surprise. She thought he must be Heber's ghost. We went from there to Phoebe's. Ray had seen him to Vi's and gone home and told her of his being there, and that he looked just like Pa. Phoebe was quite overcome with the likeness when she saw him and pressed him to come as often as he could. June 27th, 28th. 1886. Monday. My health much improved today, made me assure me, and cut out the second to make. Having been invited to Logan to go to temple, have got to prepare suitable clothing. Sol visited William, Martha, and family today, and in conversation concerning our family graveyard, protested against the graves being disturbed, to which I told him I had objected, and should do as a very improper and unjust move, when it was all by the wish and doings of Father, having not only his own family buried there, but Father Whitney's too, with the understanding that there they should remain till the morning of the resurrection. Besides, there was nothing now left but dust, and the gravestones above them. Tuesday, 28th, 29th. Weather hot. Girls washed bedspreads and blankets today. I did some sewing and had palpitation of the heart, resulting from this and yesterday's work. Harriet Kimball here. Also Sol to dinner. The latter stayed to Phoebe's last night and sat up till 1 o'clock talking with her and preaching. Wednesday, 29th, 30th. Sewed most of the day, had nervous headache in the afternoon. Harriet and son Hiram and Sol took dinner here, and Harriet invited me to go with her back to Bear Lake. Also Sol, but he wants to stop here and attend to business pertaining to Father's history and the family graveyard, of which he speaks very encouragingly. Thursday, July 1st. My Orson's 31st birthday last evening was spent talking with Sol and Harriet. They stopped all night. He has certainly been sent here by the Lord. He says we will go up to Bear Lake in August and have a meeting of Father's children in that part. This morning I received a letter from President John Taylor, and enclosed was one to him from an old lady in Montrose, Iowa, who claims to be a member of the church and to have been adopted into my father's family in Nauvoo. She is 75 years old and wants to come to Zion. President Taylor thought maybe I might remember her and could open correspondence with her that might be of some comfort to her in her declining years. A message came from E.B. Wells to know if I would go to Sister Levi Richards this afternoon, as she wished us to come. I went at 4 o'clock, and E.B. did not come till after. Her place being across the road from Orson's, I went over, and Zena was preparing a surprise for him, wanted me and M to come in the evening. Stayed to Sister R's till night. She was so feeble and her blood so thin, has to have a fire, and the air shut out besides, made it rather uncomfortable in the month of July. But we were greeted with such a welcome, and it seemed to do her so much good that we could afford to take the unpleasant part of it. She took such pains to wait on us to the table, and it would have hurt her had we not accepted her attentions gracefully. She surprised me by praising my sketches of history in the X so highly, and begged me to continue them. Friday 2nd, I wrote a line to O.F., asking the loan of $10 till I was able to pay it. He came around to bring a couple of the heralds containing his lecture, delivered at the 14th Ward Hall, on poets and poetry, which I had asked him for, just after I had sent the note, and I told him the contents. He said he would, as I was in a strait, though he was somewhat pinched for money. I sent by Flawed for the money and got some things to make me raiment for the temple. Saturday, 3D. I went to T.O. for order, then to the other office to pay $8 to Jim Jack, got some more books, Women's Protest of Bro. Musser, and he offered me several pamphlets by different authors and also some stamps which he sent me this afternoon. Sol had had the toothache all night. I did up some papers to send away Flawed gone to Provo with H.D. to stay till Monday. Sunday, 4th, went to meeting with Sol. He feels rather poorly from being kept awake 2 nights with toothache. He's gone by invitation from Phoebe to spend the evening at Nettie Snell's. Hiram called in and talked a while with me. I commenced another letter to Helen Violet destroying the first begun last week. Firecrackers going off though it is Sunday. Monday 5th. Awoke early by the firing but went to sleep again. Jen and May Williams up early to cook and prepare picnic. Gone to the lake with Ed Talbot. Spent most of the day sewing. Hiram and Sol came this morning and took dinner. Our fruit man came along and Hiram offered to pay from some raspberries. He paid 30 CTS and I 20, being all the change I had. Charlie brought Lil a matinee ticket and 2 for tonight for myself and Sol. Flawed and Hen came from Provo, their faces nearly blistered with the sun. Firecrackers going off at intervals all day and much annoyance they are to my nerves. Tuesday 6th, went to the theater with Sol and had laugh enough to last me a week. Jen and May came home from the lake at 3 o'clock this morning, said they could not get here sooner, as there were so many out there and they had to wait for a train. Sol says P is growing cool towards him because he persists in holding the graveyard for the sake of the dead instead of allowing them to be robbed by the living. I fear that she will injure herself and family past redemption, manifesting such a covetous spirit, little thinking that the resurrection is right upon us, or a father being around straightening up matters and things. Wednesday 7th, sewed part of the day. M. Wells came and invited me to her house this evening to a sisters' meeting. Walked in being tired out when I got to Marian Spraga's and she being on her porch. I went in and rested. I was therefore late. When I arrived at M's, the room was filled, and they said they'd waited for me. The meeting commenced. Sister E. R. Snow being the first to speak, Sister Elmina Taylor presided and called on us to speak. Sister E. R. then spoke in tongues and addressed each one separately. It was said to me, the interpretation being given by Sister Zena, that she spoke as with the voice of my mother to comfort and encourage me that my mind had been troubled over things which she would not now mention, but that I need not be troubled over these matters, for all would turn out right, etc., etc. Spoke of the work that I'd done with my pen, being greater than I had thought of, and blessings that would be mine, that my spirit was mellow, and like Mary, the mother of Jesus, I leaned upon the cross. I could not doubt the spirit by which this was spoken, as they did not know my inward thoughts, only by the spirit. Sister Franklin Richards brought me home in her carriage. The elder Sister Richards was with us. Thursday 8th. The heat terrible. Flawed had company. Sister Dinwiddie, her 2 daughters, and Sister Carol from Provo, her husband, came with Henry. Joseph Jennings and George Bourne and 2 or 3 more gents came at evening. Flawed had a splendid table set with the good things of life, roast chickens, etc., and ice cream to boot. They stayed till nearly 11. Helen, Ella, and children went this morning to Hardy's in the Cannon to spend a week. I dreamed this morning of going into a hospital where I and children were to stop. Was shown my rooms numbering 2, which I was better pleased with than I'd anticipated, till I saw in the second room 2 narrow cot beds side by side to the right, and my own large bedstead and bed in the opposite corner, all made up for us before we came. Each were covered with white sheets. I did not like to see the beds all in one room. I looked for windows. There was but one small one, and that near the ceiling. I was afraid we'd suffer for want of fresh air. Orson brought my tax papers today, reduced somewhat. He said my house spreading over so much ground made my taxes higher. They thought me richer than I was. Friday 9th, hottest weather of the season. Worked around and tired myself out in short order, and see so much that ought to be done makes things look gloomy to me. Afternoon cut and made me a garment all but marking. Jen gone again to the lake, also May. Saturday 10th, feel poorly in body and troubled in spirit, being encumbered with debts, taxes, and etc. till I feel as though I wanted to fly, and I may have to break up my household, unless we can have our expenses lessened. What is right that I want to do, the Lord knows. I hate to be found fault with for not being within our means, and blamed on the other side because I preach economy and retrenchment to keep the wolf from our door. This afternoon we were surprised by Bro. And Sister Frank's calling as they were in Ohio, I supposed. They came to see if I wanted to take a gentleman and lady boarder. They did not know that my wing was rented, and thought I would like to take them, and they wanted to board in a private family. They came here in the same car with Frank's. And when she mentioned my being a Mormon, they said, so much the better. That was what they wanted. Mary Ellen Kimball called on her way to our meeting in the 14th Ward, and I sent word to Sister Horn that I was not able to walk, even to take the streetcar. I have been in pain all ever since yesterday, from wind going too long without eating, and my body is sore. Still, I have been to work most of the day. Jen went to matinee with Mr. Stevenson. The air cooled a little from lightning cloudy, but no rain. Sunday 11th. Another hot day. I attended meeting with Soul. The time was occupied by Bro. B. H. Roberts, and his sermon was a rich feast. Many strangers were present, a goodly portion of them deaf and dumb. A company of deaf and dumb tourists, numbering, were in the city. The heat almost overcame me as I walked home. Not having my parasol, I bathed my feet in salt and water, which relieved them greatly. I sat on the porch, being the only one at home, enjoyed the evening breeze, and after dark Hiram Kimball called to see Soul. He not being home, we sat and talked till late in conversation. I told him some news that I was sealed to the prophet in Nauvoo. He was astonished, and so was I that he was ignorant of this fact. I then related some of my early history till Soul came, when we adjourned into the house as I commenced coughing, caused by the strong breeze from the cannon, which was most agreeable after the extreme heat of the day. Monday 12th. Weather still terrible. 2 men died yesterday from the excessive heat, and a child came near it from the same cause. I felt poorly this morning. Ed Talbot called with a horse and buggy for May Williams, and she not being ready, I got him to take me to City Hall to see Orson about giving me a recommend to go to Logan Temple. I also gave him the last letter received from Mr. Dill of Ohio. I went to work when I returned and tried to write for X, but head ached, so I put it away. Orson came to bring my recommend and took dinner here. He little knows my feelings, how I have been worrying over our financial matters, and I don't wish him to. I have talked sternly to the girls about these things and the necessity of curtailing our expenses. They think I'm foolish and unkind, but they little know or realize the full extent of our debts, and that the income is not equal to the outgo. Then, to add to the weight of my overburdened heart, to know that there is no earthly prospect of a change for the better. As Soul tells me that the sale of our land has fell through, and I see nothing, only that we will have to give up our home and try to find a cheaper one where the taxes will be less. Tuesday 13th. Zena and children came and spent the day. Orson to dinner. Wind blew up a little hurricane in the afternoon. I worked and nearly finished my white wrapper. Called on Vi at evening, met Soul at the corner, and he went up with me. Found Vi up and around, but suffering still. Wednesday 14th. Laid awake till after 11 o'clock last night, and night before feel the affects of it. Had to lay down. Soon after which Bro. R.S. Collett of Mesa Maricopa Company, just home from a mission, called to see Soul and Gus. He was disappointed, as Soul had gone to the hot springs to spend the day. The wind has commenced again to blow dust, thankful for a breeze, as it has been too hot to live. Jen and May gone again to the lake. Vlad went this morning to get her teeth filled, this being the second time she's been to dentists. She finished the washing after Jen left. Thursday 15th. I retired early with the hope of a night's sleep, failed to get it. Laying awake till late, and again in the latter part of the night, thinking of my various cares and expenses, till I felt like a weight was hung to my heart. I felt to pray that what was not needful for me to carry the Lord would relieve me of, and my heart was lighter for it, but my body is sick today. Friday 16. Had more sleep last night and feel better, have done some sewing and a little writing. The weather is so hot there has been little comfort during the day, wind and dust in the afternoon. Saturday 17. A little cooler breeze today, worked at various things till tired out. Towards night went to T.O. to send $3 by Bro Kirkman to Sister Harvey. Went from there to XO. Met Sister Horn, had quite a talk with E. upon 1 or 2 subjects. Hiram spent the evening here talking with Soul, debating on women's priesthood, of which H. does not appear to give us much credit, but Soul thinks differently. Sunday 18. I again laid awake till after 12, feel the effects of it. Forgot to mention Sister Freeze's calling yesterday morning to see me about going to Logan. I'd sent by Flawed the evening before to see her and she was out. She informed me that the temple would close in a fortnight and she should not go back for a few days yet, would let me know. I told her this was all right. I could not stay there long as I was expecting to go on to Meadowville when Sol and Hiram went. And that would be very soon. Helen and baby came home yesterday morn. George had been boarding with us the past week while Helen was in the Canon. Went to meeting at Tab. With Sol, had good sermon from BP Evans and Bro. Cummins. The heat towards night more intense than ever, there being not a breath of air stirring. I questioned C. Today concerning his feelings towards a young widow. He admitted that he was fascinated by her. I asked if she was a Latter-day Saint. He said, no. I advised him to beware and weigh the matter well, that he did not take an unwise step and bring upon himself trouble that would cling to him, etc. He said she was good. This I told him I'd heard before, but he could never be happy with an unbelieving wife, and to live humble and faithful to his spiritual duties if he wanted to be happy. Mon 19th. I had another hard time to sleep awake till after 12. Lightning flashes and a windstorm last night, only a light splash of rain aggravating. Towards morning I dreamed of having a large letter which I had written to my father when a young girl. It was on foolscap, every particle covered with writing which I felt no little pride in viewing. Being written in a clear handsome hand, and not a blot or blemish was there to be seen from beginning to end. Orson took it and spread it out with one of his own to measure them. Wheat her they would compare in size and contents. I noticed that mine was the longest sheet, but there was not much difference in the width. I thought of the pleasure I would take in perusing its contents when I got through my chores, as I had not seen it before for many years. But I awoke without reading it. I have had a miserable day, sick from loss of sleep. Tuesday 20th. Feel some better, but slept poorly, though I took 2 doses of CP and went to bed at dark. Have finished my scenes and incidents at winter quarters, took the roll to X off. Called to see Joseph Kingsbury about taking a bedstead for me. Received a PC from Mr. Beard thanking me for Harold with Orson's lecture on poets and poetry. Pronounces him a born poet, etc. Informed me that a bachelor friend of his of Chicago was intending to go to Cal by way of Denver and Salt Lake and would make me a call. He had written him concerning me and made this request, which he was pleased to accept, was to start the 21st. This being the case, he'll likely be here on the 24th unless he changes his mind. Don't matter. Wednesday 21st. Worked most of the day, went to tithing off. And left a pair of specs to be sold, $5 the price I paid for them. Went to X off. To see her Louie brought me home in a buggy. Girls wash today. I cleaned the oak bedstead this morning for selling. Thursday 22nd. Made me a chambray sunbonnet to travel to Bear Lake and received a letter from Mr. Hall of Dakota. Friday 23d. Did not sleep enough through the night and feel poorly for it. Joseph sent for that bedstead before I was up. I sent by Charlie to get my pass to the temple. Sol got home last eve. From visiting at Cottonwood, went to Daniel Kay's and Rosalia's. May came back with him. He brought a memorandum of fathers with dreams and prophesies written in it by his own hand. It had fallen into Daniel's hands from Heber. Went afternoon to Joseph Kingsbury for the $10 for bedstead. To my surprise, he gave me $15, having sold my spectacles. It added that much more than I expected, for which I was grateful. I paid my tithing out of it and went to see James Jack about sending to President Taylor's. Orson's recommend for me to go to Logan Temple. I'd sent Charlie to the wrong place. I had to go to Cope's office for the ticket. Half fare he gave me. Permit to stop the year, but not having the necessary amount of cash. Left the ticket there, carried the recommend back to Jim Jack, and he said he'd forward it to President Taylor tonight, and it would meet me at the temple. I asked if he'd exchange cash with me for T.O. order. He said he could not, but directed me to BP Preston or John Q. Cannon or Bassett. I felt during this time but little faith that I should get to the temple. I said I might as well give up. I went to Bassett, and he told me that John Q. was the proper one. Then said I'll give up, for I don't know where to find him. B. smiled and said something about that he tried to favor the sisters, and went and got me a $5 gold piece. I told him the prayers of the sisters availed much. I gave him the same amount in orders and went into the store and bought me a little basket. Came home feeling it to be right for me to go north. Saturday the 24th. A day to be remembered by the saints. 39 years ago, the Mormon pioneers entered this valley, and my feelings being in the strain to honor this day more than ever before. I went to the Jubilee at the Tabernacle where the emblems of mourning just suited my feelings as well as the program throughout. All was beautiful and sublime. Many strangers were there, some spoke in praise of it. 3 or 4, whom Soul met going to the warm spring afterwards, were talking about it and said they never witnessed such order among children, and were pleased with all of it. Orson took breakfast here, though he intended to fast, but I advised him to eat. He came after noon and corrected the copy of his speech. I wrote to Abe Kimball this afternoon, Sunday 25th. My husband's 63rd birthday, the day that he entered this valley 39 years ago, he being sick with mountain fever, did not get until the second day. I attended meeting at the Tabernacle. A great many of the U.A.R.S. were present. Junius Wells preached. Many regretted there not being some other speaker who could been more moderate. Numbers wished O.F. had been the one, as his mild spirit and language would have had a better effect upon the stranger. I was sorry that he or Bro Roberts or someone else had not been the one. Orson left for the Granite this morning. Phoebe Kimball came to see me at evening. Monday 26th, Soul not obtaining his pass last evening, we concluded to wait till tomorrow morning, and I finished my wrap by staying another day. Charlie kindly proposed that my family, all that are here, should stop at home this evening. He brought his lady love, and Hen and Flawed gave up their visit with his father, who by the by was released from the pen this morning, and Hen went for him and brought him home. He brought him to see us this afternoon, and he stayed a little while. Looks better than I ever saw his before. Flawed made a cake and frosted it for Soul and myself to take for lunch. Tuesday 27th. Being up so late last night and night before, feel the effects of it. Woke up at daybreak this morning and could not sleep again, so arose at 7 o'clock after breakfast. Soul took the Book of Covenants to read when Roni Kimball drove up to take us to the depot. But we had prayers before starting and were ahead of time when arriving at the depot. Arrived at Ogden at 9 o'clock, waited an hour after changing cars. When arriving at Logan, Soul hired a conveyance to take us to Newell Kimball's. Found that they were looking for us. They have a good home, and a good spirit seems to prevail in their midst. Worked on Helen's blanket after dinner. Embroidery. Wednesday 28th. Slept good when I got to sleep nearly 12 first, but slept this morning, and been to bed today and napped forenoon and afternoon. Finished my sunbonnet. Newell informs me that my recommend from President Taylor has arrived at the temple. But the advice of Soul is for me not to go there till they begin again in September, as there are not 3 days more before they will close. Thursday 29th. Went afternoon with Soul to see Luna Thatcher. My sympathies were worked upon seeing and talking with her daughter Jeannie, whose afflictions have made her a saint. Sister Zena Young called in and was surprised to find me in Logan. Luna took her home in their buggy and then took me around to see Sister Burnham. I was delighted with the pretty homes and scenery, especially south of the temple, on what is called the island. Surrounded with clear, lovely streams of water, with willows, meadows, flowers, and trees, the most romantic place I've seen for a great while. And one very observable thing is the peaceful spirit that seems to prevail in this quarter. I'm in love with it, and told Luna if I was going to change quarters, should want a home here and in that part of town. I found Sister Burnham looking for me, but she was very feeble in body, and I thought it best to return to Newell's though when I left in the afternoon. I thought I'd stay away as Maddie is not strong. Her baby 100 only 6 weeks old, and her has a bad sore throat, and the nurse called away to nurse another woman, and Maddie's baby cries most of the day, but it has one redeeming quality. It sleeps all night and gives Maddie a rest. Friday 30th. I got up and helped get breakfast and dinner and wiped dishes for Nellie, who is better that with making bed, etc. Gave me palpitation a little, but they have the hardest. Hiram Kimball arrived last evening, after Maddie, Nellie, and myself retired. He had put up at a hotel. Came from S.L. in the afternoon train. Late before we slept last night, he came to dinner and spent the afternoon. Saturday 31st. Sat up too late, was nervous, and slept poorly. Maddie kept awake by baby most of the night. Again, it's too bad that we are kept here waiting. When Maddie is so little able to have company, I feed it every day and wish it could have been different. Newell told Mary and all of us to get ready and go a block or 2 to see the circus parade. She could not for the baby. I went with Nellie as far as Square. Sister S. knew me and got a chair for me. After the circus passed, we walked another block and saw them again in front of Don Kimball's house. On our return, Sister Squares invited me into her house to rest. I gladly accepted. On our return home, she sent some fine apples, the most of them I pared to stew. After dinner, washed up the dishes, then wrote nearly a sheet home. When engaged in it, George and Luna Thatcher drove up with a splendid outfit to invite me to ride with them, which I gladly accepted. He drove over all the most charming part of the city around on the island, and over the green fields below, dotted over with bushes and shrubbery, a most delightful treat, and on our return went over the hill, around the temple and beyond, and down on the north side past the large tabernacle, and their home. His horses were so spirited, especially the right one, a white, beautiful animal that he had to keep a tight bit, and then they went with all speed. Uphill made no difference to them. On my return to Newell's, found Jean Kimball here from Meadowville after us. Sunday, August 1st. Do not feel as well as usual, but washed the breakfast dishes, and then finished my letter home. Jean being obliged to go home, we started for Meadowville. After dinner, Maddie and Nellie baked and did up a cake and some bread for us, supposing we would be able to get butter and eggs at the place where we would stop at night. I would not let Maddie give us butter, as they had but a little. I had coffee and thought we'd be able to get cream, but when we put up at the sawmill 10 miles from Logan in the Cannon, there was not a soul around. The house looked like bachelor's hall, deserted, the table with dirty dishes, small stove, frying pan, and black coffee pot, etc. In camp-like disorder. Also a pile of bedclothes stood before us as we entered. The only living things we met were 3 or 4 colts, and after retiring, we were warmly welcomed by millions of hungry bugs, native born. After making our supper of good bread and cold water from Logan River sole, and Hiram made me a comfortable couch of straw and a feather bed, the former found with another on the woodpile, and the latter sent by Maddie to one of the Kimballs in Meadowville. Then they made their own bed, which altogether covered half the floor. The first thing they did after stopping was to build a fire in the stove, which was kept going for some time, and they were fixing my couch in the middle of the room, thinking I would be cold, but I insisted upon its being moved back into the corner, as I could not sleep where it was warm. I only slept one nap all night, that near morning, and Hiram and Jean said they slept but very little. The insects did not keep me awake much, but sleep had departed. Mon 2nd. We arose early and breakfasted on bread and fish cooked in water and salted to the taste, and coffee with sweetening. Jean had caught the fish at Logan, and after we stopped at night, caught more this morning. Put on my coat over a duster. The air was bracing, and I felt better that yesterday. I was enraptured with the scenery from the entrance into the canyon till we arrived at this place, Meadowville, though the road this side the mill was rocky and hard to travel, more particularly for the poor horses. The boys walked considerably. Once I thought I was going out of the wagon, but caught hold of something in time, and Hiram also caught hold of me. I was a little frightened then, and felt somewhat nervous when riding over such narrow places as we passed coming through the canyon. Tuesday, 3d. We were obliged last evening to start a smoke at the door to drive away mosquitoes, though it choked me. I preferred it to their sting sole. Started last evening to call on the folks, and did not return. I went to see them, but can't walk so far. I received an answer last eve to my letter written to Abe the 24th of July, which he gives me the credit of writing with a Vine. G.D. Kimball's wife and children called to see Hiram this afternoon, and in the evening came Golden and Dade and stayed late to visit. This is a lovely place to me, cool and pleasant. At eve I made a fire in the stove and shut the door, so the mosquitoes troubled me but little. I took a bath this afternoon and cleaned up, which was refreshing soul. Wednesday, 4th. Harriet wants me to rest and make myself at home. Hiram had a hard chill most of the night, feels drooping today. I got out my papers and copied some poetry of mine, composed long ago, intending to send it to M. Wells to publish. Then commenced to write her a few lines. When Hiram began to talk, we had a pleasant talk upon principles of religion. Then I went out and picked a pan of red currants and picked over a bowl full. Was very tired after taking a light lunch, went to bed. Among the pleasures anticipated during our stay was a trip to Soda Springs, and I had spoken for the privilege of going to the conference in an adjoining town. Hiram came in late, asked his mother if she could get up at 3 o'clock and get his breakfast, there being a party going fishing, and wanted him to go along. She said she would. I asked if Sol was going. He said Yes, late before I got to sleep. Thursday the 5th. All was astir at 3 o'clock, and as I was taking consolation to myself that I was not among the number to be routed so early and snuggled down to take another nap, when Sol came and informed me that my Charlie was very sick, had got the news in a letter from Bud Whitney, it shocked me so that I could hardly think where my things were, or get them ready to start, as Sol said we'd have to get to Logan in time to take the 2 o'clock train, or miss getting home that day. We took a light breakfast and were on the way by break of day. I had not been to see any of Father's folks, only Harriet, and a few of the boys, and 2 of their wives, Joseph's and Jedediah's, who called there. The air was cold and my hands numb, though I had Sol's thick gloves. The boys had been up most of the night. Sol, Golden, David, and Joshua getting horses and carriage. For the latter, one of them rode over to the Gap to get the consent of Joseph K., Sarah Ansdos, and David furnished the team. The former drove it to Logan, stopped twice to grease the carriage, and arrived at Newell's 30 minutes to 2 o'clock, washed and dressed, and ate a trifle only. Were on the train quite a time before it started. We met Sister Finch and daughter, who were going down to Brigham City. 2 daughters of Luna Thatcher also came in, going to S.L. We were detained at Ogden over an hour, and the heat in the restaurant where we stayed was intense. Sol bought some lunch, and I was treated to some grapes by Miss Thatcher. Met an old man coming from the temple, who turned out to be a relative by marriage of Harriet Sanders Kimball. He told me how his wife and himself, who had been afflicted for years with sickness, and poor health, had been restored by going and being baptized numbers of times in the temple, and were going home in good health. Just as we were to take the train, the Eastern train came in. Some peculiar-looking persons came with it, Japanese men. After waiting an hour and 30 minutes, we were again on the way to Salt Lake, hoping to find Charlie better. Salt Lake City, Tuesday 10th. Weakened in body and sad at heart. Oh, what a change has been wrought in my house since I left it for the purpose of visiting at Bear Lake, then go to Temple in Logan to work and get renewed in body and in mind. Another earthly prop removed. Why and wherefore is all unknown. Only to him who giveth and taketh away. Blessed be his name. He knows my heart, and that I have asked for nothing so much as the eternal salvation of my children, that before they should be left to do anything that would cut short their glory, he would take them to himself, and that I have held them upon the altar, that nothing should stand between him and me, whom I will love though he slay me. Wednesday 11th, Granite, Wasatch. 1 week ago tomorrow I returned from Meadowville Bear Lake, when at Kaysville Sol saw bro Henry Grow, who came onto the car, and thinking him more experienced than himself, Sol charged him to break to me the horrible news of my Charlie's death, all of which he'd been able to keep from me by watchful care, telling everyone on the train as well as at Newell's and Logan, not to speak of it, his mother being on the train. And the papers were being read all around me, containing an account of the dreadful act, but which I'd had no thought of wanting to read. Poor Sol went in jeopardy and was watching every person till he was almost giving out. Then the thought of breaking the news to me almost overcame him as we were drawing near the city. Grow broke it to me as carefully as possible, but I insisted upon his telling me the whole truth, when he said he did not think I'd find my boy alive, and then he told me the facts and even more, adding a poisoned dart which pierced me deeper than death could do if it came in any common form. I could not believe that Charlie was dead. It seemed like a dream that I must awake from, but, oh, it was a bitter reality. And in my silent agony I wondered what I had done, or what I had left undone, or if I was doomed to suffer this, that I could know how to feel for others under like trials, whose suffering I could not know in any other way. How I cried to the Lord to help me bear it if needful, and acknowledge his hand in cease taking his own life. I could not weep, but, oh, the agonizing thought how a boy like him could have given way. What could have brought him to commit such an act? Had all my prayers for his eternal salvation fallen to the ground unheeded? When arriving at the depot, I was hardly able to walk, was met at the door by B., young son of Uncle Lorenzo, and the hack driver, bro Farrington, who nearly carried me to the hack and helped me in with my Orson's assistance, who was there with Zena and Jenny to receive me and brother Sol. We were driven to my home of wretchedness, and to my surprise it was surrounded and filled with sympathetic and anxious friends. My children strove with all their might to be calm for my sake. As soon as all was quiet, Orson, Sol, and George administered to me. Sol anointed my head. He wept and could hardly speak. Orson then gave me a great blessing. Many wonderful things were pronounced upon my head. Orson had previously offered a prayer, and all present thought it the greatest they had ever heard. The first thing he'd said when we were on the way from the depot was that Charlie was not accountable for the act, and he had gained this testimony by fasting and prayer. I told him if I could know this I would never murmur. He prophesied that I should know it, and that very soon. Before retiring, I requested him to allow me a few words in private. I told him the stuff that Gro had told me that he had heard from some man against Charlie. Orson said he knew Charlie was innocent, and he thought Gro had little wisdom or good sense to add needless suffering to my stricken heart. Soul felt the same and blamed himself for asking Gro to break the news to me. I told them not to blame him, as I believed it to be so, for it would help to lighten the blow, and if I could but know that Charlie was not guilty of this, or of putting an end to his earthly existence, I'd not mourn for him now. If I could only know that he'd done nothing to lessen his eternal salvation, and if I had not heard this I should no doubt have mourned more deeply his loss. My girls had planned for me to stop that night with Helen, and I had hard work to convince them that I would feel much better to sleep alone in my own room, and Charlie's being in the adjoining one would make no difference. I prevailed at last, and the lounge was prepared for Soul to sleep in the room where Charlie was, and those who sat up stayed in the dining room. When on my couch alone, tears came to my relief, and I vented my anguish. How often I silently cried from the depths of my soul, my God, my God, my God, why is this, and what have I done to merit so bitter a punishment at thy hand? Have mercy and help me to bear it and to kiss the rod. Oh, that I could know that my boy was worthy to be among the sanctified, I would not utter a murmuring word. Sleep came to my relief towards daylight. But when I saw the form of my Charlie stretched in death, in an instant I was overwhelmed, and cried aloud. This was the first time and the last, though my sorrow has been deep and unspeakable. And yet with all I have been blessed and felt that the Lord had not forsaken me. Friends by hundreds have given me their prayers, and words of consolation have poured in as a healing balm, and the greatest of all my children that are left me have repented and confessed their sins, and that this has brought them to see how far they were from the Lord, and that he had chastened them for this cause. How little I thought how they were to be chastened when I was predicting it. I felt for a time that I would pray only the Lord's Prayer in the future. But the Lord works in a mysterious way his wonders to perform. Everyone acquainted with Charlie testified to his purity of mind, and that he was unconscious at the moment he killed himself. This fact is borne out by his turning to the Lord and being more attentive of late to his spiritual duties. Even when too sick to go and advised not to by friends, he persisted in going to the evening meeting at the chapel and be administered to on Sunday the 1st of August. And the very day, within a few moments of committing the terrible act he was talking of and urging B. Young to intercede for him to go as his companion on a mission to New Zealand. He felt that if he could go he would improve in body as well as in mind, and felt that nothing else would help him or make of him what the Lord would own and bless, as Orson had done before him, which was the last subject that occupied his mind or he talked upon. B. Young acted the part of a true brother, offering and insisting upon my girls going to the store and getting everything they needed and paid for it, which amounted to about $50. I hope to have the power to reward him fourfold. If I don't, the Lord will, I told him. Mary and Phoebe Kimball each offered me a black dress. I accepted Mary's. They and many more were overwhelming in kindness and sympathy. The day following, a room full of sisters came by appointment to comfort me. Soul being here, everyone spoke with the exception of Mary Whitney, the girls, and Will Richards. He said he would not have missed it for anything. The Spirit of God burned in their hearts, and some very glorious promises were made to me. After they had all spoken, I was invited to speak. Having intended to, I arose and spoke at some length, much of the time tears flowing down my cheeks. And my words were so affecting that they were all in tears. Sister Elmira Taylor and others with my girls were sobbing aloud. Before I closed, I never remember of speaking my feelings with such freedom, and I could have continued had I thought it wisdom. The meeting was dismissed with singing and prayer. A number of letters of condolence have come to me from different ones. The first was only a few lines. This was signed, Blind Jeannie Spencer, whose condition created so much sympathy in my heart. Sunday the 8th. My girls, all but Lily, went to meeting with Soul and myself. Also George Bourne and Lulu Musser came and accompanied us. I felt that the Lord had brought them to his feet in a very strange and unlooked-for manner. Monday the 9th, Helen received a letter from Zena urging her to come to Granite with baby and said Orson would be down the day following and wanted me to return with him this same day. I received a letter from Mary E. Kimball to come up to Bountiful and stop a while. But I felt that I could not go anywhere outside my own family. My health failing, every day I accepted Orson's invitation when he came down that afternoon with Bro. Arthur Stainer. He said he had some glorious things to tell me. I felt that I needed a change and must go, though I hated to leave the girls. Helen felt that she could not leave home. I advised them to eat and live together during my absence, which they were all agreed to, and urged me to go. A number of friends called to see me, and I received a kind letter from Bro. Abe, who'd learned of my trouble. Wednesday 11th, took breakfast and said goodbye. Sol and Orson carried our bedding, etc. to the streetcar, and my spirits were much improved by the excitement and the consoling words from Orson which flowed from his lips from the time we started till we were met by Zena and Racy as the train stopped at this little Eden, which Jen and I had no idea existed in this region, quiet, peaceful, with none to molest or disturb our thoughts or conversation. We breakfasted the second time and Orson read to us from Book of Mormon. We spent a very pleasant day hearing it and teachings from him. Part of the day very warm. The weather in Salt Lake terribly has one reason for my wanting to come away, as my health was failing every morning as the thought of my loss and the facts flashed upon me. The feeling that came over me was like I was dissolving each portion of my body, separating, lasting longer every day till I came here. The excitement of getting ready and the conversation has broken the spell or power that was gaining ground. Here the camp are called together at evening for prayer. A hymn was sung and prayer offered by one of the brethren, Jen and I were given their own comfortable bed in the tent, and Orson and Zena slept in an adjoining one of our Burtons. This one belongs to BP Preston. They all have nice floors and are very homelike. In front is a large floor surrounded by a railing and covered with green boughs. This is the dining and sitting room. A long table, a pretty settee, and 2 or 3 chairs and a hammock makes up the furniture of this dwelling place. A neat little frame kitchen is built to each one, and water carried in wooden TS to every place, and all around the beds of flowers and shrubbery which are fixed in the prettiest and most attractive style. Words and time fail me to describe the many attractions that this little spot contains. I took a nap in the hammock while Orson was reading, having lost so much sleep of late. Louis Wells is also stopping here, in an adjoining tent, taking care of her sister Anna Cannon's 2 eldest children, while she is visiting Belle in California. Thursday 12th, clouds occasionally passing over us. After breakfast, I took quite a stroll up the steep mountain, at the foot of which we are stopping, came to a large rock in the path of there, knelt and prayed 2 or 3 times, climbed up and went still higher till I came to 3 flat rocks, where I knelt again. And when I'd prayed twice, the rain beginning to fall, I went down and found Jen and Zena hunting for me, as I'd been gone so long. The rain poured down, compelling us to take shelter under the canvas. A cloud burst above there, and the creek raised in a minute and poured down in angry torrents, bringing great boulders, etc. With them having on thin-soled shoes, I dared not go to see the sight, but could hear the noise. This cooled the atmosphere. Appreciate at the same last night being very warm and uncomfortable, so that I slept but little. Forgot to mention Bud and John Spencer stopping here yesterday with their wives and babies. Seeing Jen and me seemed to affect Bud and John, reminding them of Charlie. They were on their way home from Brighton's, where they'd been spending a few weeks. This evening, the place being so wet, we did not go out to prayers, but had them at Orson's place. Friday 13th, lovely day, my appetite improving. Bros Arthur and Charlie Stainer came up, brought ice, steaks, and watermelon. Took breakfast with us. Also the Yellow Jackets, as usual, all over the victuals. They do one good thing: drive the flies off. I worked some today embroidering Helen's little blanket. After dinner was given a very great blessing through the 2 brethren, Orson laying on hands with them. Things were prophesied on my head that should very soon be realized, both temporal and spiritual. Saturday 14th. Packed up everything to return to the city this afternoon. I took one more walk up to the 3 rocks and offered up prayers and thanksgiving to the Most High. After returning, had water hit and washed my red silk shawl, as the water was from the snow on the mountains. Was sorry to find it had faded. It will have to have it dyed black. The weather extremely warm. We arrived home safe and found all well and rejoiced to see us back home. This evening Sister Cook called to see me and to bring a kind note written me by Sister Howard, inviting me to come to Big Cottonwood next Tuesday with Sisters Horn Taylor and Emmeline Wells to attend ladies' conference in that ward. Sunday 15th. Attended meeting with my girls, Lulu Musser and Soul enjoyed as excellent sermon by Bro. Morgan. Orson took dinner here today. Monday 16th. Mr. Hall has arrived yesterday from Dakota, called to see us this evening. I received a letter from him the day of Charlie's funeral informing me of his coming and requested me to keep it to myself. He had heard of Charlie's death through the news and said it made him feel sick, so he could hardly do business. He is stopping at the Valley House, thinks of taking it and carry on the business. He was pleased to be with us again. Tuesday 17th. Soul is anxious to get something to do to help us out. Orson called and talked over the affair, proposed for me to go to Bro. Horace Eldridge and use my influence to get Soul some position in the co-op. Thought I would have more influence with him than anyone. But I went and talked with him and told him that Soul would do anything and he was living with me and could assist me if he could get work. Also told him that I had no one now to look to, but all in vain. He had all the men he could employ. The rain began to fall as I started, and continued on my return. I was going to X off. M. Wells asked if I was not going to Cottonwood. She was just going home to dress, and had no time to give me papers. I hurried home, found Brother Brockbank's boy with carriage waiting for me. I was soon ready, and on the way we called for Sister Elmira Taylor, who rode with me. Emmeline took Sister Horn in a buggy, found a warm welcome by Sister Howard and family, spent a pleasant time and took tea in her parlor. Our friend Mr. Hall called to see us again today. I left him visiting Jen, and Flawed said he felt at home in my house and should feel free to come. Wednesday 18. Attended forenoon and afternoon meeting. Sister Howard resigned her office of president, and new officers were called and set apart. Numbers of brethren were present. BP Brinton officiated, he, with his counselors, and Elder Quist set apart the president and others. The BP made some appropriate remarks. I spoke a few moments in the forenoon. Sister Howard would have us stop and take a lunch and feed the horses before we came to the city. They pressed me to stop another night, but I felt more like coming home. Though I appreciated their kindness as I was riding down there, a dream had the 8th of July came to my mind which troubled me. We had a splendid rain in the city today. Thursday 19th. Done very little but write and read. Flawed gone to Mrs. Talbot's by invitation. Orson called, had a splendid time, told me some glorious things concerning Charlie and the past, present, and future. I had sent him word by Soul to know his mind upon having his pa's family come together at my house soon, for a meeting he said that had been on his mind and was just the thing he wanted. He decided upon Monday next, Friday 20th. As we were at breakfast, Brother Hall came and brought some grapes, says he is prospering in his designs in the hotel business, asked my advice as to going into partnership with certain ones, but which I, like Orson, feel delicate about giving. I copied an item or two from things related to me by my bro. David went up to Salt Lake from St. David. Lily still stopping at Orson's. Saturday 21st. Mr. Hall called and stayed a while this morn as Soul and I were sitting on the porch. Zini and baby also called. Afternoon. Lulu Musser came down, who was almost too weak to walk, been sick a number of days back. Her mother called to see how she was. Dr. Barney came to see me and visited a while. Jen went to the lake with Ed Talbot. Orson came in and talked a while, preaching quite a sermon. Gave him bro David's vision, which Soul and I had been copying, for him to look at, and maybe we'll have it published. Sunday 22nd, my 58th birthday. Attended worship at Tabernacle, and by invitation took the street car with Soul and went to Orson's to dinner. Bro Hall walked there with Orson and Zine. From there we went to meeting at the Ward Chapel, had good sermons. Afternoon from Arthur Stainer and Orson. At evening 2 brethren addressed us and the singing was beautiful. Bro Hall came home with Soul and me and visited a while. I invited him to come to the family gathering at my house tomorrow, but he declined, thinking he would be intruding at such a time. I assured him that he would not, but he felt that he would not be welcomed by all and must decline. As much as he would appreciate the privilege, he thought it best not to come on this occasion because of Jen's cold treatment. Monday 23d. We had a family gathering in the afternoon and evening, the two branches uniting in providing a picnic. And though supper was belated by a few of the boys not being able to get here till late, we had a glorious time, one never to be forgotten. Orson opened with prayer, then addressed us, and his teachings were sharp and to the point. He made a prophecy, at the close, that if we would turn over a new leaf and obey God, honor his priesthood, keep the word of wisdom, etc., we should be able to stop the destroyer from this time, etc. But if we continued to break over his laws and did not keep the Sabbath day holy, etc., we would have something worse than Charlie's death, and these things he prophesied in the name of Jesus Christ. He invited Soul, who gave some excellent instructions. Then he asked Bud, and he spoke very humble and was desirous of being more united in the future, that Charlie's death had set him to thinking of these things, and how much more he had been united and associated with those outside of his father's family than with his own brothers and sisters, etc. I was the next one called to speak was myself. I gave some heartfelt expressions concerning our duties to ourselves and to one another, and to our religion with some of my experience, etc., and told them that I wished to remove everything that stood between me and my God, that I might feel that he was near to me, and I asked to be forgiven of all that I had ever done to hurt the feelings of any of them, that I knew we'd got to become one in all things, and to do this we must make due allowance for one another, etc. I testified to the righteousness of the plural wife order, and that I had known it from my youth, and dared not rebel against it, for the Lord would punish all who did it. Orson and Sold had borne the same testimony and warned them to never do it, etc., etc. I told them that the greatest exaltation would come through obedience to and honoring this celestial order, and many more things were said, which I might write had I the time. We had ice cream after the meeting was over, and everyone expressed themselves as greatly pleased, and hoped we'd have more of the same kind of reunions, or meeting of the family. Mary met me after the meeting and kissed me, and asked my forgiveness for everything she had ever done to hurt my feelings. May this spirit continue and spread among this people is my prayer. Tuesday, 24th. Soul is writing, or copying Brother David's vision while in Arizona. 2 years previous to his death I've done little, but read news. My left hip and leg is paining me badly. Had to go to bed while Jen gone to lake with Ed Talbot. Wednesday, 25th. Feel worse, have bowel complaint up twice in the night, and got sciatica in my left hip, back and leg paining me. Commenced to do without my coffee, and feel stupid. Had to give up and lay down afternoon. Jen has not returned, have written some little. Thursday, 26th. Felt sick from pain in hip and back and my headaches. Soul finished copy yesterday, and I assisted by furnishing some things written as David told them to me when here. Orson has copied it all, and some more written by Soul, which is to be added to the rest. Oh! Thinks it the best and greatest testimony of the kind ever given. He read all of it this afternoon, and Soul is to take it to Abram Cannon to publish. Bro Hall called yesterday and spent a while, and also this afternoon I was looking over volume 1 of Mormon Portraits, etc., more truthfully apostate lies, when he came in this book, being as he said he hoped I'd read it and pick out all the falsehoods. I told him I'd mark some of the most atrocious of them, but found that the whole of it would be black if I marked all, and he said that was right. He wished I would, but I told him I'd come to the conclusion, like Orson, that if we noticed their blackguardism we'd only get the more of it. The falsehoods furnished by Sarah M. Proud about my father, mother, and myself are enough to damn her without anything more. Friday, 27th. I am troubled in mind over Jen's running so much with the unbelieving, fearing she is losing the taste of the Holy Spirit that she had gained since the chastening rod has fallen heavily upon us. I was reproving her this morning and warning her of the evil that would come upon her as sure as she did not repent and listen to counsel. I was urged last eve to let her go again to the lake with Ed. She came and kissed me when she left this morning, and she made a promise to do my bidding in the future and to apologize to Hall for bad treatment. Orson called as I was talking to her and heard part of it. He came to invited Soul and me to his house and left word to tell Bro Hall, as he had wanted to be administered to come up if he should call here. Asked me to go early. But I was sick and grew worse till nearly noon. My pain was so excruciating and so much like that was brought on me the other time I tried to break off drinking coffee. I concluded to take some tea. It relieved me and I felt better every way. But not able to walk, being very weak in body. Flawed went and asked her Uncle Joshua to take me at 6 o'clock. My countenance shows the suffering that I've passed through in the struggle to keep the word of wisdom. Soul said I was suffering for not keeping the word of wisdom, thinking it wisdom for me to take coffee for breakfast. I feel sad and almost discouraged, as I desired so much to put away everything that prevented me from receiving the blessings promised by our Father to those who obeyed the word of wisdom. Orson had felt to rejoice over our attempt in this direction, and I now am not able to accomplish it. The girls all want me to take coffee, and promise that they will abstain, all but Lily, whom they also think ought to have it. I asked to be administered to after Mr. Hall was, and Bro. C. Stainer previously asked the cause of my allesh. I told him he thought it would be wisdom for me not to break off too short, but take a cup of coffee or tea for a while, do it more gradually, then maybe I could accomplish it. I was administered to and blessed after Bro. Hall was. We had an interesting time, conversed upon the two powers who were working for the victory and related incidents of faith, the power God and the evil one, and struggles which we had experienced in our own lives. Orson asked me to tell some of my experience and others with the evil spirits, which I did. We had a very interesting meeting. Brother Hall bade us farewell, starts for home in the morning, though we tried to persuade him to stay longer. Pain returned somewhat at evening. Saturday 28th, slept at Orson's and Joshua came for me near noon, as he agreed to. I asked him to take me to Sister Precinda's. Called at home to tell where I was going. I told her my errand was for her to come and wash and anoint my Helen. She got ready and came, and it was attended to, which was a great care taken from my shoulders. Josh took her home at dusk after taking a lunch. We enjoyed a pleasant visit together. Sunday 29th. My body was too feeble to walk to meeting. While we were at breakfast, I spoke to Jen upon the subject that I desired to for days. I told her I thought it wrong for her to be going with Ed Talbot and fooling him along, when she assured me that she was not fooling him. And to my utter astonishment, she, in answer to my questions, acknowledged that they were engaged to each other. I was as much astonished at this as I was at the news of Charlie's committing suicide, never having an idea that her feelings could change so towards Ed, whom she had always looked upon as nothing but a boy, when it was once rumored by his brothers that Ed was her admirer. She appeared disgusted. I had told her last winter that I was satisfied what his feelings were toward her, since he'd been so attentive and given her a book as a Christmas present. This was a surprise, and sickened her of him. She told me that his letters, which came too often, were not worth replying to. When he came up again from the mine, he found Mr. Hall here from Dakota and took him to be an admirer of hers, and quit coming entirely. This made Jen feel sorry for treating him so, and she has been going to Talbot's oftener ever since. But it never entered my mind that she could ever come to like him, only as a friend, till she told me to the contrary some morning. I asked her when such a change came over her. She said she did not know, though it must have been gradual. He asked her last Thursday. The evening they went home with Lyle Lewis, I was dumbfounded and heartbroken, and returned to my room. There I prayed and wept the best part of the day to the Lord that he would have mercy on us and help me to acknowledge his hand in this as well as all other things, and to show me whether it was for a punishment for Jen's disobedience, or if it would turn out as blessing by Ed's joining this church and become, as soul thinks maybe he will, a savior to his father's house. Jen came to my room and put her arms around me and cried bitterly, saying she wished she'd died when she was so sick, since she saw how I took it, and begged me not to feel so. But my bitterness she cannot know, nor the doom that awaits those who sever themselves from this church and its blessings, of which I have warned her if she has been keeping the word of wisdom and is prayerful, and gone every Sunday to meeting ever since Charlie's death, and before, nearly every Sab. Oh, how long have I prayed that the Lord would send some man to her that she could love and respect, and would be truly a savior on Mount Zion, and why should my prayers be in vain? I feel that I am a mourner indeed. But though my sorrows are keen, the Lord will not withhold his mercy from me when I've tried so hard to serve him and to bring my children to his feet. After all had gone to evening meeting and I was alone, Jen and Ed drove up. She came in, and I asked if she was going to meeting. She had not thought of it, but said she'd go. Joshua driving up to take me home, and she having gone to meeting, I asked him to take me, and Mary being there asking also, we rode to the chapel. I felt that I needed spiritual strength and received it. The meeting was a very interesting one. Orson's teachings and reproofs were sharp and to the point. A brother of this ward, whom it was said had got drunk and ill-treat his wife, and had been allowed a time to improve and repent, first came forward and confessed his sin and asked forgiveness of the congregation. This was given by raising the right hand, and he was reinstated to his former position in the church. Jen asked me to ride home in Ed's carriage. Or I should accepted Zine's invitation to go home with her. Jen has informed me that Ed felt very bad to learn how I felt, as he had always thought so much of me. Monday 30th. Another day of lamentation, and my eyes are sore with weeping. Soul informed Orson of my second trouble. Since that he has been here to inform Soul that he has got him a position at the City Hall prison and that he is wanted there immediately. I told Orson how I felt and how I had prayed that the Lord would show me and him whether his hand was in this or not, that if it was right he would soften Orson's feelings towards Ed and make me reconciled. He said he'd felt better since Soul talked to him about Ed's being a good boy and that they might make a latter-day saint of him, and told me to treat them both kindly, but to inform them that we would not consent to their union until he had first received the gospel and became a member thereof, etc. This I had done. He also told me to set the facts before Jen and what the Lord had said concerning the everlasting doom of those who married outside of the church, that she might not go into it blindly. He said I had cleared my skirts, and this might work out Jen's salvation, and perhaps Ed's. We must leave the rest to the Lord. I called G into my bedroom this afternoon and questioned her about her intentions, and told her what her fate would be if she married out of the church, and the awful trouble and sorrow that would be her portion when she came to see what she had brought upon herself through disobedience unless Ed would investigate and make up his mind to join this church. She thought she had a good deal of influence with him, and maybe she could get him to look into this work, though the only thing that made her feel sad was that I felt so badly over it. At evening, Lulu Musser came down, and in talking with her I rose above my present sorrow and preached to her all the evening. She and Helen were sitting under the sound, and tears were plentiful in the midst of our conversation. Lulu could not believe that Charlie shot himself intentionally or that they could ever be with each other again, as I'd told her it would be her privilege if she'd live for it. I gave her a key that would open the door that she feels she can never hope to enter. To pray the Lord to assist her, no matter how few and simple her words, and she would find him ready and willing to teach her the way to heaven. She had not prayed for a year or more and thought it no use now. Her sorrow, she said, was deeper because she had caused Charlie so much annoyance and grief by rejecting his religious teachings and She made humble confessions, and I told her that I had said that if he had married her in her state of mind probably she never would have been converted, and that his being taken might prove her salvation, as well as others. She would give anything now, she said, if she'd felt then as she had since his death. Though polygamy, she felt she could never accept. I preached that principle to her, and gave her my second book, which she assured me she'd read, and that she prized the talk she'd had with me this evening. I gave her a slight sketch of my own experience when young, which gave me a knowledge of the truth of Mormonism, and of the bitter doom of those who rejected it or apostatized from it. Tuesday 31st. I'm now free from pain in my back. I was feeling sorrowful this morning and was looking for something in my diary written last year, and came to a dreamed the of October 1885, that my Charlie was going away to be gone 3 years. And the meaning is so plain that my heart was cheered at the thought that he has now gone on that journey. I told it to Zine and to Orson as they were here this evening. Ed took Jen a ride and happened to be back here as Orson and Z were going home, and offered to take them, which I was glad of as it was raining. A very kind letter came to me yesterday from a man unknown to me, late prisoner for conscience sake. He wrote, being prompted to thank you, in this humble way, for your very excellent sketches in the W's Exponent. They have been a source of pleasure to me, and I part with you with regret. God bless you for your noble and pleasurable writings. I deeply sympathize with you in your afflictions and pray Israel's God to be with you. Respectfully, your bro. In the Covenant, W.M. Grant, late prisoner for conscience sake. August 30th, American Fork, Utah. I have no remembrance of him, but appreciate his kind words and his appreciation of my sketches in the Exponent. Have received an urgent invitation from Mary to go to the lake park tomorrow with herself and children, and Mrs. Talbot and her little boys Zine W. and hers, and numbers who are to furnish a picnic. Wednesday, September 1st. Spent at Lake Park. My first visit there. The stormy weather took somewhat from our enjoyment. Still, I enjoyed myself better for going, as the gloom that had oppressed me was lessened, and put it all together we had a good time. Especially the children for whom the affair was gotten up. Thursday 2nd. Took a slight addition to my cold, the weather still stormy and cold without my heart is melted, and tears flow spontaneously till my eyes are sore with weeping. Oh, that I may not fail, and become discouraged in the midst of this battle of life and sorrow of which no one knows the depth but the Lord, and his angels that have charge of me and my household. Friday 3D. Weather fine. Commenced to write an article for X expressive of gratitude for the kindness shown me by the brethren and sister in the midst of my troubles, which has been to me like oil poured upon the troubled waters. But it seems impossible for me to get the time and chance. Sister Rachel Grant called to see me, spent part of the forenoon bro. Lee just out of the pen called and took dinner with us, looks and feels splendid. I went this afternoon to Exponent off. And had hard work to walk there. My lower limbs have been so weak and shaky of late, stopped quite a time to rest and visit with M. and Elmira Taylor, and there I learned the facts concerning B.P. Taylor's being excommunicated from the church. I was too horrified to give expression to my feelings. I never dreamed that Salt Lake was so near being another Sodom. This made the sins of A. Carrington look white. I thought, what will be the next horror in Zion? No wonder that this people are being whipped and scourged for their iniquities. After Sister T. left, Zine and Orson called, and we had an interesting interview upon the topics uppermost in our minds: the religion of Jesus Christ, the past, present, and signs of the last days. Orson expressed the same gloomy forebodings as myself which are hanging over us as a people, and awful condition of the majority of those who wish to be called Latter-day Saints. He said it was a treat to him to converse with persons of his mind, and who were not swallowed up in things of the world like nearly all are with few exceptions. I felt much better in body and mind when I returned home. G. appeared humble and broken-hearted today and asked forgiveness for causing me sorrow. Flawed has done the same, and I hope this spirit will remain with us. Saturday 4th. My cold worse coughed through the night, and today with no cessation got some lemons and cut it up with sugar towards evening and got relief. I went into Mary Kay's to see Vic, and Mary insisted upon my taking supper. She seemed more like her old self than for years. Stayed till after 8, and when I came home found Lucy W. Kimball, whom I'd made to promise to come up and stay with me to go to meeting Sunday. Sunday 5. Spent a bad night, but better today. Still dare not risk going out to meeting. Lucy continued with me. Only while at meeting afternoon Mary Ellen returned with her brought the tidings of John Q. Cannon's humiliation, making a public confession of his sins, adultery, and was cut off from the church. I was astonished then, I was not when his conduct has been what it has, having carried a high head and rolled in luxury, feeling himself safe in living an easy and loose life, such as few could do, and escape so long. How I feel for his folks. What will be the next horror in Zion? They will come thicker and faster, no doubt. My own terrible sorrow begins to seem light compared with the others. I dreamed this morning of being in some house, and being much younger than now, and there were 4 babies lying side by side on a bed where I was, and there was a woman and Mr. Hall in the same house. I can't remember that either were related in any way, but I was to be an assistant in nursing the babes and was on the same bed, and I had just put one to my right breast, and the milk was flowing out of it when the other woman, who seemed to have the strongest claim, took it from me, although she was nursing another one herself. The 4 babies were dressed alike in collared long dresses. I dreamed considerable, but could gather no more, only that I greatly admired friend Hall, and hoped that he would return the same towards me. Monday 6th. My cough not nearly so bad. Lucy stayed till after dinner. We had a good visit. My Helen asked if I wanted to let her have my little bedroom stove, either to rent or sell it. I let her have it, and said they could pay me what they thought right, as I was in need of money. Flawed asked me today the same, and Jen did Saturday, what we were to do to get groceries. I couldn't tell them, only to get them on tick. This they refused to do. Then I thought of the $2.50 that George Bourne offered to give me for a sack of flour. So told Flawed to go to him, which she's done, and got the most needful things. I went to T.O. for my portion, paid my tithing, then went and paid Mackenzie the $10 remaining on my taxes, all being $18, called at XO. and got papers then to news and asked bro Nicholson for last Wed's news, which we did not receive. He got one for me, which in reading I found very interesting and contained what I had not seen concerning the earthquake in my native state, New York, and other northern states. Soul brought a young bro home with him this evening who wants a private boarding place. He was baptized in Texas, but there being no one there with authority to confirm him, he came with 2 or 3 others to Utah, and for some reason fell into bad company and got intoxicated and was placed in the city hall, where Soul first met him and was interested in his welfare, believing from his story and humbled appearance that he was a good man, and says if I want to take him, he can lodge with him. This man was a Catholic previous to joining our church, has quite an amount of silk for sale, and if he speaks truly is able to pay my price $5, which he is paying at a hotel. I told him nothing would induce me to take boarders, but the necessity that I was in for cash to pay numerous debts and taxes. Orson has brought me the bill from W.M. Taylor Sexton, which is $75.75 CTS, and another tax bill, territorial and territorial school taxes for the year, but which has had reduced to I being a widow. Tuesday 7th. Orson called this morning to bring me an invitation from bro and sister Charles Stainer to visit to their house this afternoon, which I was pleased to accept. I asked his advice about taking Mr. Brother to board. He thought I'd better do so, and if he did not prove to be honorable, I could easily send him off. Sister Stainer called shortly after this to invite me to her house. Jen and Flawed are doing the washing today, Wednesday 8th. Just returned home from Orson's accompanied by Zine and Babe to attend the party held this evening in honor of Mary Whitney's 48th birthday. It seems that this is to be a surprise on her, which was to me when I learned of it from Zine yesterday. We had an interesting time and I received great blessing from above. I came home with Zine and Orson remained all night and till afternoon, Zine coming with me, also little kitten. Zine paid my fare in streetcar. Brothers took up his abode here last evening. Beds with Soul. The picnic passed off pleasantly, little children enough to make up a show, or a bedlam of the first water. Orson played on the guitar and sung, As I Stood on the Bridge at Midnight, and other songs, also played accompaniments on organ to 1 or 2 sonky hymns, in which he, with Bud, and nearly all, sang with spirit, then were dismissed by prayer, Orson being mouth. Thursday 9th. Cough troublesome, have got a very lame back. Mrs. Talbot called to see if I'd go to her house tomorrow, if she'd come for me in buggy. Helen gone visiting, and I took charge of her preserves. Orson called this eve to see Mr. Brothers, Soul having spoken to Orson about his being baptized, and he is to be baptized tomorrow by Soul, and Orson is to come here at evening to confirm him a member of this church. Friday 10th. Spent the afternoon at Talbot's. Frank came for me, and his father brought me home. They now have a nice place, fine carriage and horses, etc. How long they'll enjoy them is uncertain. Orson came at evening and confirmed brothers and rebuked the powers of evil that have troubled him and commanded them to leave and not return, etc. For 2 or more years he has been followed and tormented with evil spirits. He could see and hear them cursing and tantalizing him day and night. And one night in Texas where he lived, he got his horse up in desperation, and at midnight rode some several miles, put up at a place where he stopped, found some Mormon elders. The first time he'd ever met any, he was converted and baptized before he left, but there being no priest in that part, he and 3 or 4 more converts came up to Utah to be confirmed. He had great difficulties, and the evil spirits, his constant tormentors, followed him until he was rebaptized today by Soul and confirmed a member of this church. Saturday 11th. My back and head still bad, and cough worse. Tried to reply to APC, received today from Mr. Beard, acknowledging the news sent him containing notice of my Charlie's death. Sister Rachel Grant called to see me, and then Brother Lee just from the pen called to see us and took dinner. He looks splendid and is in good spirits. I gave up trying to write, took the Book of Mormon, read till my head ached very bad. I was greatly interested and read too long. Lori Pack also came and spent a while with me. Sunday 12th. Spent a strange night, not easily eradicated from my memory. Slept good the forepart of the night and dreamed something interesting. Was alone and had felt glad to have the bed to myself, but when I awoke the first time, it was by a sensation like a couple of objects pouncing across my body. 6 inches, or so wide, I should judge. I turned over, being on my left side, felt that it was from an evil source, probably the same as that which had troubled our border and been rebuked. I immediately began to pray the Lord to rebuke it. And with all the effort I could muster, I rebuked it in the name of Jesus Christ. I repeatedly did so till I went to sleep. I awoke once with a terrible groan in my sleep, thought I was dying because I drew so long and deep a breath that I took it to be death, and then began another one when I awoke as from nightmare. Again I made an effort to pray and rebuked the evil spirits, and I had concluded that fasting and prayer would be my only recourse to get rid of the power. And I tried to rebuke it, and I prayed every time I awoke that the Lord would move me to do so, to fast if necessary, and that when morning came His Spirit might direct me in this matter. I have no idea how many naps I took, but I wish numbers of times that it was morning. It seemed to me the longest night that I've any recollection of for years. I felt that I'd have to forego some of those great promises made me if I'd got to go through so much to gain them. Was glad when day broke, continued praying to be guided right whether I should fast or not. Got up and dressed me, though I felt sick, my head aching as it had all night. And while washing face and cleaning my teeth, I prayed to myself, and would not drink a drop though I wanted to. I then bowed in prayer before going out, after being called to breakfast. I had dreamed of being with Charlie, father, and Brigham Young and others, with a great deal more which I could not remember, but knew that they were more than commonly interesting from the time that I'd first dropped to sleep when I went out and saw the table ready. The first thing that struck me was the vacant chair at the head of the table, and Charlie not there to fill it, when I burst into tears and went back and fell on the lounge, telling Jen, who followed me, not to wait for me. This occurrence with others that transpired during the morning I have only a dim recollection of. I thought I went from the table into my bedroom till I was told different. I concluded that I couldn't fast, so I took my breakfast. I did not see Sol there at first, and for quite a time could not remember where he was or what kept him away, though I tried to. When he came I had a slight remembrance of it, and of being on my bed, and telling him of my night visitors, and that I would like some brother with him to administer to me, and of his saying he'd get someone, when I said I hated to trouble anybody. I was sick and stupefied by the cold in my head, and my nerves having been worked upon so in the night. I was in a sick and unenviable condition, part perhaps brought on by the straining cough that's been troubling me, the overdoing my body the day before, and trying to live up to father's rules, etc., etc., which makes Lucifer my foe. Sol, when going up to call on Vi, met Bro Eyes Lawson and brought him down to administer to me. Sol putting the oil upon my head, and Bro L, being mouth, rebuked my afflictions and blessed me, and predicted that I should be blessed and healed, etc. I then combed my hair and was all right as for my mind, but head ached some and was prostrated very much in body and looked so pale that my girls were afraid to leave me alone. But I insisted upon their going to meeting, which they did. Lily accepted. Rachel Simmons came here from meeting and spent quite a time. Also Mary and her sister Laura Pack came in. Monday 13th. Last night enjoyed good sleep. Jen stayed with me by my request. I have been better today, but Flawed says she and Lily had a bad night. Flawed would begin to groan as soon as she was asleep, and Lily would call her and awaken her. So they both feel badly. I went upstairs this afternoon to see some of Bro Michael's goods. He let me have a dress pattern of silk and linen poplin, and a petcoat for $7. The dress was $7 and the petcoat $3. Gave me both for $7. Sol has got a dress for his wife of the same material, and Sheepy told me that the reason he favored us was because we were so good to him. He also gave me a paper of pins. He is a good and industrious young man, and we are getting to like him very well. He loves Sol as an own brother and attends family prayers and asks blessing when Sol is not here. The voice of the evil spirits, he says, have gone from him, but he hears them at a distance. I believe him, and that they are trying to hang around me and my family or some others of the evil agents that are at work. Tuesday 14th. Jen says she could not sleep last night, thought the spirits were visiting her. Flawed slept with me. I dreamed of Charlie going a journey over the sea or starting with others, and then returning for something that had been forgotten, etc., etc. I dreamed of H.D.S. breaking my favorite china bowl by throwing it carelessly onto a pan of dishes, and of my trying to stop him, knowing that it would break it. I was angry and almost crying as I gathered the pieces in my hand and reproached him for it, severely telling him that it had been very dear to me, was a very dear relic and a gift from my mother, belonging to an old tea set given me years ago. But he didn't appear to care, only laughed over it, adding insult to injury in my mind. Sister Frank spent a while here and took dinner. Afternoon, Lulu Musser came with a buggy and took me a long ride. She had had an interesting dream. Charlie was with her most of the night. She thought he had died and come to pay her a visit. She was happy with him. And one among other questions she asked him was if she could be his if she did not have her endowment. But he shook his head and said no. He was happy, and there was such a happy, peaceful influence left with her that she felt as though it was a reality that he had been with her. I told her I considered that the Lord had been very good and permitted his, Charlie's, spirit to visit her, and it should be encouraging to her to pray and cling to the Lord. She said she had been trying to pray, then said, the Lord has given you this dream to show that he is pleased and desires to encourage you to go on in doing right. I told her that she should have my prayers. Wednesday 15th. Had a good night's sleep last night. Yesterday was Michael's 24th birthday, which he spent at home reading the life and travels of P.P. Pratt. I tried to write a little but failed. Zine called to see us. She and came back from Provo Monday. Thursday 16th. Cool this morning, so I made fire in the grate, cleaned it, and the room a little. Orson called to see how I was. Said Zine thought I looked very bad, but I told him I looked well to what I did Sunday. He said he and bro, C. Stainer would call at 1 o'clock and administer to me. They came, and after talking with Michael upon the subject of spirits and of his experience before receiving the gospel, etc., I was anointed by Orson and highly blessed C.S., being mouth-giving many precious promises. Friday 17th, received a beautiful letter of condolence from my cousin Libby Walling, the best she ever wrote to me, and the humblest spirit accompanied it. I tried to answer it, but my strength is not equal to the task. Called to tell me that Zine and Sister S. thought of coming down here this eve, and her husband and himself would come too if agreeable to me. I was pleased to have them. Orson and Zine came early, but Sister S. was taken suddenly ill and could not come. Bro S. came to tell us I had refreshments prepared by the girls, but no one desired to eat. After feasting upon spiritual food, the Lord was with us, his spirit bearing witness, making our hearts peaceful and calm as the setting sun. Saturday 18th. Felt the best this morning that I had for over a week, but hurt my back and made it worse. Bro Michael gave me $1 yesterday and $3 today in cash. He paid for a load of coal with T.O. Order $7.25. Brother Kimball called on us and took dinner. Mrs. Talbot brought me some more California grapes. Said they were good for my cough, very agreeable medicine. Sunday 19th. Better, accepting lame back. Ventured out to meeting, very glad, as we had a splendid sermon from O.F., but I was considerably exhausted, and my back hurt me. Orson came round this way home and was also accompanied by Lulu Musser, who walked on with him. Soul had to go to the city prison to attend to prisoners as usual. Monday 20th. Jen commenced working for Hentai Flawed, washed and did most of the work till afternoon. Lily came home from Lulu's where she'd spent the night. I tried again to write to Libby, but without success. Another package of my books were sent for by a Canon copies. Said they were the first sold and the most effective wherever the missionaries or agents went with the faith-promoting series. After washing, Flawed went to take drawing lesson of Lyle Lewis's mother this afternoon. Tuesday 21st. A heaviness of heart has troubled me all day. Wednesday 22. Last night felt so sorrowful, cried till I saw that I would be sick, and I prayed the Lord to take off from me all that was not needful for me to bear, but I slept this morning, and fasted and prayed till afternoon. My heart is so sad today. I could not find relief, only in prayers and tears. Orson and family called and took dinner at George. Zine took Racy to the circus and left little Emily here. Orson told me he did not want to be present this evening. The case of Lulu Musser and Bro Grow is to be talked over, and it is to be at my house, as I have an interest in this affair. The scandal raised on Charlie and Lulu by those professing to be saints. Thursday 23d. Up till midnight. Sister Musser, Lulu, Soul, Bro Grow, myself and 2 counselors of the BP of 19th Ward Pike and met to take down evidence from us. We had our say. Bro Grow trying to get out of the matter by denying telling myself or Soul or anyone else what we heard from his lips on the train between Kaysville and the city. I told him I had defended him and did not wish any blame cast on him, but my mind was clear and calm when he mentioned this matter, and that God and angels would bear witness that I told nothing but the truth, that I would not dare to tell an untruth, nor did I cherish ill feelings against brethren and sisters, etc., etc., etc. I am very sorry to have this trouble, but I want the sin to rest where it belongs, and scandalmongers to be punished for the same Saturday 25th of September. I dreamed this morning that this city was assailed by Indians. They were around by President Young's house. I was over there in the upper part of the Lion House and wanted to make my escape. I came down through a trap door and dropped down behind Sister Twiss's bed, which had curtains around it. I thought to myself, this was made for President Young to slip out when his enemies were after him. The next I remember, I was up to Heber's trying to get down the hill without being seen. I secreted myself inside the wall till I got down to Mary Ellen's, where everyone was up in arms, and I saw the street below there filled with Indian warriors all painted up, and they were apparently fighting our men. The sight was terrific, and I could not go on to my home. But soon all was over, and the news came that the Indians were not enemies to the Mormons, but the land which the city was built on was sloping towards the west, and it had to be made level, and this was what they'd come here for, and they had accomplished it. Sun 26. Attended meeting at Tabernacle Bro. Manor preached. Orson called here previously, was on his way to prayer circle. The folks were all gone to evening meeting but myself. Flawed returned from meeting with toothache, which has troubled her this 3 days and made her very nervous. Mon 27. Flawed nor I had slept till late. I felt sad and lonely in spirit yesterday, and prayed before retiring for a dream consolation. The only dream I remembered was of my father being with me and of our being in a canyon where there was a house for travelers belonging to me, and I with members of my family occupied at that time. I packed our bedding upstairs for safekeeping. As we were about going away, some folks came along to stop, and I found one woman had been and unpacked my things. Among them was a feather bed belonging to Florence, which I had found previous to packing it to have a great tear in the tick on one side, but previous to that I had discovered the down had been coming out on the outside, and wondered how this could be, but found by examining it that a large place had been torn. One side of the tick was like a bed comforter or spread. This the woman had around her like an apron and was just going to work, but I claimed it and gave her to understand that she'd have to take it off, and I was displeased at her taking such liberties. Of the dream I remember very little. Tuesday 28. Some fine peaches came today. That were promised us by a bro some time ago, part freestones and the biggest part clingstones. I pared and got the freestones ready for canning. General Flawed doing the latter. I feel low-spirited, and Jen has asked 2 or 3 times what ails me to look so pale. Sister Howard called and spent a time with me today. Wed 29. Bud came last eve to see if Flawed would take the parts that Edith Clausen has played in Confusion, and another. She asked me if she could. I said, if she thought she could stand it without getting sick, I suppose she could. Just as I was ready to sit down, Lulu Musser drove up to take me a ride, took me past the burn stores. Not one of us in my house had of the fire last night, till we read it in this morning's Herald. Lulu took me down to Bro. Frink's. I got out and stayed a few minutes. Sister Frink urged us to stay all day, but was to go to Sister Musser's to dinner. Had a splendid ride, and it gave me an extra relish for dinner. Enjoyed the visit afternoon with Sister Musser, her mother, Sister Pratt, and Lulu. I came home at dusk. Found my Helen in labor. Brought home portion of a sermon preached by Moses Thatcher at Lewiston Cash Company in 1886 to copy it. I have believed all this for a year or more back, but had not heard of his saying it. Thursday 30. Had somewhat a restless, wakeful night, thinking of Helen's sickness, but she went through the night, though in labor, and continued till half after 2 o'clock. A son was born. Weighing Sister Ellis' ship was her doctor. George called for her on his way to Coop this morning. She administered chloroform during the latter part of the time. Helen says she suffered more this time than with her Helen, but during the final entrance of the babe into the world she knew nothing of it. George is tickled and boasts of having a son as well as George Piper. I was the DR's only assistant till George came to his dinner. He took my place, and I held the chloroform to Henty's nose, as I was tired out, but stood it far better than was expected of me. The nurse came after dark. Friday, October the 1st, pared peaches for preserves and washed the feathers of the second pillow on which Charlie's head was lain. The first one was buried by deck. Before I came home at evening, I copied some poetry, a prayer, composed by Sister Peyton. I'd previously given them to Orson to read, and he pronounced them beautiful and agreed with me that they were given by inspiration. He told me that Talbot's folks were hunting a larger house, as Ed was to be married about Christmas, the first inkling that I'd had of it. Sister Peyton called to see me on particular business, telling me something that surprised me greatly. I referred her to the subject of our conversation to give the answer. Sat second. Preserved my peaches. Commenced a letter to Ed T., expressing my feelings, etc. Sister Frink called and stayed to dinner, also Bro Frink, who called in carriage for her. I read to her Orson's letter received from Japheth, and also the verses composed by Sister Peyton. Sister Frink wanted a copy of the latter, and I gave it to her today. Soul gave Brothers a reprimanding for his unsaint-like actions of late. He took it kindly and promised to do better. Sunday 3D. All seem bright today. Helen getting on nicely. Also Baby went to afternoon meeting with Lou Musser, who urged me to, or I'd hardly have undertook it. Orson called after meeting. Monday 4th. Went to BP Preston's off and got my allowance from there to X off. Found there talked a while, then went to upper off to see Jim Jack about paying taxes, and from their home M begged me to try to write again for the ex-sister H. T. King dead, and I dropping off left her in the lurks for material. I told her I had no chance nor time now to write even a letter, but might by flawed wash today, and Lil doing the housework. Tuesday 5th. Harriet Kimball came here Sunday night from Meadowville, and we have sat up late visiting. Never slept till after 1 o'clock. Also laid awake, but felt tolerably well as I slept in the morning. Spent this the quietest day that I've enjoyed for a long time, and it seems good once more to be undisturbed. Mr. Brothers having been absent since yesterday morning. He bought him new suit of clothes Saturday, went to Sunday school, and to meeting, was in the best spirits, and prayed the best that morning that he had for some time, and said to me that he expected to become adopted to my father, etc., but did not show himself till we were at evening prayers, had been drinking some, so that he nearly tumbled down in his haste to get through the room upstairs, a thing that he never did before, and it made me suspicious. He kept Sol awake and pulled the bedclothes off from him so that he took cold and made him sick. I learned this from Sol, who said that Brothers got up with him Monday morning and followed him to City Hall, begging him all the way to forgive him and let him remain with him, that he had only drank some wine, and was invited to take it by, but Sol told him he could not sleep with him again and he'd better leave. He had no more time nor patience to spend on him, etc. I don't blame Sol, for I'd felt that he couldn't stop here if he continued lolling around smoking and reading 10-cent novels, as he'd been doing for a fortnight or so, as I expected nothing but he'd go to drinking. I'm sorry for the fellow, but cannot afford to keep him under the circumstances. Ed T. brought me a box of grapes, the loveliest I've tasted, as if to remove the hard feelings that I nurture because of the preparations that are going on for him and Jen to marry, without my being consulted in the matter. Wednesday 6th. Sol quite unwell with cold and sore throat. Zine down here with Baby gone to spend the day with L. I dreamed this morning that my home was Mother and Father's house, and I had another smaller house standing in the lane, which I'd rented to Talbots, and they were moving out of it. I thought Mrs. T. and I were together outdoor near my place. She stood by my side with a babe in her arm. I was seated, and someone handed me a pretty basket containing numbers of beautiful little sprigs of flowers, canned in imitation of them, the most delicate colors, about 3 or 4 sprigs in each, as near as I could tell, and there were others added to them. I was very much delighted with them, and also Mrs. T., who took one to look at, and the thought that her child would get hold of it and spoil it. I hesitated to look among the others to see if I could find one not so nice, or a smaller one to give her in the place of this, but couldn't, and felt nervous over it, though I said nothing. But as I looked up, the sprig had fallen apart in the palm of her hand, and I remarked that they could not have been fastened together very good. This, I believe, was given me in answer to prayer. I believe Mrs. T. has had a hand in bringing Jen and Ed together, and that their marriage will not be consummated, or in this wise, that G is that sprig but will never go into the hands of her boy. or to be soiled by the touch of a Gentile. This dream decided the matter in my mind, and I told Orson, who thinks Jen may die, but I am not of his mind, though it may be so if she lives. I think her engagement with E will flat out in the hands of the one who has sought to bring them together. I went to Tio to see about getting a bag of apples brought over, which Harriet told me I could have. She brought them from her brother's south of here. Went to X office. Orson came and talked a while, then came home so tired could hardly walk. Had cleaned the 2 large rooms, etc. Before going on my return, found a note from Lulu Musser saying that her sister Flo would call at 3 o'clock with buggy to take me to Frink's if I wished. Flo drove up that moment and I went. Never felt more grateful. The ride and the refreshing breeze was the very thing I needed. Sister Angie was glad to see me and wanted me to stop, so I did. Had a pain through shoulders and breast, made me feel sick, my liver again. Sister Early was visiting at Angie's when I got here. Thursday 7th, fast day, and I ate nothing nor drank till dinner. Slept the best last night that I have for numbers of nights. Dreamed a curious dream. Went out from some city. Had to pass through a building and upstairs, then through a long hall which was being repaired. The next I remember, I was quite a distance from there and had started to come back. A wagon, milk with cream. And I asked someone standing by to move 2 or 3 in front of me, which they did, and by hard struggling I got. Next I remember, I'd gone away on quite a distance from there and was about returning. A wagon loaded with folks were just starting in the same direction. And by the assistance of a long pole or something of that kind I could keep up with them. I was to the left some distance from them till we came to a field of very tall grain, either Indian corn or brown corn, which they entered, and I followed. Then I bethought myself that if I went into it, there being no road, I could not see my way and might get lost. So turned to the left onto an open field covered with green grass, and I could see to the city, the place of my destination, though the ground was uneven, filled with ravines going in various directions, but it looked beautiful. And I was very soon to the same house through which I again had to pass, and here I met Father, Mother, Horace, and Orson. It seemed that I had a coat or cloak belonging to Horace that I was required by him to take off and give to Orson. I took it off, though I informed them that I had nothing to put on in the place of it, and I felt sorely the need of it, as it was so thick and warm, and left me so thinly clad. Previous to meeting them I had to climb some steep stairs, the steps narrow and no railing, and every step I took thought I must fall backward. But I got up, and all around the top, front, and sides were pans of milk with thick cream. And I asked someone standing to move 2 or 3 so I could get up. Which was done. I could not remember all I dreamed. A Relief Society meeting was held in the afternoon at Sister Frink's, present the BP of Farmers' Ward and councillors to appoint new officers, the councillors to Sister Woodruff, and secretary. The latter was Sister Frink. I was invited to speak, but begged them to excuse me till others had spoken. I then arose and spoke a few moments. Brother Frink brought me home towards evening. John Q. Cannon was arrested this morning, also E. B. W. and her Anna and Lulu. When I got home, found that Sol had been sicker than I was aware of. I felt sorry about it and that I had gone away, but he is all right now, he says. I went up to see Vi and Phoebe this evening. Friday 8th, did not sleep till after midnight, so laid abed this morning. Harriet is here, and the only one besides myself and Lily to dinner. Forgot to mention a letter of importance, which was here on my return yesterday, written me by a brother on a subject near to my heart. Helen is still gaining. George and Deck came to get the news, to read the proctings of the court in the case of John Q. Cannon and others. Horrible disclosures. I argue that the course taken by Emmeline Abram Cannon and the girls is by advice, but this Sol, nor any of the rest, could believe. Saturday 9th. Enjoyed a good night's sleep. Did some mending and tried to write, but interrupted as usual. Florence came home from Farmington this morning. Helen is mending. Received a letter from Cousin Rose. Sunday 10th. Cleaned the 2 front rooms, as Flawed is not well, and I insisted upon it. Orson called to invite Sol and me to dinner at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It began to rain and poured down, so that I could not go at that hour. But cleared up, and I walked to streetcar by the bank with Kimball, who called to bring some of my books sent from Fillmore, and $1 in silver, Sister Smith not being able to sell any more. Paid the fare for me, walked from car to Orson's, and he and Zine, having given up seeing us, had gone. And I supposing it to be meeting time went on to the chapel, there being no one there, went into Sister Powell's, perfectly exhausted she and bro. Powell's nearly overcome me with kindness, insisting upon my having a lunch. She said it for me, and then we went to meeting, but I was so badly overdone that I took no pleasure in anything except the singing, felt fearful, and wished myself at home in bed. Came home with Zine, who was also sick with distress in her stomach. My body felt like it would fall apart as I walked, and I was considerably out of patience with myself to think how I'd worked and brought it upon myself. Mon 11th. Better in body than I expected last night, prayed the Lord to forgive me for this transgression, and I'd try to be wiser for it. I returned home about 12 o'clock on streetcar. Another leakage in our water pipe by my house is letting the water up. I sent for the man to fix it again. Tuesday 12th. Never slept till about 1 o'clock, got indignant at being kept awake by those who came late, G and E sitting up after telling them to not sit up any longer as Jen would be sick. And I felt that my feelings were imposed upon and I could not keep silent any longer. I had 2 callers this morning, bro. Lee and Sister Peyton, the latter waiting till he was gone, which took up most of the forenoon. I did some sewing and copied my letter to E.T., written a week or more ago. Thought I would not send it, but changed my mind. My conscience was not clear. Wednesday 13th. Head aching and heart aching. Flawed and Lil commenced fall cleaning. I gave the letter to Ed, who called G, gone with him this evening. I expect I've stirred up fresh trouble, but I've cleared my skirts at all events. Thursday 14th, awake till midnight, and slept this morning to make it up. Took my breakfast by the shanty stove, which felt comfortable, the weather being quite cold. In the midst of it, Mrs. Talbot called to talk with me about things said in my letter to Ed. She was grieved to have me think that she'd intentionally wronged me, denied having anything to do with making the match between Ed and Jen. Said E. told her this morning that he should leave everything with Jen and it would all rest with her whether they married or not, and we both were frank to each other. She does not blame me at all, but could not allow our friendship of such long standing to be broken up through anything of this kind. There had been a misunderstanding, she expecting me to broach the subject first, and my thinking that she ought to be the first. I'm glad she came, as we now understand each other. She asked me to ride with her, and I accepted. During the ride saw their new home just purchased in the 7th Ward. The ride was refreshing. She urged me to take dinner with them, but I declined, as I felt in no trim to see or talk with anyone else, feeling very poorly in body and mind. Spent the afternoon looking over and cutting articles out of papers and doing up packages to mail, which I've been slack about doing for some time past. Helen's nurse leaves her tonight. Friday 15th. Took the place of Helen's nurse, washed and dressed baby. Received a postal from Lucy Kimball in Logan urging me to come up and stop with her as she is alone at present. I wrote a postal to her informing her that I could not go till Helen was able to attend to herself and baby. Think I'll take Lily with me for her health as it is failing and her spirit drooping. Went to T.O. and X office, was tired out, sat waiting for M and read epistle of the presidency. A boy bringing in the X of October 15th. I took 5 copies and came home. Ed Talbot came and asked me for Jen. I refused to consent to the union, though I'd nothing to bring against him, only that he was an outsider, and that they would never be happy without he became a Latter-day Saint if they were to marry. I told him that the human family were all God's children and he had but to go to him as he would to his earthly father and ask him to show him the truth of this gospel, and see. Saturday 16th. Felt better, filled 2 pillow ticks with feathers. Besides making the ticks, this with other things used me up and brought on the weakness through my back and loins, so I'm as bad as ever. Sunday 17th. Very poorly, washing and dressing baby, about all I've done, and more than I'm able to do. I dreamed last night that Flawed had died, and she'd barely been buried when Henry Dinwiddie's father came for the things that he, Hen, had given her. Thought he'd been delegated by the family to attend to it. I felt so indignant to see him in such a hurry when there had not been time to attend to anything as yet, that I answered him very sarcastically, so I will see that they are all gathered up and sent to you. The first thing he mentioned was a double blanket, white, that he had come for, which, with the little gifts that Hen had presented her at various times, made up the sum total that he had come for. Orson called before evening meeting. I told him this dream and the one I had down to Frank's last fast day morning, Thursday the 7th. This he thought an interesting dream and gave as his interpretation that this city was our heavenly home, that I had left it and was now returning, and the house was the spirit world. Mon, 18th. After dressing baby, I did some sewing heart me, so I had to cease cloudy and threatening. Tuesday 19th retired before 7 last night, and H&E left at 9 o'clock worth recording snowing this morning bro. Brothers came today and took his clothes, told me he'd repented, his experience had taught him a lesson. I paid $10 in order as he'd lent it to me. We had a new stove come today from co-op store. George gets it for me and is to let the rent money go on it instead of paying it to me. He brought 4 yards of linoleum to put over the carpet and put up the stove and tacked the L down. Hen Dinwoody assisted him. The stove without furniture is $40. It is the champion monster. Wednesday 20th. Dreamed I was married to an Indian chief who had a wife. They were civilized. She dressed up and went away with some. One of our prominent women was dressed richly, but different in style from our own, and was highly educated. I thought him fine looking, and I liked him, but had some anxiety, fearing he was not as neat and cleanly as I desired, being dressed in Indian costume, and that he might not be entirely free from the natives. He went away with some man, and I took advantage of it and cleaned around the place where he was accustomed to sit, like a Turk. I dreamed the night before of seeing Father Brigham Young, John Taylor, and 2 or 3 other brethren. They were together in the midst of a multitude of men and women. In some large house they looked youthful, or middle-aged, bright and cheerful, and were very daring, I thought, to appear in so public a place. They suddenly left, and I heard that they had been taken by the deputies. They might try it if there was any way that they could get across that unknown river into the other world. They'd be just as successful as they will accomplish the rooting out of Mormonism, or plural marriage. I went to work sewing a little today and brought on palpitation of the heart and was prostrated, so I had to go to bed, and felt about discouraged to be so nearly good for nothing. Thursday 21st. Brothers came last evening to bring my valise, which he took to get mended for me. It cost $25. He stayed the evening, said he had not heard family prayers since he left here. Marion Sprague sent her daughter yesterday to get one of my first pamphlets, 10 CTS. My body was in the same weak state this morning, and Helen washed and dressed her baby for the first time. Friday 22nd. Went to writing on my article for X on slander am better, but not able to be on my feet much. Saturday 23d. Dreamed of being with a number of the dead Father and Sarah and her sister, Mariah Hall, and a few more. Forget how many. Thought Father and Sarah had been concealed somewhere. Father left without my having an interview, and I felt very badly over it. We were below the city, and as we were coming up, and Sarah and Mariah had a buggy. I wished that I could ride with Sarah and was going to propose for Mariah to ride in the carriage where I was to ride and let me ride with Sarah, but they got the start of me, Mariah being in the buggy before me. I was disappointed as I wanted so much to have a visit with her. She was looking very fair and Mariah looked handsome and was dressed fine and quite stylish. Sunday 24th spent at home. The girls attended afternoon and evening meetings. My body still weak and debilitated. Mon 25th. Mr. Hall called to see us and again at eve, to get the pair of blankets left with us last spring. The nights quite cold. Received $2 from Harriet K. per G. Riser. Tuesday 26th. Flawed washed. I did room a little writing. Flawed went and bought some nightgowns for L, paid 50 CTS for one and 60 for the other. Got 2 pair of hose for her and a back plaster for me. My back bad with lumbago. Orson brought the tickets for me and Lil to take us to Logan. Soul paid for them half-fare tickets as we expect to go to the temple. Wednesday 27th. Spent working, packed some things, and wrote a little. Sister Reed of the 16th Ward and her sister called on me. Brought me $2.50 received for my book left there last spring. Came in a very good time. I told them they were sorry. They said not to see me at their meetings in the 14th Ward and hoped I'd soon be able to attend. Wrote AP. Card to Lucy saying I'd be in Logan next Monday if nothing prevented. Thursday 28th, went riding with Helen and babies. Also Lily saw Orson's new home on the hill near the 18th Ward Chapel. Lovely place, and house glad he's got a home of his own. Friday 29th, Orson called this forenoon, wanted to see my article, thought it good made, but few changes. I was thankful to have him go over it. He read me a poem in prose that goes ahead of any that he has ever written. It reminded me of Pollock's Course of Time. which Orson presented me with on my 53rd birthday. Saturday 30th, worked at my copy, added to and improved it. Afternoon, went to getting ready for my trip to Logan Deck, brought me $4 toward paying for Charlie's suit, sent Flawed to buy Lil some shoes, etc. Bro, Riser brought me $2.50 by Harriet Kimball's request, and I gave him a receipt for it. Soul brought our recommends to the temple this evening. Sun 31st, coughed so last night, was sick this morning, turned faint, and had to leave the table and lay on the lounge. Flawed brought me coffee and breakfast. I was so bad, could hardly feed myself, but felt better after taking nourishment. In the afternoon, did all the packing, and in the evening, did up several pages of papers to send to the States, took a bath, and went to bed. Felt very fearful to undertake the trip after being so sick, and then the deathly spell in the morning discouraged me. Mon. November 1st. Logan City, reached about 2 in the afternoon. Lucy Kimball was at the depot with a conveyance. We had pleasant weather till we got to Cache Valley, where there was no longer sunshine but winter. The ground in Logan white with snow, and all around and storming. Lucy's little quiet cot is cozy enough where Lil and I are comfortably ensconced. Tuesday 2nd. We went early to the temple. I was baptized for my health, and tried to persuade Lily too, but Count and a friend called to see us in the afternoon. Wednesday 3rd. Spent most of the day at the temple. Lily also went through and was very much interested, though it was cold. The exercises commenced by singing prayer and singing again. Then some teaching from one of the brethren and closed with another hymn. I called at the corner store on our return to buy Lily some rubbers. Thursday 4th. Took cold yesterday and my lungs sore as they can be and cough quite severe. Took physic last night, cramp in my left foot and ankle, took me in the night, had to rub it for quite a while, so sick unable to go out. So stayed alone, managed to slick the room a little, then went to bed after a while, washed the few dishes that were dirty, and went to bed so sick couldn't keep up. My condition was aggravated by getting into such a costive state, and neglected to take anything, though I am seldom troubled in this way and did not think how bad I should be. My ankles and calves are so sore and stiff it is with considerable difficulty that I can walk till I've been around a few minutes. I must now lay down. Head aching and feel badly. Lily went to the temple again and acted for the dead. Bro Littlefield called and spent the evening. When ready to leave, I asked to be administered to, which he did, Lucy anointing my head and laying on hands with him. Friday 5th. My fever broke up in the night. Lucy prepared a mustard bath for my feet last evening and gave me physic which, with being administered to, made me better, but am quite feeble. I walked up to the temple between 11 and 12 to see the president, talked with him a short time, and returned. Lily gone down to stop tonight with Sister Peyton. Saturday 6th. Throat worse today, taken cold in the night. I made part of a petticoat for Lily. She came and spent the day. Was afflicted with cold in her face last night and looks poorly today. Lucy's daughter-in-law came and spent the day with her 2 youngest children, and Dawn came to dinner. The weather lovely. Sunday 7th. Spent part of this day on the bed. Took a bath last eve and a dose of physic, which has thoroughly operated and made my head and throat better. Lucy has waited upon me like a good nurse as she is. We were to have gone to meeting but had to give it up. I finished my letter to the girls this evening. Bro Peyton called to see what had kept us at home. Said Lily was worried about me as we'd promised to call there after meeting and she'd got dinner. While he and Sister Peyton attended meeting with the full expectation of our coming with them. She sent for my clothes to wash tomorrow. I happened to mention my pamphlets to Brother Peyton and he offered to take them and sell them for me, so I gave him 12 and kept 2. Mon 8th. Feel much improved in body and thankful for the same. Washed the few breakfast dishes while L did the other chores. Then, as she was sitting, I read to her the lecture, Poets and Poetry, written and delivered by Orson June 23 D. 1886, before the Teachers' Institute of Salt Lake County. In the 14th Ward Assembly Rooms. Bro Newell Kimball came up to see me this afternoon. Company came at evening, and L and I went to Margaret P. Young's to stop all night. Tuesday 9th. Rained in the night and snowing this morning. I received a call after breakfast and some interesting information was given me proving that my impressions were correct in a certain matter, although appearances were calculated to make me think otherwise. I had a touch of my old affliction last night, deathly spells, and have a gloomy prospect before me for a week to come. This forenoon I had 3 or 4 light ones, but better afternoon, with the exception of an addition to my cold, causing me to cough all day. I received a letter from Jenny and one from Lulu Musser this evening, saying that Lulu had been baptized last Wednesday and confirmed fast day by Orson. Jen wrote that Orson was moving into their new house last week and that they were all well but lonesome, and it seemed more than a week since I left them. Wednesday 10th. Lucy gone to temple. Her nephew Lauren Walker is here. I did up the work and feel better than I have before for a week, this being a week since I was baptized. Snowed part of the day and cleared up afternoon. I sent by young Walker to get me some alcohol and honey to mix for cough. Lucy requested my name to be mentioned in prayer this morning at the temple and asked some brethren to come down and administer to me. 2 came this evening and anointed and prayed for me and gave me an excellent blessing. They were Bros Yates and Christian I. Larson. The latter blessed me. Bro R.T. called to see me, wished some information. Thursday 11th. Lucy at the temple. She proposed not going because of my being so poorly, but I wouldn't allow her to stay home. I did up the work, though made me feeble by those death-like spells. I had 2 last evening and some in the night. Though they are of a lighter form, I'm sadly affected by them. Friday 12th. Had those faint spells all the night long and today. Did up the morning work, glad to have something to do to pass away the time. Lucy's nephew started for the north this afternoon. I've had to lay down more today, being weakened by the frequency of those spells. Lucy invited Sister Mary T. Richards and Sister Nancy Clark to spend the evening here. We had a very pleasant visit. Lucy has taken a great deal of pains to do good to me, and says my name was mentioned in prayer today in the temple, this being the custom whenever a name is carried in on Tuesday to be prayed for. They continue to the 3 days that they work there. Saturday 13th. My afflictions still unabated, they must take their course it seems, in spite of prayers, like a storm that has gathered its forces and cannot be appeased till fully vented. I have been up and down, and have made out to wash the breakfast and dinner dishes, in spite on my afflictions. Lucy has finished the washing commenced yesterday afternoon and cleaned up for Sunday. Sunday 14th. Better this morning, but worse afternoon. Lucy went to Don's to perform a duty to him and his family in obedience to counsel from Brother Merrill. I wrote a short letter to Flawed in answer to hers. I dreamed of snakes. One small one ran across one corner of the room, then another larger one. Those I let go without an effort to touch them. But another came a great deal larger than both put together, and I caught it around its neck and cut its head nearly off. It was very dark, and when skin the same was spread on the floor and tacked down the inside upwards, and it covered over half a yard one way, and was 2 or 3 yards in length, though the snake was not more than 4 inches around before being killed. I did not tack it down and don't remember who did nor what house I was in. The latter part of the day I was much worse and very lonesome, and glad when Lucy came home. Mon 15th, another sick day, had those death-like spells every few minutes. Lucy says she shall not go to the temple and leave me again. My spirits depressed more than usual. Dreamed of being in a conveyance and mother driving the horses. We appeared to be in Logan Canyon, came to a terrible-looking place. She stopped and got out and looked over what appeared but a shell somewhat resembling that which surrounds a burning volcano, but this was hanging over water and was almost as high as her head, and looked so dangerous. I felt relieved to see her leave it and get back into the wagon. A little distance on we stopped and put up at a place where we had been previously. I went into a room which I had occupied, found my bed exactly as I had left it unmade, and went to my washstand drawer to get my combs, found a couple of broken ones, and wondered who had been there. But looking again, I found mine done up in paper, just as I've kept it since I came to Logan. I combed my hair. There were 2 or more houses there where travelers were accustomed to stopping as they were going and coming. I was feeling so sick in the morning, was affected by the dream, somewhat added to the gloom that naturally accompany those dreadful spells. Tuesday 16th. Before breakfast here comes Sister Freeze to see me, and wanted me out of this condition, she said, and was not going to allow me to be sick any longer. Said if I'd come up to the temple she'd make arrangements to have me washed and anointed. I'd made up my mind to go, and Lucy and I went there at 1 o'clock. I was first baptized for my health, then for Elizabeth Ford Sykes Whitney, and Lucy Bloxam Kimball Whitney, then was washed and anointed by Sisters Richards and Clark. The latter, afterwards addressing me, and Lucy Walker Kimball, who were standing there as the wives of a god, meaning the prophet, and a number of things she said by the power of the Spirit, that were calculated to make us feel the greatness of the responsibility resting upon us, to carry ourselves straight in this life, to be worthy of that which is awaiting us in Asmic as we hold out to the end. Oh, how grateful I felt that I had been to the temple and accomplished what I had instead of staying here moping and though still afflicted with the faint spells. Intent going on with the work for the dead tomorrow. Lily came to see me soon after we came from the temple. She'd been under the weather with a cold and looked poorly. I received a package of news from home last evening and a letter from Helen and Flawed. Wednesday 17th. Lily stayed all night. We slept 3 in bed. I was wakeful most of the night, an awful gloom resting upon me, but I arose and bathed all over and prepared for the work at the temple. We had a good day. I acted for E.F. Sykes Whitney and enjoyed this day work much more than any that I've been privileged to before. Though still afflicted with dreadful sensations at my heart, I felt that a change had come for the better, at least till I accomplished these duties. I expect to work for Lucy B. K. Whitney tomorrow. I received a good letter from Bro. Soul this evening. Said he'd send me some Monet the 1st of next month if I needed it, and to stay as long as I desired. Thursday 18th. We arose early and went to the temple to morning service. I stood this day's work better than yesterday, and the brethren and sisters seemed pleased to see me there. Think the power of faith is manifested in my case. After dinner was over and work done up, I answered Bro Soul's letter. Friday 19th, we're early to the temple this morning. I went through for one of Lucy Kimball's relatives, named Lucy Walker. I felt a sight better this day than any previous one, and a number made remarks about the change in my looks and appearance. I gave 50 CTS donation in the temple today. Saturday 20th, felt that I must go and see Lily and the Paytons after washing dishes. Got ready, left Lucy washing. The walk was accomplished with difficulty, the thaw making it so slippery. Found Sister Payton not well, and Lily still afflicted a little with cold, but in good spirits. After dinner, Sister Ormsby called with a buggy for me. Sister Freeze, having sent to Lucy's for me to stop with her a few days, was glad to see her, and Sister Burnham, her mother. Sunday 21st, got rheumatism through shoulders and breast from walking, and exposure. Have not slept for 3 nights till nearly midnight and feel the effects, besides my heart heavy laden. Snowing hard. Mon 22nd. Sister Burnham rubbed my shoulders yesterday with Colt's liniment, which helped me. I left for Lucy's in the afternoon. Sister Ormsby sending her carriage to take me. Glad to get back to a quiet place. Received a letter from Jen this eve. Tuesday 23rd, we went to the temple. I was baptized for 5 of Lucy's kin, and she for 10. I sat with my feet wet a few minutes beforehand and took an addition to my cold. Received a letter from Helen dated the 21, saying that Carl Whitney died the 21st at 7 o'clock in the morning. The day before he died, he said, I may as well die for I have no friend. Helen also wrote that this was on Charlie's birthday. The day previous was just 3 years since Bro David died and 2 years, the 22nd since Horace died. Quite a coincidence. She thought that 3 of the family should go so near the date of Charlie's birth. I ironed my robe, etc. after laying down to rest. Wednesday 24th. Felt poorly, but went to temple and received endowment for Phoebe French, one of Lucy's kin. We were late home, and taking an addition to my cold, had a light chill before I went to bed. And high fever half the night. Was suffering from this and a boil, which is the second one had since I came from home. The mail brought me D. News. Received a call from Sister Robeson, daughter of Brother George Pitkin, who has some of my books and wanted to know what she should do with them. After talking, she said she'd take 3 of them to send away. Wants me to come and stop some with her. Offered to take my washing if I would stay in Logan till I got well, as I told her how I felt about Lucy's doing this and other things, which made me want to go home if I could not get well enough to work. Bro Lyman O. Littlefield was also here part of the evening. Thursday 25th. Could not go to temple, suffering from chills and fever and a boil. Dawn and wife sent an invitation for Lucy and self to go and take dinner there today, Thanksgiving Day. The band is out playing. I told the boys it would be impossible for me to go. I washed some handkerchiefs and towels, etc. Had 3 light chills and high fever during afternoon and evening. The BP of this, the 5th ward, visited us in the evening. I was feeling too badly to sit up. His name is Hyde. Wrote APC to Jen. Friday 26th. Very feeble, laid abed most of the day. Lucy went to the temple, had me prayed for their sister. Richards called afternoon to see me, no news. For me tonight, crossed out words at Park City last night with home dramatic, cannot account for the paper stopping. Have about concluded to go home next week, believing that to be the wisest. Sister Mary E. Richards said, if I'd stay next week, she felt that I would be better. Sat 27th. Lucy washed, and I still obliged to lay abed. Good deal of fever, bro. L.O. Littlefield called on us. Sunday 28th. The weather has been lovely for the past few days. I am much better, though I have a headache from a cold taken in the night, and my body is very weak. In the afternoon, Sisters Mary Richards and Nancy Clark came and spent the evening, enjoyed it much. Mon 29th, was better in body today, but obliged to lay much of the time at evening. My lungs tightened, and a hard cough came with it, taken cold by going out the door. Bro L.O. Littlefield called and spent a while this evening, wrote a line to Sister Peyton and sent it by Bro L.O. as he was going in that direction. Tuesday 30th. Had a miserable night, dreamed of a woman being in bed with me, and she took me up and shook me till I shrieked out, and Lucy called to know what was the matter. Have been very poorly in body and severe cough. Received 2 letters this evening, one from Florence bringing an order of $350. For cash, she received that amount from Joseph Kimball, brought from Bear Lake for my book sold there. I gave $250 to Lucy, retaining $1 to take me from depot in Salt Lake on my return. I also received a letter from Lou Musser. Was cheered to hear from them and to get a little money. Wednesday, December 1st, 1886. Better today, and did a little work, cut out and commenced making a pair of occasions for Lucy, Newell, and Josh. Kimball came up to see me, Newell just from Salt Lake and Josh from Meadowville. I was pleased to see them. Received a letter this evening from Jenny Bro P. Called to see me. His wife is going to the city with me and Lily. Thursday 2nd. Fast day. Lucy went to meeting at the temple, by my urgent request. As I did not wish her to deny herself for my sake, I fasted till near 11 o'clock, when I got my breakfast. The weather is clouding up for another snow, I fear. Received another money order this evening, $5 sent by Brother Soul, gave L $2 and left 50 CTS Donatian for Temple Mondays and Tuesdays. Deseret News received mailed by Henry Dinwoody. Friday 3D. Feel stronger in body, the weather cloudy and mild, a light snow falling. Gave Lucy $2 and left 50 CTS Temple donation for me, Lil, and I started for the depot a quarter after 12 after bidding L. Goodbye. She'd engaged a buggy and boy to drive us there. I paid him 50 CTS. After he got my things checked for Salt Lake. Stood the trip to Ogden very well, had to wait 2 hours there, was tired out. When we started, we were met at the depot by George Bourne and the same hack that met me when I came home in August, and Orson, Zine and Jen there to meet me, and Soul. I never traveled over the ground in Salt Lake with a gladder heart that I felt in riding from the depot to my home sweet home, where I was greeted with an affectionate welcome by my children, and Bro Soul. Jen was down to Talbot's. All the rest of the family were in my front room, where we spent a happy evening. Saturday 4th. Flawed went with Hen to Provo to stay till Sunday evening. Lily felt sick, and I not daring to get up in the cold. We were very late to break our fast. Lily got up and did what there was to do in the kitchen, and I cleaned the front rooms. A little tired me out. Orson called to see us for a few minutes. My home never was dearer to me than today, but Lil is lonesome and crying. Jen, not putting in an appearance, I got Helen to go and see what the matter was. She came home with her, said she'd had quinsy. She returned at evening, saying she'd come home Sunday evening. Soul and Orson think I'd do better to sell my home and buy a smaller one to save paying such big taxes and other expenses on the house. I feel as though I'd like to go to my long home if I've got to leave this one for another. But I'll trust that the Lord will overrule all things for the best. I slept alone last night and was troubled by evil influences, which I asked the Lord to rebuke. The last one, I felt the sensation of 2 hands punching me in the left side. I was only drowsing, and was disturbed 3 or 4 times by some unseen power, which reminded me of my experience after Mr. Brothers came here. Sunday 5th. Done over by cleaning up my rooms, and Lily is under the weather. The weather outside lovely, and I'm thankful to be home again. Orson called twice. Zine was with him the second time on their way home from meeting. Jen and Ed came near night, and Flawed and Hen in the evening. They sung some beautiful songs and hymns during the evening. Monday, 6th. Orson called early this morning, spent a lovely day, tried to write to Lucy W. Kimball had to lay it aside. My soul is bowed under the rod. Oh, that I could know the will of the Lord in the case of Jen and Ed. With prayers and tears I've plead for it, and to have my girls act in that way that he will bless them. Jen told me a dream she'd had. Thought she was at some place like the lake shore, the grass sunburned and yellow, and a few people were there. Thought the ground was broken somewhat. And on what she supposed to be a rock she saw some glittering object which proved to be a diamond. She picked it up. It was very heavy, and John Talbot, who seemed to be there and to see it at the same time, came towards her, and as she was holding it in her hands, he took it, seemingly by her consent, thought he had a claim upon it. Still she knew it was hers. As the thought passed through her mind, she thought he'd divide it, but though she didn't remember his striking it, still the sparks flew out of the center as though he had struck it. He turned away with it, and she followed slowly, not much concerned, as she knew that he knew it belonged to her. It seemed as though there were other smaller diamonds sparkling on the ground, but she paid no attention to any one of them. The large one was brilliant and perfectly transparent, was over a yard long and large in the center, and tapering at both ends like a spindle. Tuesday, 7th. Another poorly day, no appetite, had chicken and a tempting dinner yesterday and today, to one with an appetite, but I loathed it, so I left the dinner table today and took an egg and wine to relieve my faintness. Tacked some listing round the north door to keep the cold out. Mary Kay came in to see me. Orson and Zine came after dark. He wanted the girls to play him something and to sing, said he felt starved for it. Helen and Flawed entertained him a few minutes when he had to go to council. Zine stayed a little while. Wednesday, 8th. Felt wonderfully better, copied some verses an afternoon, took a walk to X off. Stayed a long while hoping to see M, but left without. I took some back numbers of X. Went from there to Dr. Ship's, met Orson and Zine, found Sister Ship, who gave me a bottle of bitters to help my appetite, said she'd be up to see me in the morning. The climbing the stairs to see her hurt me, so I had hard work to get back home. Phoebe Kimball came and spent part of the evening. Jen went to Talbot's with Ed. Thursday, 9th. Was comfortable this morning till my womb was operated upon. Sister Ship said there was considerable inflammation in the womb, and I ought to have been attended to sooner. Have not felt like sitting up, but lain on the lounge most of the day. Sister Angie Frink came and stayed a while this afternoon. She'd been to the ladies' conference in the 14th ward. Friday, 10th. Better today, had nearly an accident. Florence put a dripper full of fat in the oven, and it caught on fire, burst open the oven doors, and blazed halfway to the ceiling. She and Lily were frightened and called me. I stood a minute wondering what to do, sent Flawed for a spade, which she found with a long handle, or I could not have taken it out. I managed to do it and threw it to the edge of the east porch on the snow. It flew when touching it, but went out in less than a minute. The blaze singed my hair, eyebrows, and winkers, and I had a narrow escape from my clothes catching a fire as the wind was blowing quite strong. Flawed and Lil trembled, while I was perfectly calm, stronger, if anything, than before. Had this happened yesterday, we'd have stood a poor chance. The tinner James sent me a bill of $20.50, most of it for the solder digging and labor on the water pipes, which were pronounced the poorest of any they had put down by the workman who was sent to mend it. I gave the bill to Sol to give Orson, with a request that he, Orson, should go and see James about it. Saturday, 11th. Awoke with headache. Orson called before I was up, told some things that worked up my feelings. He called again to get the bill that Mr. James had sent in, and sat a while. We talked over matters. I made some explanations about the girls, and how they'd worked and earned their clothes, and if I had to hire the housework and washing done, which Flawed did for nothing, or has only her board, it would cost over $2 a week. And not only this, she made all the hats and bonnets out of pieces of cloth that were in the house, and I thought a little praise was due her instead of the opposite. He said he thought so too, and it was to her credit. I read to him Jenny's dream of the diamond, and John Talbot, he did not agree with us in the interpretation of it. Time will prove what it means. I am satisfied that Ed is that diamond, whether Jen marries him or not. This, the future will prove. It will be just as the Lord designs it, and that is all I ask. Sunday, 12th. Felt better this morning after dressing for the second time, and while taking my dinner, felt so sick and exhausted, had to take off my clothes and go to bed. Have had dyspepsy for 2 days, which added to the other alesh. I felt relieved after a while. Mon 13th. felt less strength, and after bathing and sitting up part of the day had to undress and go to bed. Mrs. Talbot came up to see what the reason was. That Jen had not been down. She thought I looked worse that she'd ever seen me. Dr. Shipp operated on me again, this being the third time. Said that the inflammation in my womb was considerably abated. I told her I'd had a good deal of fever, my lips being parched and sore proved it. She told me I could take the quinine, which I'd sent for, and ordered some muriate tincture iron. Said my blood was thin and poor and was the reason for my having boils. The girls G and F did the washing and Lily the housework. Tuesday 14th, felt so much better, discarded the idea which had some hold on me yesterday, having failed so fast. I thought if the Lord willed for me to go, I didn't care much, the future here looking anything but cheering to me. Enjoyed my breakfast better than for some time, and everyone felt pleased to hear it. Had a call this morning from Bro Hall. Was pleased to see him. He said he had not felt like calling while I was absent, and he had been so busy, had not much time, had some fever in the afternoon. Soul thinks he'll take his supper at the city hall after this. Wednesday 15th, awake late last night, felt nervous and very despondent over my worldly prospects, cried and plead fervently that the Lord would come to my assistance, that I might obtain means to pay the debts that are standing against me, particularly that of Charlie's burial. Dreamed twice of being advised to rent part of my house and also of a room belonging to my house, which someone of my family had occupied, being furnished with nice things, and there came 3 black men and 3 black women, all young and fashionably dressed, and they seated themselves. I thought I'll watch, and when they go out I'll secure the ornaments and china, as there is danger of their taking something they didn't leave before I awoke. I take it as a signification of sickness in my family. Sat up a number of times today. Thursday 16th. Improving in health, sat up some of the day and grateful for it. Orson called before we were up to see how I was, said Emmeline, and the doctor asked him how I was. The first he knew of my being worse. Little Helen taken suddenly sick and had a high fever this afternoon and evening. Soul administered to her and she was better immediately. Friday 17th. Still improving. Our pigs were killed today. George got it done by a man from T.O. Orson called this morning. He was going to Provo tomorrow. I dressed for the first time today. Saturday 18th. Sat up all day till evening, was overdone by that, and trying to write a short letter. Sunday 19th. Doctor visited me, had to lay down most of the day. Mon 20th. Tried to write in the forenoon, obliged to keep the lounge the after part of the day. Little Helen has surely got the whooping cough. Tuesday 21st. Received an answer to my letter to Lucy W. Kimball. Orson called at evening, was low-spirited over temporal affairs, myself likewise affected. I'm running up a dear bill with prospects anything but flattering. Wednesday 22nd. Received a tax notice of $13 1/2 for school when none of my children have been for over 2 years. Wrote a letter. Thursday 23d. Sent Orson the tax bill by Soul. Orson came this forenoon and brought the money, which he'd got of Bro James Jack, and he took him orders on T.O. store to pay for it. Flawed took the cash down to the courthouse and also paid the 15 CTS school tax on my lot by Jordan River. She did numbers of errands and got a tub at T.O. to salt our pork in. She paid $2 for it. I've not slept for half the night this 4 nights past. Friday 24th. Slept good after 11 o'clock. Sent my verses to Emmeline as she'd sent word she wanted them. Forgot to mention the coffee cup and saucer sent me from Hardy's and Young's. It is a gentleman's instead of a lady's. Today I received a lovely turkey and a demijohn of splendid port wine, sent by Henry Dinwoody. Flawed presented me with a glass pitcher and a dozen tumblers flowered glass. Lulu Musser called and gave me a perfumed sachet. I gave her a book of Charlie's, a Sunday school present to him, Christmas 1871, and had some of his writing on 2 of the front leaf. She was better pleased with it than she'd been with any new thing. Flawed gave Henry a beautiful handkerchief folio worked by herself, 6 silk handkerchiefs with H worked in one corner, and a Christmas card. She received a gold watch and chain from him. Christmas. This has been a quiet and very pleasant day. I have received a number of little tokens. Racy came with gifts for Lily, Jenny, Helen, and Florence from his pa and ma, and Orson soon followed with Gray's Elegy with illustrations from him and Zine to me, and a Book of Mormon and Book of Covenants to Solomon. F. Helen presented me with a fine linen tablecloth deck, and L with a white silk handkerchief, Soul with $3. M. Piper brought me a pair of glass salt and pepper cellars, and Mary Kimball brought me a fine linen handkerchief. I treat her to some of my wine. I'd been of a mind to present to Bud Coop's novels knowing that he desired them years ago, but had hardly decided as it would leave almost an empty shelf, and they had been there nearly, if not quite, 30 years where Pa had placed them. And I could hardly bear the thought of it. Orson offered to take them if I'd part with them, so I told him to do so. Bud came to thank me and said it was the greatest present he had ever received. He was quite affected. I gave him another of his Pa's books. I gave L and Dec Pa's History of England in 2 volumes. And to all of Mary's family, I gave some book of their Pa's as a relic, but LOL and Lute and the 2 youngest. Gave Orson Thomas Paine's book, and sent a little book to Racy and Charlie's book of poems which I presented him last Christmas, as I gave to Ellie also a picture of flowers in a frame. I gave each of my girls an old book as a relic of their Pa's, which took all I could muster from the old library. Sunday 26th, Orson came for the pace of pork I told him I would send up. They were going to have company today. Alice Kimball and Charlie's Violet called to see me. Also bro, William. He told me to hold on to my land until prices raised, as there was a manufacturing company buying up land in that quarter, and it was already up to $300 an acre. I wish it might be so. I shall wait and see. This is a lovely day overhead. Monday 27th. We had the turkey for dinner. My family were invited, and Mary, Whitney, Dec, and Elle. The latter was engaged to go to a matinee with her children, also Zena, but their husbands came to dinner. Tuesday 28th. Beautiful morning. Girls washing. There was a party in our new schoolhouse last night. Henty and George, Flawed and Hen went and stayed till 11. Flawed tired out beforehand, having to go to rehearsal to the theater first. Bro Hall called and spent a little while this afternoon. John Talbot called in the evening and related to me his troubles in loving and parting from his girl May Lee, the only one he'd ever loved, or ever should. Wednesday 29th. Gloomy weather. Jen stayed to Talbot's last night, came home this morning with the news that she and Ed Talbot were to be married at 4 o'clock today, so that John Talbot could be present as he goes tomorrow. My heart dropped like so much lead at the announcement, but I prayed the Lord that if Jen was doing right, he would relieve my heart of the feeling, and in a few minutes the weight was gone, which I satisfied me that the Lord's hand was in it for some purpose. We prevailed on Jen to put on a white dress to be married in. And at the appointed time Judge Spears drove up with Ed and his bro John and Henry Dinwiddie. Orson came, Jen having written him a note requesting it. Mary and family and Lulu Musser were the only ones present. We had cake and wine, after which most of the folks went with Ed and Jen to Mr. Talbot's to dinner. They urged Orson and me to go, but he could not, and I dared not venture out. I took charge of Helen's baby so she could go. 2 hackloads went, and though there had been no particular preparations made, and that for only half the number, they were all greeted with a hearty welcome, and it would have been the same if there'd been as many more. Truer friends never lived in this world than they have proven to this family and have few equals. Thursday 30th. Raining through the night, Ed came for Jen's trunk and chairs. I gave her a pretty camp chair, and Hen Dinwiddie sent them a rocking chair of rosewood yesterday. She had 3 or 4 other gifts, and others will remember her. John Talbot called and bid us goodbye again. Goes away tomorrow. Flawed went today and ordered a load of coal and got some things to eat at tea office. I did up a number of packages of papers to send away. Drank hop tea to make me sleep. Have not slept till after midnight for a week past. Friday 31st. Jen and Ed came and spent part of the day. They're very happy, and I hope will continue so. Flawed busy ironing and getting her things ready to play on the stage tomorrow in Saratoga.